I might let this screen be on for a second. Wait, we're here. Where am I? Good morning, everybody. It's always fun to figure out what the heck your dashboard's doing. Welcome to a very ad hoc summer job seeker summit. I have a band of friends waiting to come on stage, and I am very excited to see you all in the middle of July instead of January. For those of you that have joined us for the annual Job Seeker Summit in January, pretty much everybody from January who contributes to that event came together, and I said to them, hey, what do you think about doing a mid-year one? Because the market is just so tough and job searches are taking so long. And pretty much every single one of them was like, heck yeah. And so unless we've got a few people traveling in Europe who weren't able to join, but pretty much everybody was kind of all in on doing this again. With a quick turnaround, and response has been awesome. We are very excited to have all of you join us. And if you're used to the January one, this is stripped down and just a good old 8 hours of resource, actually 9 hours of resourcing. So I don't have a big long intro. I don't have a bunch of announcements to make. We're just going to kind of get into this thing. So first, let's talk a little bit. Oh, look, all of you are there. Hang on. First, let's just go over the schedule real quick. Hey, that's not a bad screen, is it? Although if you're watching on your phone, it's probably minuscule. But we will be here on LinkedIn Live all day. We're also on YouTube at the Career Benders channel. And if you're connected with me or want to be connected with me on Facebook, it's there. Basically, you can't miss us wherever you are today. So for the next hour, I've got a group of experts here who I think I'm just going to walk away and let talk, because they are here to tell you what we are seeing out on the market. Because the hey, Angie, what are you seeing is a really popular thing. All of us hear from clients and just want to understand the state of the market. We're going to talk about AI in the job search, and then we're actually going to just address how to get hired in this market and what to expect, whether it is through interviewing or other aspects. That's going to be a nice hodgepodge with some good experts in it. We'll take a quick break, and then we're doing some really good human work. Look, I even brought out a new, brought out the new white shirt for all of you today. We're going to talk about how to remain human and the advantage that you have in the market today. More networking conversation, because it is so important now. Also going to talk about career changes and what you can do so that you don't have to have that kind of quote starting over. We'll debunk some resume myths. Should I stay or should I go is going to be a fun conversation, because we've seen so much job hugging lately. And we also know this idea of like the gig economy is a thing. And so like, should I stay in my job? Should I start a business? Should I level up? Should I not? Are a lot of questions people are thinking just because job searching is hard. And so it tends to have us be more discerning around whether we should stay or go or change. And we're going to address that head on, debunk some more myths, and then have a big old Ask Me Anything with some of the mainstays of the Job Seeker Summit. And so it's going to be a great day. And let's bring some people up here. So we changed it up, and I didn't make everybody give you a video. So let me introduce you to the State of the Market panelists. This morning, we have Mr. Mark Misiano, who helps senior professionals translate their complexity in their career into compelling stories that actually resonate in today's AI-influenced hiring market. And Mark, you keep getting booted. Okay, there's everybody. Okay, cool. We have Matt Thomas, who is a senior career coach at Guild Education, where he helps working adults navigate career growth through education, workforce development, and long-term career strategy. So we love having that organizational perspective here on what's happening in the market. Miss Ann Ryan helps professionals, particularly women in tech, but others, translate that technicality into resumes and personal brands that are authentic, compelling, and actually sound like themselves. Scott Gardner is our resident beard owner because he just, Mark, you can't even hold a candle. He is a former corporate recruiter and an award-winning resume writer who helps professionals navigate hiring systems while communicating their value more effectively, which we know is critical in today's market. And to round out our panel of the state of the market this morning, we have Diana Alt, who coaches emerging leaders and experienced professionals in tech, product, and project management as they make strategic career decisions and build careers that align with both their goals and the evolving market, because guess what? Work should feel good. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's the show, right? This is the Job Seeker Summit show. Okay, Diana's muted. And right now we don't have any background noise, so I think you can all stay unmuted. If we have issues, I'll just cut you off. But we're going to do a little, I've got a little kind of question for each of you to kick things off this morning. And then I'm pretty sure it will be a free-for-all and things will get rolling. And good morning to all of you out there as you settle in this morning as well. I see Erica shared her LinkedIn URL in chat. Highly recommend all of you doing that and connecting with each other, because who wants to do this job search thing alone? And obviously you can find each one of our panelists here on LinkedIn. Highly suggest you connect with them because they've got great advice that you are about to hear. So Matt, I'm going to start with you. You kind of work at that crossroads of workforce development and career coaching. And I want to hear from you what you are seeing employers invest in right now. So what are companies focused on in hiring right now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, thanks for having me here. Good to be with everybody.
Kicking us off. So
yeah, let's do it. Yeah, we've been noticing a lot of increase in like the healthcare vertical with the businesses we work with. I mean, we cover the whole spectrum from financial services, healthcare, professional services. So healthcare has been picking up, partly because there's always seems to be a shortage, even post-COVID. People haven't been returning to it, so there's higher need for filling certain roles. Mm-hmm. So we've been partnering with more employers as well as like public sector organizations to do that.
Okay.
We've noticed the Department of Labor has some funding available for other types of industries such as, AI infrastructure, advanced manufacturing, IT, nuclear energy. So we're starting to shift like into that as well, like utilize public sector funding to help fill high need roles. Even shipbuilding was in there. Anyone
really?
wants to be a shipbuilder. But yeah, healthcare has definitely been up there. We've noticed also like employers, we're an education benefit. So employers are, curating a catalog for their employees. And over the last 3 years, we've had I've got more data this time, over 100,000, we call them learners, 100,000 employees have enrolled in AI fluency programs
oh, wow.
Over the last 3 years. So that doesn't necessarily mean, I know we were talking earlier about there's more AI jobs, but AI fluency, I think, will be valuable with whatever roles people go for.
Well, and that's part of, and we know this is going to come up throughout the day. Yeah. That's part of that whole like AI replacement versus displacement and upskilling your skill set so that you end up on the right end of the bell curve. And so in a way, it's encouraging to see that many people learning that. And what you mentioned about healthcare is something I've seen. There's like almost like a pocketization in the market, and it's very industry to industry specific as far as where hiring is. And there's like, and it's kind of random. And I've seen the healthcare thing as well, whereas other industries we've seen slow down where they used to be fastest, which is going to bring me to Anne, because not to steal your thunder, we know technology is one of those that's done a totally 180. So my question for you as somebody who spends time and was a tech professional, we've seen these turbulent couple of years. So what's happening in that space and what are clients experiencing in that like tech industry right now?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
You're good.
Okay, good. Just making sure. I did a whole bunch of research before coming onto the panel. And one of the things I just want to bring up is the average job search duration is now 6.6 months and an average of 62 plus applications. And the tech world is even a little bit longer. Do you know? So I always my advice to folks who are in the tech space and want to be in the tech space is that you have to plan for a marathon, not a sprint, right? Get your branding, like brand yourself for where you want to go, write your resume and your LinkedIn profile like you already have the job you want, right? And then have a job search strategy that includes a lot of networking, because I've tried to find the research on this. I found statistics that say anywhere from like 70 to 85% of jobs are found through networking. Not that applying online isn't also good. You'd want to be in people's databases, because now I find, especially with AI, recruiters are overwhelmed with the amount of applications. So some jobs aren't even being posted. They're going to be searching through their database, through their software that's connected to their database and to LinkedIn. So if you have a really good LinkedIn profile, it makes you more findable. Yeah. So those are kind of like the basics that I would probably respond. I hope I answered the question, and please, other people chime in.
Yeah, and you did, because you actually found some data. I did this yesterday. So we came across some of the same data points, and tech specifically, that's a space that I have kind of specialized in a long time. That used to be the fastest job search, right? 3 years ago and back, it was like, okay, 90 days, you're good to go. You're going to apply to 20 jobs. You're going to get 6 interviews, 3 offers, and you're going to choose one. And now the pendulum has swung very hard. And the marathon versus sprint, I think, is the TLDR to take away from that, because the expectation, if you're a tech professional or you want to get into tech and you haven't job searched since 2022 or earlier, your perspective and expectations are way off of what's actually happening. And so knowing that is really important. And anywhere you can place yourself closer to some of these more in demand, like healthcare technologies, you might be able to kind of shave some time off. So, it's like it's being more strategic, because the, throwing out blind applications will get you somewhere, but you're going to be on the way high end of average. And so, Scott, I'm coming to you, because now I want to kind of take two things together, because you've been on both sides of this as a recruiter and now as a coach and a writer. What trends are you seeing in the recruiting and hiring? Anne mentioned one or two that we should probably highlight a little bit more, but I want to understand what trends that you're seeing kind of almost on the recruitment and hiring side that job seekers need to know and may not realize.
Yeah, thank you. Right now, hiring seems sort of like an arms race to me. And let me define that a little bit. And sort of a shameless plug now, I did a lot of preparation for this, and I have a lot of numbers and metrics from reports, and I'm going to share them on my LinkedIn. So go over and give me a follow, because I'm going to make sure that I post all this so people can read it in more in depth themselves. But Clutch yesterday actually released a study. They surveyed almost 600 US job seekers, and 80% said they're using AI during their search, with 84% of them saying they're using it to edit their resumes, and 2/3 of them saying they're using it for their cover letters. The problem is of those same respondents, 93% said that they believe AI-generated resumes and cover letters are making it harder to find qualified candidates, make qualified candidates stand out. So everyone's using it, but then they're not standing out. And then an equal number, over 90%, they're saying 92% said that they fear AI will reduce the number of positions in their field in the next 5 years. So what's driving the job search now is a couple of things. AI, obviously, across the board. It doesn't matter what it is. There's a lot of fear being driven in this as well. On the applicant side, there's confusion on the employer side. And the reason I reference it as an arms race is that the candidates are now using more and more AI to try to navigate the employment process, because they're having more exposure to it. At the same time, the employers are leveraging technology and their own AI to combat the higher volume of applicants. So we're trying to figure out a way to balance the two out. That leaves us in a spot.
We've created a vicious cycle. It is, right? Like hiring wants to streamline, so candidates find a way to work around it, which clogs the systems, find more ways to streamline. And now we're just in that vicious cycle.
Yeah, and that same study showcased that 78% of them said they think that a system rejected them before a person ever looked at it. And there's a lot of back and forth on that, and there's things in the process that people aren't necessarily aware of, whether they're pre-screening questions or automatic pings that go into the system. And we don't need to dive in necessarily the nuance of every technology out there, but there is just so much complexity that people are not used to dealing with now, that it goes back to what Anne's mentioned and Matt's mentioned thus far, is that while yes, don't abandon the traditional job search, and yes, you need to make sure your resume is tailored for the role you want and your LinkedIn needs to be updated. A big part of this is going into it thinking, who do I know? 6 degrees of separation. And when you approach a potential employer, even if it's a large company, I recommend thinking of it as nothing more than a 3-person company. Who you need to talk to, who you know that works there, and that middle person that can bridge the two, and leverage that for networking.
So good.
Yeah. By the way, thank you that Kevin Bacon is still relevant. Although I think in the world of social media, it's probably more like 4 degrees of separation. Also, if you're under the age of 27 and you're wondering what we talked about, go research it, because that's a bit of pop culture. Everyone should know. And it pains my heart that young people do not know what 6 degrees of separation is. Mark, I'm coming to you. Scott, I think, probably queued you up or alluded to a few of the things that you may respond to. So I want you to elaborate here. But I'm curious, because you work with professionals across a lot of industries. And so we've talked a little bit about this pocketization. So I'm curious to now see what is like a common trend or change you've seen in the job market over the last maybe 6 to 12 months that candidates should be more aware of. So what's changed that people should really know is going on?
I think that lately there's a lot of people who are sitting there at work applying to as many jobs as they possibly can. And so the candidate pools are just so much bigger these days than they used to be. And I mean, this goes back to a number of things that we've been talking about, right? So then, recruiters are trying to use AI tools to narrow down all of those things. It's one of these things where, I've noticed a big change with people using AI, that their content makes them sound like everyone else. So I'll steal a phrase from Robin Rushway, who a bunch of us know. She always says that AI causes us to drown in a sea of sameness. And so everybody sounds exactly the same. And so it's really hard for people in the recruiting side to differentiate who's actually qualified and who's not, because they're getting so much of the same content. So somebody in the chat a few minutes ago said, I think it was specific to tech, but I feel like this is kind of everywhere. There's so many more requirements. Those job descriptions have so many more requirements on them, and yet the pay scale is lower. And it's because they're trying to distinguish who actually has what we need. So employers, especially because it's kind of an employer's market, they're going, well, then I want someone with everything. And I'm not going to pay you as much because I know that everybody's desperate for a new job.
Yeah, the unicorn wish list just got a much more giant horn with a lot more sprinkles. And I'm wondering, and the thing is, that doesn't really help the system. And I don't know that employers realize it doesn't help the system, because now it's just going to bring more horses to the yard. And that clogs the whole system. But I also do legitimately think they don't expect to get that whole list. There's some combination of it they'll take, but it is exacerbating a problem, because I'm sure all of you have heard the following from recruiters. I'm curious that recruiters or hiring managers are having a difficult time finding qualified candidates, right? Have you guys heard that? Which I think is ironic, hilarious, and bizarre when we also have more volumes of candidates. And I think that you guys hit it on nail on the head with the fact that AI is neutralizing value propositions to the point that people aren't standing out where they need to. But then also, there's just an overall amount of noise in the system that makes it hard for an individual to stand out, which is why humans are so important. We're going to come back to that, because we got to bring Diana to the party here. And so I'm curious, because of everything we've talked about with trends, what employers are doing, what's changed, what conversations are you having with candidates and clients today that you weren't having a year ago?
There's a couple. One is that it's getting better, even if the headlines would like you to believe it's not. I've seen more interviewing activity. I've seen more, a lot of the job searches that I've seen, and not just among my clients, are a little bit faster. And I do specialize in tech too. So, that's a little bit of a different beast than some of the other industries. AI fluency that Matt referenced earlier, huge. There's if anybody is not following Bonnie Dilber from Zapier, she's very transparent about how Zapier is looking at AI fluency. Zapier is very transparent about their entire hiring process. And we know that lots of other companies are doing the same thing behind the scenes. So AI fluency is huge. But the thing I've been talking the most about in the last 6 months is how important it is for people to demonstrate business acumen, no matter what role they are in. I mean, computer programmers showing that they understand business acumen shows that they understand what it is that they're trying to do, shows that understands that they know where money is getting made and costs are being saved. And nobody has the patience for the bit head anymore, because all these roles in tech in particular, it's like the thing that was purely technical is now a little bit business and a little bit creative. The thing that used to be more business focused, like product management, now people are doing live prototyping. So the lines are blurred, but weak business acumen is killing people.
Yeah. We've moved into, I will like almost generalize that into this need for more well-roundedness, right?
Yes.
The technical hired gun is almost a thing of the past. And that's where we now come into, and I want to be careful not to get too far down this rabbit hole, because you need to stay on for the next hour for this rabbit hole.
Yeah.
But that's where the AI displace versus replace comes in, because we're seeing the technical hired gun can now be outsourced to an agent or a non-human coworker. And so it's the human skill of business acumen, the human skill of communication, the human skill of understanding how that output fits into the bigger picture that starts to become the value proposition. And that's what we all need to be thinking about from a career planning perspective. Because I know, Diana, that's something that you're also talking to people about, is like that longer trajectory of kind of where they're headed, considering all those factors.
Yeah. It's not spiky. Like we used, a lot of times people talk about spiky people that create well-rounded teams, but when agents become part of your team, the humans can be and are expected to be less spiky because the agents are spiky in terms of skills.
Yeah. I had years ago when I here's my shameless plug, which, by the way, shameless plugs are very warranted here. Speaking of shameless plugs, Tamara asked all of us to share LinkedIn URLs in the chat. I was going to be industrious and create QR codes for all of you, but I just didn't do it. So you can do your own work. If you can just periodically throughout the panel, we'll throw links in chat so everybody can follow us. And now I let myself lose my train of thought. So question that I'm going to start with you, Anne. Do you think, are we in a difficult hiring market, or is it just a different hiring market than we're used to?
I think you could, depending on your perspective and your expectations, if you were job searching in the past, you could probably say either or. Do you know, right? But I think it would be a little bit more optimistic to say different and just adapt to what's happening now versus just considering it difficult. Because if you understand what's happening, then you can change your strategy to match. And also, and one of the things I see a lot of people do is, like, maybe they'll leave a job or they're laid off, something happens, and they have so many months of severance, and they try to do it on their own, right? And then they finally 3 months go by. Now it's time to start to panic, right? And that's a time when you bring in some help, or you start to get some help. And you also, at that point, don't have the budget to get any help.
Yep.
Right.
Yes.
So you're in this like weird scenario where like you desperately need some help, but you don't have the money to get some help. Right. And what I always say to clients is, like, if at the beginning of your job search, get some help. Do it at the beginning, because if I had met some of these clients 3 months ago, they would have been 3 months into an average 6-month job search rather than starting from scratch. So I'm curious to hear what everybody else thinks.
For sure.
I'm going to make a ticker that goes across the bottom, is like, start sooner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Start before you think you need to, honestly. Right. And I once worked with a colleague and he disappeared one afternoon from work, and he came back and I was like, hey, is everything okay? Right? Like just very innocently, like, are you okay? And he took me aside. He's like, I'm going to tell you a secret. And I said, what is the secret? He goes, I interview every 3 months just to keep my interview skills sharp. It doesn't mean I'm leaving. It's just when people reach out to me and say they're interested, I go and I just see what's going on. And maybe I might find something I like better, but maybe not. And I actually sat there and I thought, that's actually a really good strategy. It wasn't that he didn't like the company he was working for. He just always wanted to explore and see what was out there. So he kind of knew, like what was available and what his value was, right? And I always thought that was, after I thought about it, I was like, oh, I should have been doing that. That's really smart.
Well, it keeps your skills. It keeps your skills
keeps the
a
skill
little
sharp.
bit. Yeah. And I think even if you in general, and this is I think a big picture from a career planning perspective, from an always be networking perspective, it's good to just always be open, but that doesn't mean you're, always actively searching, but you're prepared if something kind of comes your way. And I think that that's a smart thing to do in this market too.
I always say be Elle Woods. Like, okay, so if you watch Legally Blonde, I don't know if anyone else is a fan, but like she's in her law class and the professor says, are you going to apply for this internship? And she goes, I don't know. And he says, well, I think you should. Do you have a resume? And she just pulls it out of her bag and hands it to him. And I always say to people, like, be Elle, like just have it ready, because if someone comes up to you and says, I have your dream job available, like, give me a resume right now or apply ASAP. What you don't want to do is panic, go home, brew a pile of coffee, stay up all night trying to update your resume and LinkedIn profile to apply. It's not going to be good, right? It should be, you should have it, should continuously update it and have it ready. So I always say, be Elle Woods.
It is also nice if it's lightly scented because it gives it a nice touch.
And pink. No. I think it should be standard, but okay.
Building on what Ann just said, personal example, when I still worked in corporate recruiting, the best corporate recruiting job I ever got was I met the person who eventually hired me at a wine bar in Tampa, and I had a PDF copy of my resume saved in the notes folder on my phone, and I texted to them at the bar. We interviewed next week, and I was hired 2 weeks later.
You just never know.
Save a PDF copy in the folder on your phone. That way you can at least email or text it to someone. Text preferable, then you can get a hold of them real easy.
Yeah, love it. And I like the overall take on the market is different. It doesn't necessarily mean it's difficult. Maybe it is, but it's a lot of it's perspective. And I think what I've seen is that like hiring and labor markets have kind of gone in a couple phases over the last 10 years. We had the pre-pandemic phase, which was competitive, but not as tight as it is now. Then we had the little blip of pandemic wackiness, which led to the post-pandemic hiring frenzy of 21 and 22. And what I'm seeing is there's a lot of people who are job searching now who got a job then. And so their expectations are way skewed because that's when we saw salaries, higher, like your negotiating power was huge. There was just, but then that was the straw that broke the camel's back that sent us into the tech spiral because there was so much over hiring. And now I think that we've settled into like a new normal and a new phase that's probably going to unfortunately be here for a little while. I agree with Diana that it's this maybe in the last 3 months has loosened ever so slightly. We'll take it. And we've seen some movement, but I believe this is the climate we're going to be in for the foreseeable future, especially as everyone figures out where AI fits and doesn't fit into the climate. And so job searching is a skill everyone should know, and you shouldn't wait to learn it. Don't wait until you need a job to learn the skill and start using the skill. So Mark, I'm coming to you. I want to know so we talked a little bit about the unicorns, right? Do you think the definition of a strong candidate has changed now?
Oh, yeah. And this is a good example because we keep talking about AI. AI is not like one monolith. It's not one thing. And so I'll see people on their resumes say, AI is my skill set. That is not a skill set. Right? Like, what about AI? What can you do with AI? Do you have specialties in certain programs? Do you know how to use it in very specific ways? Like, that's the thing about using AI to write your resume, is that in order to be that unicorn, in order to actually show that you are at all different, you have to be way more specific and intentional about how you're describing the things that are your skills. Because, and this goes back to like what we used to see all the time in like the 20 teens, where it was like verbal and written communication. It's like, that's not a skill, because everyone can write and everyone can talk. You have to be more specific. In what context, right? Is it that you can present to board members? Because that's a really specific communication skill. So we have to just become more specific about what it is we bring to the table that is what the employer needs and is unique and different from everybody else.
Yeah. So on that note, Diana, what are you seeing candidates do that actually works?
Switching from focusing 90% of their effort on sourcing and applying for jobs to 90% of their effort on networking. And I don't mean like the weird, creepy kind of slide into the DMs and say, please refer me to this job at your company, person I don't know or haven't talked to in 10 years. I mean, genuine freaking human connection. And kind of camping off on that. What people love to say, well, I have to apply for a lot of jobs because it's a numbers game. It's a numbers game. It's a numbers game.
There's truth to that, but I think people take that as like a broad scope strategy, and it is not.
I'm gonna throw. This is my salty take. You knew you were gonna get at least one. And
it's 8:30 in the morning, and I'm already getting salt from Diana. Lord help me.
Get a few of them today. My salty take is that it's a numbers game. The small number of high quality is what's accelerating searches right now, and the specificity that Mark talked about, and understanding those things, that is what is driving satisfaction when you actually land, understanding better, being able to speak effectively in an interview. You're spread too thin. It's like when you just focus all on applying, you end up with like too much bread, not enough peanut butter. And this is a more satisfying.
It makes all of us go.
I know, right?
Your job search should not be.
I've got clients right now who are, applying to dozens of jobs and having like a 2% rate of return on their interview. But then I have clients who are interviewing or who are applying to like 20 jobs and getting a 20% interview rate. So like there's a lot to be said for that.
I had one that applied to 4 jobs and got a 50% interview rate and landed like something she was so perfectly aligned to. And I mean, I think that like there's a little bit of luck in that for sure. I'm not going to tell people you should only apply for 4 jobs. That would be a little bit weird. But that's a person that made sure she deeply knew herself.
Yes.
Deeply. So she could recognize something that was a little outside the normal, like, well, we say, I want to be a senior program manager in fintech SaaS, blah, blah, blah. And like, she knew exactly what problem she wanted to solve and ended up ended up in a different industry than she originally expected to, but it's perfect.
The online, because Anne said earlier, and I agree, that it's like, don't not apply online to jobs, but also don't take that as a singular strategy. I've always thought that you have to have a multi-channel search where you do some of everything, and there can be a different proportion depending on your level, depending on your specialty. The big thing with online applications, though, is one, you will see a wildly different level of success depending on the market. If you are a nurse, you are going to get a 90% callback rate. If you're a software engineer, you're going to get a 10% callback rate. The biggest thing, though, is, and Diana's client that applied for 4 jobs did this. She was an Apple applying for an Apple. And I'm not even talking about the fact that she was just in the Apple bin. She was a Cosmic Crisp applying to a Cosmic Crisp, right? And so like the closer that you are to the thing you seek, the higher success rates you'll see online, which means if you're changing careers, leveling up, moving industries, you need to deprioritized online, because you're not going to be, you might be a green apple applying for a red apple, right?
There's a really important part of that, being a Cosmic Crisp, applying for the Cosmic Crisp job. And she knew how to talk to it, because where a lot of people stop They will create a resume, whether they hire someone to do it on AI, customize an AI, doesn't matter. But you have to speak Cosmic Crisp.
Yes.
If you just have Apple on your resume and you are a Cosmic Crisp and you apply for a Cosmic Crisp, the hiring manager doesn't know you're a Cosmic Crisp.
Yeah. Are you organic? Are you not organic? Are you red?
Right.
Are you green? Are you
Right.
overripe? Are you bruised? Do you have a
Are
shiny
you good
skin?
for the
it's not too
apple?
many
It's
questions.
like, are you good for the apple pie I need to make? Because
Exactly.
you do not need to put a red delicious in an apple
Getting
pie.
hungry.
Red may be red delicious is red, but it's definitely not delicious.
Well,
And
this is perfect too
They were the
because
worst apple ever, but now we are just completely off the rails.
now this is an
Smart.
Apple conversation. I saw Lily Fogel comment earlier, so I think she's here watching. But she teaches a lot that like, here's the thing: all of this is important, and your resume is important, and your LinkedIn is important. But if you cannot talk the talk when you get in that room, none of your efforts matter. So, like,
Yes.
your ability to communicate about yourself, your value, what you bring to the table, that's the thing that ends up getting you the job. The resume just is really like half or less of the battle.
Mhm.
And so like, that's why now when I work with folks, I will almost never just write somebody a resume. Say hello to my
Same.
dog. But
Hi,
I
Monty.
very consistently like want to make sure that I'm empowering people to show their value on paper and show their value when they speak about themselves.
Yes.
Because if you don't have both elements, you're still going to fail. You're going to have even high success rates in the resume, the department getting the interview, but then you're still going to fail when it comes to walking in the door.
I love that Teresa loves the Apple Talk. Thank you.
Apple
for
Talk. I'm
That's
totally clipping
fantastic.
out. You all are gonna get a clip tomorrow for Friend Friday. That's me going at the
I've
peanut
never
butter.
had a Cosmic Crisp. Now I want to go like.
Oh my gosh,
They're
Ben's
good.
favorite apple, and they're delicious. They're like a new thing, and they're amazing. Anyway,
Can I throw something real
Matt,
quick?
I was going to come to you.
Okay.
I was going to come to you anyway and ask you something, but go ahead and don't lose the thought you have.
Yeah, it was real quick on what was the discussion we just had. I mean, I'm hungry for apple pie, but that's a different thing. But
Now I'm just hungry.
just the volume of applications. Like I just talked to someone this week who's like applying to. When people are saying, "Hey, I'm having trouble," I ask them questions. Hey, how many jobs are you applying to? Are you tailoring resume? Are you clear on what you're going for? He was applying to like 15 jobs a day. And I think people,
All of us just went,
yeah. And I think it feels productive, right? To apply to 80 jobs in a week, but
busy
don't have a
work
problem.
masquerading as a job search.
yeah, I mean,
Yep.
if I told him as we were talking, he's like, he heard my like hesitation. He's like, "Oh, do I need to apply for more?" I was like, "Actually, I think you need to pull it back. And
Yep.
let's be more intentional, be more
Yes.
strategic with the volume. Like, I mean, you still need volume, but you have to be intentional." Anyway, that was my thought.
No, I'm so glad you brought that up because all activity, and this goes back to multi-channel approach with a appropriate proportion of activity in the channels based on what you want to do, because all activity is not equal. And, doom scrolling Indeed at 10 o'clock at night while you're watching The Pit does not count as job searching, people.
No.
That's why the average job seeker spends 11 hours a week looking for work. And it's because half of that time is actually unproductive and inefficient,
Yeah. If not more.
if not more. Okay, I have a thought that I want to make sure I share based on this conversation. And then Matt, I want to come to you and ask about employer AI stuff here in a second. When we were talking about how your branding gets you to the interview and you've got to get yourself through the finish line, as state of the market, a trend I've been seeing is candidates will have to interview for more roles than they likely ever have had to before. Yes, each of those processes is also probably going to include more steps and shifting goalposts because they will add more things because there's candidates they need to choose through. But you'll have to kiss a lot more frogs to find your prince than you ever have. And so the how many apples do you want to eat kind of thing. But that's a trend that I've been seeing and then just kind of set that expectation because once the candidates are through processes and in processes, that's where the list of unicorn requirements is being evaluated of like, okay, well, this one has this group, this one has this group. And it just takes a lot of repetition to a lot of reps to find your right fit. But what I have been seeing is the silver lining of that trend is that the job you end up getting is the best fit of all the ones you interviewed for. So it feels like fit matching is really important, and that I'm glad for. It sucks that it's a gauntlet to get there, but we're also in an ecosystem where we want job longevity, and fit gives us that. Because job hopping also, by the way, trend is likely a thing of the past if it takes 6.5 months to find a job. Now, Matt, I want to come to you and kind of shift gears slightly. And because you mentioned 100,000 people are doing AI upskilling, and a lot of that is either sponsored by or encouraged by an employer. So I'm curious, what is the kind of like the climate for AI from an employer perspectives? Are people looking to hire candidates with AI skills? Are they more concerned about how AI is being used in the environment? Some combination of that. Talk to us about what you see there.
Yeah, and I think Mark was alluding to this of take a certificate, learn AI skills, but how are you using it? That's what a lot of my conversations are with the employees, because employers, like you said, like employers are still figuring out what this AI adoption looks like. Some are spending too much money on it, or some are. People are figuring out how to do it and to train their staff, train people. I mean, we're all coaches. We all use AI a little bit, right? Like you wouldn't think of coaching and AI together, but it's touching everybody. Huh? Yeah. Well, I was just a lot of it, a medium a bit. So I think it's more about like, how are you using it with whatever current job you're doing to be more efficient, which then goes to the question. There was a study we did, and I'm sure we can all find these stats, but 92 million roles might be displaced, right, by AI by 2030. However, 170 million new roles might emerge. So there's this double-edged sword to it. So I think employers want their people to be fluent and using it.
Yeah. And here's the key is 92 million cosmic crisps will need to become 173 million oranges.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Can you shape shift is kind of the theme. And on forward-looking trends, Scott, I'm going to come to you, so maybe you can use a couple of the data points you pulled out. I look forward to that article. Make sure you tag all of us on it.
I will.
We're moving into the second half of the year, which is one of the reasons we want to do this. What trends or forecast projections are you kind of tuned into, excited about, or watching?
Yeah. So first, and probably most importantly, I need to point out that I am team Granny Smith, and I'll die on that hill.
It is the only choice for an apple pie.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk numbers. And again, I'll share everything on my LinkedIn so you can see where this is coming from. Most recently, Matt talked about the need to upskill in AI, and I agree with it. I think it's important to learn how to use AI. That said, Pew Research Center a month and a half ago released that 65% of American workers are still using AI little or not at all in their jobs.
Yep.
That indicates to me that the employers want people who are upskilled in AI, but they don't actually know what they want them to be able to do with AI yet. Until that shakes out, all we're doing is really making educated guesses. So I think that you should definitely try to embrace AI and figure out how it fits into what you do now and what you want to do going forward. But until those paths are set in stone, don't necessarily overcommit to one methodology. Stay flexible as we all learn new skills. As far as the job market is concerned, more generally, really interesting. Robert Half last week released their report, their biannual survey of currently employed Americans, and almost half of them stated that they're intending to look for a new job in the second half of 2026.
I saw that too.
So if you expect that this job market is going to become less competitive, you're already behind the bell curve. It's about to get that much busier. And building on what Diana said earlier in our conversation today about how you need to connect your value not only to what you do in your role, but across the organization, you can no longer, whether it's in an interview or on your resume or wherever, communicate your value siloed to your department, but you at least need to have that understanding of how it impacts the broader business and underlines profitability. Now, in the near term, I think there'll be headwinds for employees the job market, more people are looking. But I also read a great article literally yesterday from HR Executive where of the surveyed employers, almost half of them that conducted AI-related layoffs have now come out as regretting eliminating those workers. So I think that we're going to see a lot of challenges over the next 6 months because the job market's going to get flush. I think that we're going to start seeing a little bit more of a panning out as to what AI can and can't do going into 27. And we're also going to begin to see the beginning of what will probably be referred to as like the great rehiring. And it has nothing necessarily to do with AI or any of it, but the tens of millions of baby boomers who are going to be retiring over the next 10 years. And we're going to need people to fill those roles. Now, that doesn't solve anyone's near-term unemployment or desire for a near job. But the job market is not doomed. We are not going to enter a world where, robots do everything. It's Star Trek and, we get to fly around in space. That's not a reality.
We're not going to live in the Jetsons time.
Yeah. So, we just need to be prepared and listen to what people are saying and adapt as it comes. But yeah, so in the near term, it's going to stay challenging, but in the long run for everyone, it'll be okay.
You said something in January that I'm pretty sure it was you that I want to recall. You said that the market is competitive but it's not closed. And that is, I believe that in a nutshell, what all of that data supports. And I also agree with you that if we look at the next, I'm going to say 2 to 3 years, we're going to have this adjustment, right? Because we're in the AI gold rush. Companies are just hey, we can throw it everywhere without really thinking through that decision. Some have found out and that's backfired. Some have yet not. And I think in the next 18 to 24 months, we'll kind of understand what the 92 Cosmic Crisps become in 173 oranges, right? At the same time, we've got baby boomers retiring, which will likely happen in a bigger, faster, sooner wave than before because of AI and the kind of resistance to adopt. So there's just all of these things that we are in a really fascinating, frustrating time to be alive right now. And I think it's all going to unfold in the next, 2 to 3 years. Doesn't mean you have to hug your job that you hate for 2 to 3 years. That's the important thing. I think all of us are here to make sure that you're equipped not to do. And so I want to do a round robin question as we kind of start to wind things down. Hang on, I moved to the wrong page. If everyone listening today took away one thing from this conversation, what would it be? What's the one most important piece of advice you have to help people navigate this market? And I'm going to start with you.
Pass. Let me think about it for a second.
Okay, Scott, I'm coming to you.
Yeah, absolutely. It goes back to the idea of networking. It's who you know and who they know that's going to help you get the job the quickest right now. Yes. I truly believe that leveraging your professional and personal network towards opportunity. And it's already been stated, you can apply for jobs online. There's a lot of really cool roles that come up online. But go online then, follow up on LinkedIn. If you apply for, a job, with an organization, follow the organization, search in the search bar, your first connection, see if you know anyone or you have second connections that work there. Find who you know that knows that person that works there and ask for an introduction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You have to take that first leap of faith.
Your Rolodex is worth more than it's ever been. There has never been a more truer time than your network is your network has worth blah, 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 blah. Angie, get it together. You got 8 more hours of this. Your network is your network. Seriously, I can't say it. Anyway, that phrase has never been truer than today. Mark, please save me from myself.
Got you.
What is yours? What is your one thing?
Your net worth. I would say a lot of this comes down to clarity as well, right? You can't target specific companies, specific job titles if you don't know what you want. So a lot of the work that I do with my clients starts with what are your hell yes and hell no list? What do you want absolutely require in your next job? What will you not tolerate in your next job? So that you can start to narrow down what it is the future looks like, because then you can customize. Then you can figure out what direction am I going? How do I position myself for it? But if you don't have that clarity piece first and you're just throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks, you're going to take forever. Clarity leads to faster job searches.
On my gravestone will be written, lack of clarity in a job search is more detrimental than a bad resume. Diana, what is your one thing?
Well, Mark stole it, but so I'll go with my second thing. Most of the people, so I think you need to claim your agency in this entire process, because most everything that people say is centered around this idea that they're part of a broken system that's out to get them. And I don't even care if that's true. It's not useful.
Right.
So
Even if it is true, it doesn't serve us.
it doesn't serve anything other than to occasionally go, okay, it was a rough week. Like, this is not how I would have designed this system. But when you claim agency and responsibility for your search, it naturally leads to better intentionality, better strategy, because you feel like it's possible. So much of the I'm kind of outsourcing agency or not using my personal agency in this is rooted in a lack of hope. But I think the lack of hope is because you're not claiming your agency.
You have more control over your career than you think you do, and certainly than you take. You can either choose to leverage it or be a victim. I'm sorry, we're just gonna call you out on that. So,
Yeah.
Matt.
Yeah, I think because maybe I work in education benefit company, I'm going to say a couple things like continuing to learn, continuing to adapt. Don't wait, as Scott said, for the market to get easier before you start.
Oh, God.
And yeah, Diana alluded to that. I'm combining everybody. Persistence.
No.
Listen to everyone here is
grit.
Or man.
Yeah. Persistence, grit, and grace for yourself. I think relates to that agency piece. So
That's a great.
those are my thoughts.
Yeah. And all those three things, in my opinion, when paired with realistic expectations, will set you up for success. Because one thing we haven't talked about today, and that's ironic, although we're only an hour in, we have lots of time. I don't think we talk enough about the emotional mental toll of job searching. And that's where resilience and grit and expectations come in, so that you're ready for the marathon versus the sprint that you want. That we all want this. We all want this to be a sprint. It just is not going to be. And sometimes it ends up being an ultra marathon. But if you got your mindset right, you're good. So, Anne, with all of the time to think, but all of the stolen thoughts, what is your one takeaway for everyone out there?
So I just want everybody to know, I made a list of talking points for this and I had to pick one. And I actually picked one that wasn't on it. I think you have a lot more to offer than you think you do. 85% of your career success is your soft skills, or I know Angie likes to call them human skills, right? So things like problem solving, communication, negotiation, grit, like those are all soft skills. So, and I agree with what Mark said, like your resume is not going to get you the job. I will just say the act of writing a resume or the act of writing a LinkedIn profile can help you understand how you want to explain things in interviews. It can also help you gain confidence in yourself. So if I had to say one thing for people to walk away with, is that you have so much to offer. And I think we're our own worst enemies, because we remember our mistakes more than we remember the things that we did well and the problems we solved. And taking time either with a friend or with a coach to like talk through those things, right, can be really, really helpful and help you feel more confident going into a job search, because you know that you have things to offer, right? And like a job interview is a conversation, because you're also trying to figure out, do I want to work here? Are these the people I want to work for? Is this the company I like, right? So maybe that helps take the pressure off a little bit too.
It doesn't feel like it, but there is still a dual and a two-sided decision to be made. And I'll admit, it probably isn't necessarily 50-50, because they're the one that has to ask you to continue to dance, but it's like 60-40. But I think we get into that was a good that was the right order of things to happen, by the way. And thanks for where you left us off, because I think the expectations piece is a very healthy way to run a marathon. However, the clarity to know what you're looking for and how to identify when it exists and when it does not exist is also important, because when we go into job search mode, we effectively go into acquisition and competition and I want to win mode. However, it's very easy to forget that you need to decide whether or not you even want the trophy being offered.
Yes.
And that's where I think that we can put blinders on, especially when we're in a really competitive hiring landscape and you finally get an offer and you're like, yay, I got it. I have to take it. But that's where Diana's agency came in. So how's that for putting all of the little pieces together in a fantastic state of the market? What a way to kick things off. And we're going to do one more fun thing before we go. So for all of you out there watching on LinkedIn Live, if you did not register with an email address on our website, you may want to, because you're about to find out what you're eligible for. So, and since you left us off, you get to choose the winner of your giveaway, which is your 45-minute LinkedIn SOS session. And I want you to choose a number between 2 and 246.
5. That's my favorite number.
All right, Amy Faust, I don't know if you are watching live or not, but we will email you to make sure that you are notified of winning your free strategy with Anne. Yay! All right, and then so this is the fun stuff. You only get on this list if you have given us your email address. So I'll go and refresh it after the next session. And so register on that website if you want to be eligible to win stuff, because we're going to do this all throughout the day. And we've got one more before we switch gears here for the second panel. Diana is giving you her. No, that's wrong. That's the next one. Sorry. Matt is also giving a 45-minute coaching session. So like, you guys, these people come on here for an hour and give me their time, and then they give you more time. That's why these are like some of my greatest friends, and they're all amazing people, and we're grateful for the humans in our lives. So Matt, you also get to choose a number between 2 and 246. I recommend you don't choose 5. Who is the lucky winner of your 45-minute session? Oh, wait, you're muted. Go ahead.
Let's go higher. 217.
All right. A last minute addition last night is Sherry Elkins at Missouri State. Fun. So she's Matt's. Awesome. So we'll reach out to all of you guys, whether you're watching live or whether you are watching recordings, to be sure that you have access to the coaches for your free sessions. Thank all of you. Ann Ryan, Scott Gardner, Mark Misiato, Diana Alt, Matt Thomas. Thank you for helping me kick off the day, giving everybody a little look into the market. We are going to turn around tech here and get started on our AI panel in about 3 minutes. So hang on with us, grab a quick drink, grab a quick morning bio break, and we'll see you back here in about 3 minutes. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
I got to figure out what I'm doing over here. There, that's what I want next. All right, so Scott, I'm going to boot you.
Yeah,
I'll see you later this afternoon.
Bye.
Everybody's listening
Bye.
to us, by the way. Now you can hear the chitter chatter that happens behind the scenes. Mark, I'm going to keep you and Diana here.
Bye, folks. Have fun.
All right, we are back and keeping this situation on time. Look at that, 9 a.m. on the dot here in the lovely Colorado Rockies. And I have queued up the best of the best to get nerdy and talk about AI in your job search. It is the hot topic everywhere and anywhere, whether it's at life, in work, or a million other places. And so we're going to probably debunk some myths, give you some best practices and thoughts on the how to and the what not to, and take a little deeper look into this. So let me give you the rundown of your experts today. Miss Denise Bittler is here. She is the prompt queen. She is also an award-winning executive resume writer and career strategist with a boatload of HR experience, and I won't age her by giving you the number of years. She's also nationally recognized with her work on the ethical use of AI, which is one reason I wanted her voice here, especially in career services. And it's one of the areas that she focuses on, as she helps senior leaders leverage AI ethically without also sacrificing authenticity and quality. An important thing to think about as we bring this into not only our job searches, but our career. We've got Christina Dabraki-Bey. I'm just going to call you KDB from here on out. Okay, cool. Who comes from a recruiting background in hiring and workforce solutions, which I think is an important voice to have as we think about AI and hiring. And for the last 10 plus years, she's been helping professionals navigate that hiring landscape using practical job search strategies. Yay for practicality, good digital branding, and real world recruiting insight that comes from her background owning a desk. We've got Miss Diana Alt, that if you were here for the first session this morning, you have met. She coaches emerging leaders and experienced professionals as they navigate very pivotal career decisions and create work that aligns with their value, because she is also the host of the Work Should Feel Good podcast. And we all think work should feel good. So we all love when we have a chance to rethink what career success looks like. And that's one thing Diana helps do. And Mr. Mark Misiano, who helps senior professionals translate their career history into compelling narratives that actually showcase their unique value to stand out in this AI-driven marketplace. So what do we think? Shall we get nerdy and talk about AI, our favorite topic? I'm going to ask each of you one question, and hopefully there will be time left at the end. So, Denise, I'm coming to you first to kick us off. Oh, wait, let me get rid of this thing. Hang on. I don't want that. That's what I want. That's better. Denise, I'm coming to you first because I like the new color. I haven't seen that one yet. You have, I would say, like, if there's early adoption of AI, Denise is a caveman. Because I'm pretty sure that she dove head first, all in the minute this stuff became available on multiple platforms. And because of that, you've actually spent a lot of time talking and teaching about the ethical use of AI. So when you look at job searching today, where do you think people are getting AI right? And more importantly, where do you think they're getting it wrong? Loaded question to top us off. Oh, wait, I got to unmute you. There, you're good.
Okay. So I think part of it is there's this misconception that recruiters, hiring managers, if they know you used AI, you're done. And that's not true. There are appropriate uses of AI in the job search, but you need to make sure that you are using it as a tool. It's not a replacement for your voice. It's not a replacement for your expertise. It can help you do research. It can help you come up with ideas. I'm famous for, I'll be writing something and I get stuck on a word. I can't get past it because I'm stuck on something. And I'll use AI and I'll put it and I'll be like, okay, give me 5 options or whatever. So the misconception that you can't use AI is hurting a lot of people. But then you have the people that take it the other direction and let AI write for them. AI doesn't know you. It doesn't know your voice. It doesn't know your expertise. It doesn't know your specific accomplishments. And it doesn't know what to ask you to get that because it doesn't know you. So using AI to help maybe dig out. I do some volunteer work with Hire Heroes. With transitioning service personnel. And so many times they'll say to me, yeah, but I'm going for this type of role, but I don't have anything quantifiable. I didn't do anything. And you go, really? Let's go into chat and let's have chat pull up 5 job postings for that job title. and come up with a list of questions to see if maybe you've had experience with certain things. And all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, well, I do that. I didn't think that was special. I thought that was just part of my job. Well, guess what? Now we have context. Now we have quantifiables. Now we have the impact that you've done. So just ideas like that of using it to jumpstart the thought process, your kind of engagement, all of that is phenomenal. Just don't let it be you. Don't let it pretend to be you, and check, because it wants to please you, so it will make crap up.
Yeah, at some point you need to enter a human into the sycophantic loop.
Yeah.
Which is where we all come in. Shameless plug for all.
Mhm.
And I think that even a well-trained generative AI is still not entirely your voice. And that's where the copy paste trap falls into place, whether it's a resume, whether it's an entrepreneur's posting content and a million of email responses, comments on LinkedIn, right? We've all been there. We've seen it kind of everywhere. And my like tip on that is read things out loud, because that will help you see if it sounds human and also sounds like you. And so I'm going to summarize what you just said, Denise, because I think it's a great way to kick off this discussion, is that AI is not a replacement and it's not the be all end all. We still drive the train. Chris, KDB, I'm coming to you next, because now what I want to understand is if that's what candidates might be doing, thinking in the trap they fall into, what are we seeing from like the recruiting and the hiring side as far as what AI is changing? And I'm asking you this question because you've lived recruiting through multiple tech transformations. And so I'm curious what's maybe the same and what's different about AI, what AI is doing in this ecosystem.
So I think there's an assumption that AI is doing everything in this ecosystem and that there are no humans that are still sitting at a recruiting desk and looking at resumes. There's misconceptions about knockout questions, things that happen that are automation flows of communication, and everyone who's panicking is saying, oh my God, it's AI. There's no people. It's just the AI. And it's snowballing to, I think, really making people feel like they have no agency in the hiring process. Sure, you have an applicant tracking system that may have some sort of AI bolted on. But ultimately, there's not one recruiter out there who will not tell you, as much AI is in the process, they are still picking the candidates by hand and talking to them that they are putting forward to the hiring managers. And when we even take the humans out of the conversation of what AI is doing in recruiting, we're doing a disservice, I think, to everybody who's sitting here trying to do the best we can and figure out how to utilize these tools in the best ways possible.
Yeah. I actually, and this is maybe an observation or a hunch, I actually wonder / think that AI may be triggering more human intervention in the recruitment process and more human eyeballs looking at resumes than maybe was happening with kind of just the ATS. But I also think that's true in many other places in society, right? We're seeing a gravitation towards, it's one of the reasons I wear this shirt, we're seeing a gravitation towards things that are kind of clearly human, which is, again, is why we go back to don't let AI just be your broad scope voice. Because that will disrupt the trust that we want to have in a hiring process, in a sales process, kind of whatever have you. And Chris, I'm really glad that you said the agency word, because that's where Diana kind of left us off in our previous session about the state of the market, is that we do have more agency and control, even if it doesn't feel like it. The worst thing you can do is pretend like you don't have it or assume you don't. And so Diana, my question for you is, we chatted a little in the first session about that kind of career planning and, career, longer term, career development. Where do you see AI fitting into somebody's career strategy versus like kind of relying on your own judgment?
I think that one of the things that AI can be very good at is surfacing like unknown unknowns, if that makes sense. So if you think, I've done this with a number of people, because I mostly work with people that are in the tech sector, but tech is big. And there's a lot of people that have transitioned in and out. And there's a lot of people that are doing a thing and get sick of a thing. Or we also have this half the job titles that exist now didn't exist 5 years ago. So the exercise of like, how do I either plan something better for myself in the future that I don't know, or how do I tell a story of why the fact that I was an English teacher until 6 years ago, and then I became, a customer success manager, and what else can I do? I'm new in the industry. I didn't even know what to do. When you throw your background and you throw some of these questions of, I want to future-proof my career, or I want to know what 10 possibilities are with some of the skills and industry experience I've gathered into ChatGPT, you get more than if you just ask your friend that works in HR, which is what a lot of people like to do. So I've had some weird people. I had a client that she worked in a couple of industries that are kind of controversial, like to the point she's like, I feel weird with these on my resume. One of them's Burning Man, to give a little perspective. And so looking at who might appreciate this expertise that other companies might think is weird, or they don't want someone on their staff that was involved in the, another thing that comes up sometimes is cannabis industry, going and using AI to brainstorm where might this be appreciated, or what are some dot connecting that I can do between now and the future, including planning education for yourself. So that was a long answer, but
it's a good thought partner, and can oftentimes connect dots that you may not necessarily see, because dots are data.
Yes.
And that's what I think Diana just said. And it can also help with blank page syndrome, right? Where if you just need a place to start. And those are all good things to help like brainstorm. But again, at some point, you might want the validation of the human, because it might tell you that even though you're in cannabis, you can go have a security clearance job, and it's wrong. And a human can come in and tell you, hey, no, you have to wait 5 years. So all good foundational things to do. So Mark, I want to know what your philosophy is on this whole like AI and personal branding and documentation. So in other words, like let's just go the loaded route right now, right? So how do we incorporate the use of AI if we choose to use it for a resume or a LinkedIn profile, so it doesn't fall into that sea of sameness you mentioned earlier today?
Yeah. I like this might be controversial, actually. I don't know. I like giving AI lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of information and examples and all sorts of things. So if you have a LinkedIn profile that you feel is really authentic and you want to update your LinkedIn profile, give it the LinkedIn profile that you want to mimic, right? Like if you're trying to get a certain tone, a certain voice, tell it who to imitate. There was one time where I was testing out writing LinkedIn posts with AI. Side note, none of my AI written posts ever get as much engagement as when I just sit there and type. But the ones that did well that were AI written, I told it to imitate the voices of Jerry Seinfeld and Ryan Reynolds, right? Like, because that is a unique voice that I wanted to emulate, right? So figure out like who you want to sound like, and then have it do that for you. So there's options there. Here's my thing. I want to be able to use AI. We say connect the dots, but like connect concepts of what I have to offer to what employers want. And so when you give it, here's a job description, here's my existing resume, it's not rewrite my resume for this job description. It's you going, okay, what are the most important aspects of this job? What do I need to demonstrate on my resume as concepts that are going to get me in the door? Now I have a list of 5 to 10 concepts. Well, there's bullet points in there, right? And you go, oh, okay, well, I have done these top 5 things. I'm going to have 5 bullet points. And then you can say, I want 1 bullet point about each of these specific topics that I have chosen as the human. Include any quantifiable information you can find in my original documentation, blah, blah, blah. Or you can say, ask me questions that will allow for you to write bullet points that are strong. And I always like basically every prompt that I always write just ends with don't fabricate anything. So I like it. I
likes to make up shit.
It really does. I had it one time tell me that one of my clients spoke Kurdish. Not true.
What?
No idea.
It likes to make up It likes to make up metrics because we beat the metrics dead horse for 10 years. So now AI is trained to also beat the metrics dead horse.
Yep.
And so I kind of primed the pumps, Mark, by making you kind of sort of ask the loaded question. Now I'm going to make everybody else do the same thing. So Denise, the loaded question I don't know how I want to phrase it. Should you use AI to write your resume? Can AI write your resume? I don't know which way to phrase that, so I'll let you take it in the direction that you respond. But basically, what are your thoughts on using AI to write a resume?
So yes, it can. Is it going to be any good? Probably not, depending upon what you put in. Bottom line, crap in, crap out. If you just say, here's a job posting, here's my current resume, write me a resume for this. It is going to take what you had and probably make stuff up because it's pulling stuff from the job posting. And even if it's not making stuff up, it's just spouting out what you already have in there. It's not asking you things. So like, I love Mark's thing of give me ideas. I will tell clients, put 5 job postings in, do a prompt, put 5 job postings in, same job title, and say, okay, come up with the top 15 requirements, skills that it's consistent across all the job postings. Okay, now look at my resume, identify where I might have a deficiency or where I have not gone into enough depth, and then create questions to ask me either if I've had that experience or how can I better provide context for what's already in there or whatever. So AI is not writing it for you, but it is guiding you on identifying those things that are going to be important based on the job postings. So once you have that, then you can, you've got a list of, oh, okay, I actually do have these 15 things or 12 things or whatever it is. And then you can say, you could always ask Chat to say, or Claude or Gemini or whoever, how can I best get this across?
Yeah.
I always say when you ask Chat to write something for you, always ask for 3 to 5 responses.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if you just pick one and then you move on, that is in its brain. So everything else it's giving you after that is based on that one thing because it assumes that is what you accepted. So if you ask it to give you multiple, I'm forever like, oh, I like this from that one. I like this from this and this. So I'm writing the ending, but I'm pulling from different things that it may have shared. And make sure when you do that, then you go back into Chat or Gemini or whatever and say, this is what I decided on. Because again, that way it knows when it's building further things down, that is the basis that it's building off of.
Yeah, the crap in, crap out is an important thing to think about in resume writing. And this goes all the way back to something Mark said in the first session too, which is clarity. So one, if you don't have the clarity of what you're looking for, you're not going to be able to help your AI ask you the right questions or give them the right information. And it only puts out as it's equal to the driver, right? The quality of the output's equal to the driver. Now, the reality is, and then Diana, you're next. My thought on this is AI can help you write a better resume than you can write on your own if you're not a professional resume writer. That is right. The truth, right? The output will be better than it would have been 5 years ago if you just try to do it on your own. But there are also traps that creates that we have to make sure you avoid. And sometimes, many times, a shameless plug for everyone in this room, you need a human to ask you the right questions so that the input is the strongest, because you're still bias of your own experience. And a lot of times we downplay it and we aren't as willing to use the strongest language as we can, and the unbiased perspective helps. So, right. So it's a combination of AI and human is the ultimate way to do this. But if that isn't an option for you, it can enable a better output if you're careful of some of the traps Denise has mentioned. All right, Diana, what's your thought on the AI resume writing cluster?
I love that you asked this because I had a client send me, hey, I had AI rewrite in a new format and we had worked on one together and it was objectively worse. Now, this is a person that's been reluctant with AI. Like, I love that this client went for it to try, but I'm so glad he sent it and asked me, because 3 of the most differentiated things that had context around results, most of which weren't actually numbers, but it was powerful context, were completely eliminated by AI from the resume. Completely. And all the rest of the language that we'd worked on was sanitized so much that there was, I'm like, it was the equivalent of Builder Beige walls, like when you buy a low-end house. I mean, that's what the person ended up with. So a key
Somehow
thing,
it's always longer too, by the way.
it was actually the same length,
Oh, nice.
which I thought was impressive. But that was a little bit of a surprise to me because this is a pretty technical person too. But this all kind of circles, you need to know what good looks like. Like you can't do anything well. You can't create and leverage things with AI if you don't know what good looks like. And one of the things I've done for a while and try to update every so often is I have a library of resumes that have many different styles. Most of them were written by me, but I haven't actually always offered resumes in my coaching practice. I often kind of guide people on how to do it themselves because I think there's so much value in that. But I will say, go pick the 3 project manager resumes out of the library and know this is what good looks like. And I don't just mean to feed to ChatGPT. I mean, you look at it and understand we're showing specificity, we're showing impact, we're showing industry related language. And then that helps you whenever you use AI to create anything, because you'll be like, well, it doesn't look a darn thing like these successful resumes where people landed jobs they're happy in within the last 12 months. So.
Did I get no? I'm like, wait, no. This is such a hot thing. We talked so long about it that I'm like, wait, did we all talk about it? No. KDB's got to kind of put a stamp on this, and so I'm really curious to hear this from you, especially from like a little bit of what recruiters think about this, but also your perspective too. So round us out.
So my perspective is if job seekers want to use AI for their job search, they have to be willing to give a lot of information to get their voice, to train it, to do all the things. And I think that the average person getting into using these tools doesn't really understand how much you have to give, be it your own writing samples, where you're going, your clarity points, like just talking to it about anything and everything that you want out of the next job, because it only knows what you tell it. And if you start with a job description and resume, you haven't told it anything. And I think that's really kind of, and this isn't a technical training session, but there are things you can do to make it better. But then there's the ethics thing that I know people have a lot of trouble with. How much of myself do I want to put into this thing where I don't have control of the data and da-da-da? But if getting a job is perhaps more important than that in some cases, that could be debated. So if you're going to use it, you got to use it. Now, going on the recruiter side of it, I've seen different things. I've heard things where there's a hot job open and they're literally getting the exact same resume from multiple people who don't know each other from different parts around the country, because all people are doing is saying, write me a resume for this job description. And that's the prompt they're giving. And so that goes back to, you got to feed it your specifics and really understand what makes you different in the role. If everybody has the same skills, what's your key differentiator? And that's what recruiters want to see, because the skills are just the human. The skills are just the baseline. That's just the baseline. And we're so much more than the baseline. And that's what you have to communicate.
Yeah. I want to, there's a question in chat that's kind of along the lines of where we're going, but I want to add one thing that falls into the slightly technical training, but I think it's an important component to doing what we all just said. And that is that we need to ditch the word prompt. That was that was just about as poor marketing as calling human skills soft skills back in the day, because you don't really prompt AI, you have a conversation with it. And if you brain dump at it and give it tons of context, you will get better output. But the prompt of here's a job description, here's my old resume, write me a new one, is not getting you anything different than you already have, because you, like Chris said, you haven't given it anything. It operates best with, like, I will just turn on voice text and stream of conscious at it. And for those of you that know me, I can talk a rat to death, which means OpenAI knows a whole lot of crap out of this brain, right? But you will get better stuff if you do. And when it comes to the resume, that's how it'll kind of find things. But again, sometimes it'll omit something that we know as a human is very, very marketable. So don't think of it less as prompting and more as a conversation if you want to have a better experience with AI. And now we're moving on from resumes. So Rick asked some questions about using it in more of an application process. And so what I want to do is I want to talk about how to use it. We're just going to throw this out and all of us are just talk. So I want to talk about where AI comes into networking, where it comes into using it for cover letters. What about like an application process? So all of the non-resume stuff, where do you think we shouldn't, and how do we use AI? This is a giant stacked question, which is not something coaches can do, but you can all handle it. So I'm throwing you a giant ball of wax and allowing you to just pull the ripcord. Diana, you want to kick us off?
Okay. The top thing to not do. I will die on this hill twice. Stop using auto apply AI services. Do not use them. And there are several reasons. One is I don't believe in like spending hours customizing resumes and customizing everything for every application, but you get nothing. And one of the things that companies are doing is putting friction on the front end of hiring processes deliberately, like written questions, for example, that they want, 1 or 2 written questions, and those tools cannot answer them for you. So you get kicked out or never go in the wasteland because you didn't provide a required question response or it pulled something random. So don't use them. The other reason is that candidate fraud is the top problem that hiring teams will say that they have right now. Literal fictitious people, avatars showing up for interviews, like all this kind of stuff. And so one of the things that companies have done from a cybersecurity standpoint is started identifying and blocking IP addresses from known bad actors. And they consider like Sprout Apply or whatever that tool is as potentially a bad actor. So you could get blocked at the IP level where your application never even gets into the system, and it's not the company. It's because they're cybersecurity. It's not the ATS that you're applying to. It is the company's cybersecurity deciding that your service is a cybersecurity risk. And that can make you blocked for a very long time. So don't do it. Just don't do it.
I'm going to add, I will die on that hill next to you also twice. I look forward to seeing you in the afterlife. The other thing is, those are all very good reasons too, but there's I would say like one very fundamental thing, and that is that those types of systems are the reason candidates bitch about the number of candidates in pools. You are part of the problem if you use those things, full stop and period. So yes, if you feel shamed, I'm kind of glad you do, because it isn't doing anything for the broken system except for exacerbating the problem.
Yes.
And now I'm just going to get mad. But so I'm sorry to guilt you, but also you are going to end up getting calls for jobs you know nothing about, don't know if you're qualified for. And so your success rate on that is not going to be worth the problem that you're exacerbating, right?
You'll immediately kick yourself out because
go be a freaking human.
Well, when you do strike gold and someone calls you, you're like, what do you mean? Acme Corporation, project coordinator? Yeah. What are you talking about? Who the hell are you?
Exactly. So many reasons. Fundamentally, it is a not human way to approach the job search. All right, Denise, would you like to join us on the hill and roll out a new soapbox in this where to and where not to use AI in all other aspects of the job search? I almost forgot what we were talking about because now I'm just fired up, but go.
So don't let LinkedIn's AI write your about section and your headline, please.
No.
Oh my God.
Or your response messages to people.
Horrible.
Just don't use it.
Absolutely horrible. So LinkedIn is this whole big, they're cracking down on AI written stuff and blah, blah, blah. And then they're giving you more tools for AI written crap. So, I've seen these where people will hit the button by accident and all of a sudden their headline changes, and it is horrible.
Trash.
It's absolutely horrible. There's nothing
Trash.
specific to them. It literally could be for anybody. It doesn't get into, like, I like to think your resume is your what, your LinkedIn is your what and your who. People are looking at your LinkedIn because they want to learn not only what you've done, but who you are as a person. What's your leadership philosophy? You know, what's your origin story? What's your passion story? Whatever. LinkedIn, the automated, the AI pieces don't do that. Same thing with Indeed. You know, they're just not good. They're not you. They're not your voice. So don't waste your time with it. Two other things real quick, and I'm kind of going off on a little tangent here. A question came in. We were talking about the prompts. Again, don't prompt talk. Everybody's getting a guide that I've written. It's got like 29 career-related prompts. And I will tell you this, they're starting points, okay? You can open it, use it, tweak it for you. The other thing is, people think, I have to get that perfect prompt. No, you're writing a conversation. I will tell you, I no less than 5-6 iterations anytime I'm doing anything, even if I have a starting prompt that I'm going
I don't
on,
fix
because
the
I'll be
typos.
like, oh,
I don't do any of it. You just add it.
yeah, it's literally like, oh, okay, well, I didn't think about that. Let me clarify this, or let me do this. Think of it as a conversation, or if you're like me, put a sailor to shame with the language. I put a thing in there. I just did a training class yesterday, and I was showing a demo of chat in my project, and I had to apologize because there was some profanity in the beginning when I called chat a certain thing and a few other choice words. And so chat and I have this love-hate relationship, and I do use profanity, but it's the conversation. It is the back and forth. But remember, chat especially wants to please you. So you need to be very specific of, don't tell me what you think I want to hear. Tell me what you actually believe. Tell me what you actually think. And I know I kind of went off on another tangent here, but really think about that. And then one other thing is, somebody asked about how you customize resumes and cover letters and things like that. There are prompts in the guide that you're all getting that take you through and actually help you figure out how to do that, do it effectively, while still maintaining your voice. So, sorry, I kind of went a few tangents there, but
and there's a common theme here, right? Of everything that we've said in all of the soapboxes. Do not use AI as a replacement. Use it as an augmentation and enablement tool. That's the common thread here. Whether it's sometimes you just got to roll up your sleeves and do the thing, right? Even though we as humans have gotten real lazy about doing the things. There was something else that you said, Denise, that I was gonna sound off on, but I'll just actually shut up for 5 seconds. Chris, what are your thoughts?
Sorry, Angie, I just dropped something in chat that has become kind of the mantra that I'm trying to teach people when it comes to using AI. It's think, provide, analyze, draft, humanize, verify. And if you follow this process when you're doing anything with AI, you have a better chance of it being accurate, being in your voice, being something that you can be proud of, stand behind, whatever. So just kind of use this as your game plan. Then you have
and the end part there is important. Something that you can be proud of and stand behind, because the last thing you want is for some sort of conflation to get you into hot water in an interview or in another situation. I know what I was going to say. I love, Mark and I were laughing about this a week or two ago. I love fighting with AI. And I get really mad at it, and I keep telling it's wrong. And then I said this to Mark. I'm like, "Do you ever fight with your AI?" And he was like, "Yes, I love fighting with something that isn't like a sentient being of all information on the internet, and I swear I'm going to make it right." Right. I also called mine an asshat the other day, and it said, "Well, all name calling aside," and I thought that was hilarious. Right. It basically kind of like put me in check. Anyway, you can have fun with it as much as you want. Chris, I'm going to actually steer this a little specific and get some new stuff. AI and networking, how to?
It's funny that you bring that one up for me, because if I was answering the other question, it would have been the two places that you don't want to use AI as much, if at all: networking and cover letters. If
Oh,
you
tell
are
us why.
if
Disagree.
you are having a conversation with a real human, those are two places where you as a person, what you think, your tone, everything needs to come through. It's where you can pitch from the heart if you need to. If you want to have emotion in something, AI is not real great at emotion. AI is not real great at saying, you know, these are my values and this is why I want to work for your company. It's never going to write that cover letter. And sometimes you need to have a value play, or sometimes you're reaching back in networking to people that you have a relationship with and you're trying to get them to remember things. So I find that those are two places where beyond research, sitting down and doing any sort of writing for those tends to be more, you just have to show up and do it and put yourself out there. There's still pieces of this where that works best. Now, you know, there's networking scripts, there's ideas. You can, again, use AI as an ideation partner to help you find other people in networking and things like that. But the actual back and forth, intro emails, cover letters, I get the ick when I see the AI stuff there.
I think that this actually gets to a really important assumption that people make all the time about AI, though. Because Chris, I was prepared to like fully disagree with you. Like when you first opened your mouth about networking, I was like, hard disagree. But as you kept talking, I agree with you, because I think AI can be beautifully used, including doing things like exporting your list of LinkedIn contacts and
mining
like,
it.
saying, this is what I want to do, and help me, you know, brainstorm who are the top 10 people I should reach out to. Like, from the research perspective that you mentioned, it's actually incredibly valuable. It's incredibly valuable for brainstorming with your contacts or more generally. But yeah, writing, people are assuming that writing is the activity that we use AI for. And this actually, when people have that assumption, it is the top showcase that you have poor AI fluency as a professional that I can think of.
Yeah, no, I would agree with
See
that.
what I mean? Yeah.
And I mean, it's even for those of us with our small businesses who are looking at AI and looking at automation, we're looking at all the things that take all the busy time, the busy work, the operations to get that off of our desks. But all of us are still, we're writing, we're editing, we're using these things for research, all of it. Use it to support these searches to get the stuff that takes so much time out. So you have the time to be a critical thinker and work on your clarity and read your job descriptions and do the research so that you, Mark, I've heard you say this from Robin millions of times, aren't awash in a sea of sameness. And it's so powerful, but we've definitely gone beyond use it to fake being a human.
So again, we're using it to enable behind the scenes data parsing, data consolidation or matching, but not the actual connecting part, which, Mark, I'm coming to you and I'm going to take us even one step further. I want to talk about AI and interviewing for a little bit. So I'm going to have you kind of speak a little bit to how can AI help us in interview prep, but also where should we not be relying on it?
Yeah. I love AI for interview prep. I think there are some really like solid preparatory tools, but what I don't use it for is for like practice specific answers to specific questions. You don't know what you're going to get asked. And if you prepare for this question, but it comes at you from over here, your brain is going to go haywire and your practice rehearsed AI written answers aren't going to sound real. It's really interesting too, because again, we go back to this idea that like AI is used for generating content. And if that's the only thing you're using it for, you're probably using it wrong. When it generates content for interview answers, very, very much more formalized than the way we talk. So I was working on it with a client on like her like elevator pitch and personal brand statement. And what she wrote reads really, really well. But when she says it, it sounds awful because people don't talk like that.
Yeah.
She was like, well, I can't start every sentence with I. I'm like, why not? We talk like that. That's how everyone talks. I do this, I do this, I do that. Doesn't sound weird when you say it, but it would look really weird written. So like you have to think about it generating content for you for an interview. It's going to sound weird when you say it, but researching, right? So like you can dispatch AI to go find out as much. It can read an entire, annual report for a company and give you insights. If you can go one step deeper than everybody else, right? Know the company beyond their mission, vision, values. If you know what projects that this position that you're applying for has impacted in the past, where it might be going in the future, are they in the news? Has the CEO been on a podcast? And you can just dispatch AI to go find all that for you. And it takes do a deep research on ChatGPT or something, let it go run for 15 minutes. And then when you come back, you get this nice succinct thing. And suddenly you have done more research than everybody else. So it can help you prepare, but I hate the practice use in AI.
I think that because Lily, by the way, you should all tune in at 10 o'clock because interview queen Lily will be here. And I'm sure she will deep dive into why she says don't use it for interview answers. Mark scratched the surface. It's great for research, matching project to requirement or qualification to help you maybe identify things. However, I have always, even before AI existed, been a big proponent of knowing what you already know about yourself versus trying to memorize answers, because now you've just given yourself something else to worry about. Oh, I can't remember what I memorized about what I already know about myself, right? And that's the problem that AI will do. If you try to have it develop your answers, you are now trying to memorize something basically someone else created for you. Yes, it may be based on your experience, but it's not said in a way that is naturally you, and that makes it harder to respond. And a lot of times they're like 5 times longer with a whole lot of filler and superfluous words like deep, keen, and actionable that you just would never say. So it's good for, I think, teasing out the points. It's not good for the semantics of how you would present it. Denise, join the sound off.
So one of the things I have my clients do is instead of asking it to write an answer, I have them ask it to write bullet points. Because if you're asking it to write an answer, then you're more likely to memorize or try and memorize. Whereas if you ask it to write 4 or 5, whatever key bullet points, then you're still writing the story. And these are just things to jog your memory of important things that you may want to cover in it.
Yeah.
Yes. Which in general is how we should be preparing and filing our system of knowledge anyway, is essentially like you're going to go deliver a keynote. You know the key points that you want to give to somebody, but if you say them to this person and this person, it's not verbatim, but they still get the same takeaway. That's how it's natural. And if you just try to remember exactly what AI tells you, you're going to get caught into a trap. And so I would say use it, be careful of where that line falls.
David Weizenfeld put a really interesting thing I want to touch on in the comments. He said, what about bullets? So you just remember short bullets? And kind of, yes, to what Denise was saying. But I had a client last year give me the most brilliant framing for how we need to think about this ever. And bullet points will help with that. And that is, we are not memorizing stories or bullet points or answers or whatever. We are internalizing our stories.
Yeah.
And however that works for you is how you should do it. We're internal. Put me in, coach.
Lily, put me in, coach.
Lily.
I have
18
forever,
minutes, Lily.
I have forever talked about building a file system of stories right here, so that when you're asked a question, you go, oh, that's the file I need to pull out and I need to speak to. And it isn't even, oh, they asked me this question, that's file number 72. It's just first file that comes to mind, naturally pull out and use it to your advantage. But that file system is going to have way too many files in it that you're not familiar with if you allow AI to just broad scope build it. So we have beaten that dead horse. Now, I want to do a quick little round robin of the following question. Mark, you get to start. 1 year from now, no, that's not what I want to ask. What is one AI skill every job seeker should learn in the next 6 months?
That's a really good question. This might be generic, but something new. Like at a certain point, you have clotted yourself to death, right? Go learn Notebook LM, right? Like I had a client do this a couple months ago. He had very extensively used Claude and I think ChatGPT too to kind of compare and contrast what he liked and didn't like, and then decided to learn something new that would help him in a future job and could help him get that future job. He turned his resume and like multiple versions of it that were all given to Notebook LM into a 2-minute podcast about his unique value. And he would send that audio file with his resume to contacts
chills
at the company where he was applying. And so it was 2 people, right? They're AI, but they were talking about how wonderful he is and all of the things that make him unique for a specific employer, right? So like, if you're going to do something with AI, do something new. Something you don't know yet. He learned a brand new skill and put it to the test.
I love that you use Clauded as a verb, first of all. And second of all, it is fun to switch systems because I was like totally a ChatGPT person until then all of a sudden I got an adult friend called Claude, right? Like it's totally different experience. Chris, what is one thing AI related that you think people should learn in the next 6 months?
If you started playing around with it just as a chat friend, go learn how to organize your work in projects, create skills, do connections. And for people who are already in organizations that are starting to implement it, if you're really interested in it and you want to jumpstart things, go ask to be on the transition teams. Go ask to be on the planning teams. Raise your hand to work for your department to make whatever they're going to implement better, rather than just going, oh my God, they're implementing AI. Because the ones who understand the business piece with what they're trying to do downstream are going to be the ones who are going to have more opportunities in that organization.
Get yourself to another level of AI adoption. I'll talk about that in a second because maybe that'll be my contribution. Denise, what is one AI related thing everybody should do or learn by the end of the year?
Take advantage of deep research, especially if it's a high level or a higher level interview. Deep research, if you're not familiar with it, you can do it in Chat and Gemini and Claude, all of them. And what it does is it goes beyond just the surface scraping of the internet, and it will pull things from platforms and different companies and different things like that. It's incredible. So what I do with my clients now is we do the deep research, and it will come out to like 25 pages. But part of the prompt for the deep research is, okay, do all the deep research on this, identify these things. Now look at my resume, by the way, and identify those things that are future focused that the company may be looking at, and how I can not only have done it in the past, but how I can affect them and blah, blah, blah. And now take all that and load it into Notebook LM and ask Notebook LM to create a short slide deck and a longer slide deck. Prompts, I have prompts for that. And it will literally, it creates a marketing leave behind that takes your deeper research and your deeper how you impact them directly and becomes something that is tangible, that is not just what they're trying to remember. I've had a number of clients do this. They all get phenomenal responses like, wow, this is really cool. This is really great. If it's in person, you can print it. If it's online, you can ask to share it at the end. You can email it to them. I had one person that the person they shared it with literally passed it around to like 5 different people. So by the time he even interviewed with the next round, they had seen this. So it's just a really neat thing. Like Mark said, think outside the box, think of different ways that you can do this, whether it's the video or the audio pieces in Notebook LM. Again, really cool. Notebook LM can do an audio overview, and they do shorts now, thankfully.
Yeah, look at what Angel just said, right? Exposure is key, because here's the thing, and we haven't mentioned this today, I'm surprised. A job search is a marketing campaign. And
I was thinking that you were going to go there. Yeah.
Right? So if you can be unique, different, not everything's going to land, right? But my thing is like, if you just click, and apply to something, you might get a callback. If you are unique and different and put yourself out there in these weird ways, you might get noticed better. At least you're pinging on somebody somebody's interests, and then they can do with that what they will. Because somebody was like, I'd be weirded out if I got that. I'm like, well, yeah, okay, then so what? It doesn't work, and then you also don't get called for an interview. You weren't going to get called for that interview anyway. So like my thing is use your AI tools to just be different.
Yes. And that's what, so Mitchell asked a question mark, and then Diana, I want you to round us out with the whatever we're answering right now. You've got it. It's on there. It's in the thought.
I got you.
Mitchell asked a question of about like basically like that client created a fictitious story. No, that or a fictitious conversation. No, it's a different media to tell a story that's written, right? So, and that's where we have to start thinking differently about what AI does, because yes, it is in theory a fictitious conversation, but that isn't actually quite right, because that seems devious, and that isn't what's going on here. It is truthful information delivered via a conversation created by AI. And that's different, right? And that's where we have the opportunity to use this stuff really creatively and innovatively to like augment what we can do. So just like
making sure that you're giving it your content, so that it is your voice, that it is your message, that it is something that you can defend. You know, cute is great, but if it's based on inaccurate or stuff that's not you, it's going to come through very quickly, and that is going to hurt you even more than if you didn't do it at all.
Yeah. All right, Diana. I remembered what we're talking about. The learning by the end of the year. What's your take?
I think that there's not one single thing, but here's what you need to do. You need to go research AI fluency. So I will drop it again. I dropped it earlier, but I'll drop it again. There's a blog post from Zapier that goes really deep into talking about how this plays into their hiring. Other companies are doing this too. Go assess yourself using a model like is linked in this blog, and then pick one or two things to actually go and figure out how to do either on the job or as a personal project. The quick tip of it is it's probably going to have something to do with rethinking how work happens. So if you don't feel like going and reading that blog, sit down and think about 3 things that everybody that you work with complains about sucking. And then start thinking about how can, and I don't mean meeting, like we all bitch we're in too many meetings or whatever. I mean like work that you have to perform that's inefficient or lower quality than it should be in some way, and start brainstorming, how can I use AI to fix this? And if you want to do it on the job and actually get it deployed, even better. But sit at home. If your company's not up for it, sit at home and say, these are 3 things that suck. What are 3 ways I can fix it? What are some ways I can simulate it personally with my own $20 tools? And then put it on your resume. You can put projects like that on your resume.
Yes, you can.
And especially if you are working at a company that's kind of lagging behind a little bit, their adoption is slow of AI, but you want to get out because you don't want to be a dinosaur technologically, you must do these projects. You must talk about them.
Yes. So I'll bring this in is I think a good summary here, because this could be like a 3-hour panel. There is so much about AI to talk about at a very nuanced level before we even get to technical training, which is like a whole other thing. From a big picture perspective, from a career development perspective, unless you are under 5 years from retirement, you cannot pretend this does not exist.
Yes.
And we cannot stick our heads in the sand, even if we don't like some of the over-indexing, over not human stuff going on. That ship is going to right, as we talked about kind of earlier, in the next few years. But you can't ignore this if you want to stay relevant. And the worst thing that you can do is sacrifice the agency and the control you have and end up being a victim of what could have been displacement, but has unfortunately become replacement. Right. Mm-hmm. And so that's where learning and upskilling and embracing to a level that you feel comfortable, but still is aligned with the fact that this thing is here to stay, is important. And so, a lot of what you just heard was like, just keep leveling yourself up. So like, if you are a 0 and have never touched AI and you are 47 years old, you best be gone in to ChatGPT or Claude or something 3 hours ago. and using it, right? If you're a level 1 and all you're and you're using it for conversations and threads, do what Chris said and get yourself to a level 2 and start using some of the more advanced organization features, projects, and things like that. If you're already doing that, get yourself to a level 3 and start using some of the integrators that exist. Claude has co-work and can link to your calendar. OpenAI has introduced some things like that, right? And that to me is like really the level your average professional should be at, right? For entrepreneurs, or if you want to go the next level to 4, start dabbling in the more autonomous stuff or automations and light agents and connecting the dots. And then if you want to go all the way to 5, call me, because I'm an N8N nerd and I like to build agents, right? So like there's different levels you can progress yourself to, but it's really, you need to have the first level kind of mastered before you can layer them on. But it's a good thing to think about continuing to progress yourself up that ladder, so that you have the familiarity with it as you kind of move around in the career as well. So we're going to do one quick, and it needs to be like a 20-second answer, but it's a fill in the blank. So it should theoretically, I know who I'm talking to, and it won't be a 20-second response. And then we have one fun thing to end before we switch gears and we substitute Lily. Put me in coach. I'm going to have that song in my head all day. So Chris, you get to go first. Finish this sentence, and you're all going to do this. Finish this sentence. AI should be used to blank, but never to blank.
AI should be used to ideate and make busy work go away. It should not be used to... it should not be used to answer your interview questions. There we go. There's your lead-in.
Denise, AI should be used to blank, but never to blank.
Sorry. AI should be used to help you refine your message, but it should never replace your value or define your value.
Mic drop.
Nice. Mark, AI should be used to blank, but never to blank.
To alleviate blank page syndrome, but never to be the final product.
Good. Okay. Awesome. Diana, AI should be used to blank, but never to blank.
Improve effectiveness and efficiency, but never to replace your human wisdom and discernment.
Good way to end that, y'all. And before we switch gears, for all of you out there, remember that if you are registered at this website, you're eligible to win even more stuff these amazing people are giving away time. So we have 2 things to give away. First, Diana is letting you borrow her brain for 50 minutes. And Diana, you get to pick. So choose a number between 2 and 262.
All right. I'm a Douglas Adams fan, so I must pick 42.
Is Cassandra McCracken. Whether you're here live or not, we will contact you and get you in touch with Diana to borrow her brain for an hour. And then Denise has an AI session to help you strategize how to use it in your job search. So Denise, choose a number between 2 and 262. I prefer not 42. You're muted. Way to kill the suspense. No, I'm kidding.
Sorry. What was the top number?
2 and 262.
262. Get those poor people that.
All right, Brenda. All right, Brenda Zhang. Brenda Zhang, you are about to take your AI adoption to a whole new level of brain dump with 45 minutes with Denise. Thank you all for joining us today out there watching. And Diana, Mark, Denise, and Chris, thank you so much for being AI-enabled humans on purpose and helping everyone out there do the same. I'll see a bunch of you throughout the day. Thanks for contributing. And we're going to switch gears here and talk interviews and how to get hired. So give us a minute while we switch seats, and we'll be right back in a minute or two.
Bye.
Good morning, everybody. If you've been hanging out with us. Okay, Kathy, I was just about to say something is going on with your camera, but we are here to talk about how to actually get hired in this market that you've been hearing so much about this morning, from the trends we kicked you off with to a really good AI deep dive. Now we're going to come back to humanity, help you with how to get hired. And I want to introduce you to our panelists here this morning. First of all, you've seen good old Lily Fogel all over the comments today. She is ready and fired up to talk about how to be a human with me. She is the founder of Impressive Interviewing and the director of the Interview Institute at the Professional Association of Resume Writers and Career Coaches. Let me get Michael Greco on the stage here. And she has helped more professionals than we can count master authentic communication, because interviewing is communication at its fundamentals, right? And she focuses on helping people win offers, not just by performing, but being confident in communicating their value. Carolina Bustamante is an executive recruiter by day and career coach and founder of ArrowPoint Coaching by night. As an active recruiter and career coach, she's got a really unique perspective to share today on how hiring decisions are actually made in this climate. Excited to have her as part of the conversation, along with my friend Corey Stewart, career coach Corey, who helps people with career confidence and moving from resume to offer letter. He focuses on interview prep, salary negotiations, and helping you build the confidence that actually helps you stand out throughout that hiring process that you've heard us talk about being so challenging. Kathy Bailon is here from California. She's a career coach and resume writer who helps professionals identify their strengths, navigate transition, and pursue a meaningful next chapter from careers in education, business, and creative industries. She's got some really cool specialties, hopefully we'll get into. And last but not least, Mr. Michael Greco, new dad and award-winning career coach who has mentored tons and tons of professionals across higher ed, government, healthcare, and technology, where he helps entry and mid-level professionals navigate the competition with practical strategic guidance. So good morning to all of you. That is not the screen I want. That's the screen I want. Hello, friends. How is everybody?
Hey. Good. How are you?
Good morning.
Corey, I'm digging the pink.
Hey, it's purple. It's a little purple.
It's lavender. Okay, fair. Kathy knows exactly what shade that is.
Yes,
so,
yes, of course.
Thank you all. We've had a great morning to start off. I'm glad you're all here. And so what I'm going to do is I've got a question queued up for each of you, and then we'll just get into a fun little stand on the soapbox together and fire away. So Lily, you're going to kick us off. I have heard you say this, and I know that you have a perspective that most interview advice teaches people to perform instead of communicate. Tell us what you mean by that and why it matters so much right now.
Well, it matters so much right now.
So hi. Everyone else does not need to talk. No, I'm kidding.
Hi, Angie. Hi, all my coach friends. I love this question. So the problem is that most people rely on their writing skills rather than their speaking skills when they're preparing for an interview. And that's because most of us are more comfortable with our writing skills. And the minute you sit down to write out your interview answers, you are headed in the wrong direction for so many reasons. First of all, when you speak and connect, it's a very different thing than when you're performing lines that you wrote, right? And interviews really have to be about connection and about authentic communication. I have seen a client really miss the moment before they came to me for coaching because they're in an interview, they're asked a question, and instead of being able to respond to what that question's really looking for, they went through their little database of scripts, chose the one that seemed the most relevant, and proceeded to perform it. And in doing so, missed the moment completely. So the problem with relying on scripts, and this is where AI becomes such a problem, because all AI knows how to do is give you an answer, a generic answer script, doesn't know how to teach communication skills. You know, performing your rehearsed, perfectly crafted, written out answers might get you past the first screen. But when you get to that final round and everybody can do the job, it's not going to make you be the number one candidate, because what people are looking for in that final round is they're looking for authenticity. They're looking for judgment. They're looking for communication skills. They're looking for connection. Do I like this person? Do I want to work with this person? And if you are still performing, and by the way, you know, Interviews are anxiety producing enough, particularly if you actually care about the opportunity. Trying to remember your lines, even if you took theater in college, that's like a whole other level of anxiety on top of the anxiety of I really care about this opportunity and I want to make the best impression. I don't want my clients walking in thinking I have to remember my lines. I don't want them having scripts. What I want is for them to understand, because we've had coaching conversations about it, what are the most important messages for me to land in this interview to be that number one candidate, to beat everybody else and get the job? And how am I going to deliver those messages? And then listen to the question. What is why are they asking that question, right? What are they looking for? And then you've prepared, you've gone through all your stories, you have frameworks for how to speak, but those are communication skills that you've practiced, not scripts that you're going to recite. So the minute you start writing, and one last thing about writing out interview answers, it's very easy to get caught up in making them perfect. And at this point, particularly with so many people walking into interviews with AI prepared answers, there was a report this year that I think something like 44% of job seekers use AI to prepare. And that means they're either using a mock interview platform or they're using AI to write their answers, or even worse, 1 out of 5 is using one of those horrible platforms that listen to the interview and give you answers in real time, really generic boilerplate. Everybody's saying the same thing kinds of answers that are not going to get you the job. And the problem with writing out your answers and then going to AI thinking, oh, AI can write better than me, is you're not going to end up with anything that really sounds authentic, that really sounds like you're communicating from the heart. Yeah. So is there time left for anyone else to speak?
We'll get there. But I want to, we talked at the end of, I almost put you in, Coach, in the last session, because we were talking about this in conjunction with AI in the last session that I highly recommend you go back and listen to. But it's this idea of why go memorize what you already know about yourself? Right. And if you go in with a performance mindset and that perfection mindset, now you are just going to go be a robot. And no matter how much we all love talking to ChatGPT, we don't actually want to hire one. And that disrupts the ability to build rapport in the interview process. And so I have long said, and have yet to be proven wrong, that a hiring team would rather bring on an imperfect human they see as a fit for the team before they hire this overly performative robot who doesn't feel like they can connect. And so don't put systems in place to prepare you to be that. When you already have everything you need, you just need to figure out how to actually internalize what you already know. And that's why instead of thinking about it as an interview, you think about it as a conversation, which we all have all the time, using communication skills that we get all caught up in. So Carolina, I'm coming to you next for a little recruiter perspective here, because I love that you get the duality of recruiting while also coaching job seekers. So I'm curious what you're seeing candidates maybe focusing on or over focusing on or caring about more than they may actually need to based on what hiring teams are looking at. So maybe what's a little bit of a disconnect or a good behind the curtains piece of information there that could help somebody out in a job search?
So I think I'm going to piggyback from Lily, because it's spot on. And I see this all the time. I'm debriefing candidates, and I'm putting my recruiter hat on for a second. When we're talking to our clients, they sometimes they say, oh, I saw the candidate, reading off the resume or reading off the script. It's very obvious, right? That they have to read from somewhere the answers. If you have the skills and you've done the work, you shouldn't have to be reading your resume to figure out the answer. So then from that moment forward, the interview is distinct, right? The hiring manager is already thinking, is this person really have those skills that I just asked you from a bullet point? And this true story happened probably 2 weeks ago. In person, and again, now we're leveraging so much doing video interviews that candidates are used to having all their little notes all over the place. First interview was in person and completely froze, unfortunately, the candidate, and couldn't articulate what was on the resume. So from that moment forward, of course, the hiring manager is not trusting what this person is saying. So I guess going back to the question is overly preparing, but also not preparing enough that you can't even articulate what's on your resume. So I think it goes both ways. Don't over prepare that you're scripting everything, but also you need to know yourself, right? And you need to know your resume more than anybody else. So.
Yeah, there is like a sweet spot there that's bigger than you think it is. But the over preparation, in my opinion, just leads itself to the that perfection performative mindset, and really gets people like all caught up. So I've definitely told people, just don't, like, why don't you just stop preparing, right? Just stop. Sometimes not doing anything is the best thing we can do for ourselves. All right, Mr. Career Coach Corey, you help people build confidence in this hiring process. When somebody isn't getting offers, so they come to you and they're like, man, I am always the bridesmaid, never the bride. What do you do to help them understand the problem? Like, how do you diagnose?
So I ask them a couple of questions and try to do like a 2 to 3 minute interview with them, just a mock interview to see what it is. So maybe it's your resume. Maybe your resume is horrible. Or maybe you don't look aesthetically pleasing. Because I keep it real, like, hey, you're stuttering when you speak. Sometimes that could be off-putting to people. Or maybe you don't look as attractive. So people are always trying to be nice and don't want to be mean to people, but I'm a pretty straight shooter because first impression is extremely important. And sometimes we underrate that. Like if you just show up with a basic shirt on or something very bland or blah, you don't really present well. So you could be putting in the effort and applying, but if I'm asking you, tell me about yourself, and you're giving me a whole biography, that's probably why you're not getting callbacks or getting forward to the next step. If your resume is completely different from your branding on LinkedIn, that's probably why there's a conflict there and you're not getting job offers. So just assessing everything that, most people are probably afraid to hear, or most recruiters are just going to say, well, thank you, it's so good meeting you, but not giving them the authentic truth that they really need. Because most of the time they actually are pretty good. They have the solid skill set, they have the background. And so I always started in there, I was like, well, do you have a felony? What's going on? And they're like, no. And so typically it's something small, it's those soft skills or how they're presenting or coming across.
It can be very interesting how, especially in a competitive market like we're in, we're seeing more people have to go through more, that we're seeing people have to interview for more jobs, and we're seeing people come up at that, I'm looking at the finish line and I didn't get to cross it, bridesmaid bride situation more and more and more. And I think we underestimate how much those small things can actually stack and make a big difference, because we know nonverbal communications is a huge component of like decision making and rapport building. And if a hiring team is choosing between two people, and on this side they see somebody where there's maybe a disconnect between the stories, the resume, and the LinkedIn, and over here it all jives, that is just enough of a question mark of truth to break the trust, and the other person kind of wins out. And that's where these little things, a lot of times I'll tell people that it's like, you're not going to just rewrite a resume and it's a magic bullet. We might need to address 10 things 10% and it adds up to 100. So, Corey, I think that is a good point. Who are we joined by?
Somebody's done. Yeah, I'll say recruiters are really
Michael.
Probably
I
was.
tell candidates that recruiters are petty, and so you don't want to give them any excuse to write you off. It's the little things that really add up. It used to be, oh, whoever sent me a follow-up email, that was the difference maker. So now we're in a world where it's not only that, but there's 10 other little things that you need to make sure you do to make sure you convey confidence and that you're the right candidate that should get hired for the job. So all those little things, your appearance, showing up, the questions you ask, the pause, the interest, the smile, all that plays a huge factor in you beating out your competition.
I love that you said recruiters are petty, and Carolina went.
It's true. Right? I mean, we're the gatekeepers from, a lot of opportunities, and candidates sometimes forget about that. So
you got to call the spade the spade. But Kathy, I'm going to have you like dovetail off of this. My question for you is, we're maybe like Corey's talking about all these small things that we can change. From your perspective, what are you seeing candidates do that actually gets them forward, gets them across the finish line?
Well, really knowing their worth and understanding what their value is very, very important. And then understanding what they're interviewing for and what that problem is that they're potentially going to be hired to solve. And I think one of the things that candidates can do is really, really analyze the job description. And it's not just putting it through AI and knowing the top 15 things to be aware of in the industry terms, but really dissecting that job description and figuring out what they are truly asking for. And then I think someone mentioned before, listen to the question. What exactly are they asking you? And take a second to compute this. A very interesting thing that I've seen happening just in the last few weeks with candidates that I've been working with in the fashion industry is that not only are they interviewing with the hiring manager, they're interviewing with the CEO.
Uh-huh.
They have interviewed with the CFO. The financial people are getting involved. It's like companies are being very, very careful on the decisions that they're making. So it really was, this has happened more than once in the last few weeks. And I was wanting to bring this up to this group because be prepared. You will have, could be a panel interview, could be different people that will be brought in to discuss with you at certain times. One of the candidates with this talking to the CFO had to explain what she actually does. A senior level designer and product development person had to explain to the CFO what her function would be in the company and what her job title represented. Shocker.
Yeah. And I think that a couple things on that. One, knowing the problem that you solve or the solution that you are has become a really key component in hiring. Because if there is value you can add above and beyond, then that becomes a differentiator. And the interview gauntlets have become even more gauntletty. Right.
Absolutely.
We're seeing more steps, the moving of the goalposts because they want to have consensus. If we have two candidates who are kind of like neck and neck, let's add a step or add a person to help decipher that. Right. And so we just have to be very agile and nimble in how we approach these things. The using communication skills to your advantage helps you do that so that you don't need days and days and days to go and learn all your lines. Right. This is the kind of stuff that will help you not only continue to progress, but keep your sanity while you're doing it, because your mental and emotional health is also something we need to make sure you keep so you can do the job once you get it. Lily has something she wants to add about crossing the finish line, and then Michael, I'm coming to you. So Lily, go ahead, and then Michael's on the scene.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to say something because I've talked to a lot of like CEOs and people who do hiring at kind of higher levels, particularly like senior level executives. And when it gets to that final round, you know, you're talking about what does it take to cross the finish line? Every candidate is qualified. They all have the value. And what I'm hearing is that the differentiator there is really judgment. It's fit. It's fit for the team. It's judgment. It's likability. And so often when candidates prepare for interviews, they rightly focus on their value. How do I have the competencies that they're looking for? And they spend a lot of time on that. But sometimes they can over-index on that and under-index on what's going to make the difference in that final round, which is company research, team research, showing that you're in alignment with the values that unite and motivate the team, and making sure that you're not throwing up any likability red flags. And finally, showing that judgment, you know, showing they want to know in that final round that they can trust how you're going to show up in a room with whoever they put you in a room with. How are you going to show up with my board? How are you going to show up with the clients? How are you going to show up with the team? Can I trust that? So those things often get ignored in the beginning of the interview process because it's really so much about, can you do the work? Do you have the job? Do you have the, you know, value, metrics. But don't forget about those important fit and likability messages too. Thank you for letting me add.
And
that.
I think there's Lily too, it's the
comes in. Yeah.
Yes. I was just going to add, show your personality. Like we're all talking about, you're a human. Show who you are. It's, and you say it's a conversation. Show your personality. be yourself.
You don't have to wear a white shirt and a blue coat to an interview unless you are interviewing at a financial firm in the financial district of New York City. All right, Michael, let's get you in here because this is like a firecracker group and we knew it. One of the things I want you to bring to this conversation is you work a lot across a lot of industries. And we've been talking throughout the day about how we're seeing like pocketized trends of like healthcare is hiring, tech is slow. I'm curious for you and seeing a kind of a broad scope across those. What are people who are actually getting hired doing consistently well?
They are consistently going into the interviews and the application processes, marketing their strengths to a team. A lot of people are pivoting in areas where they see the jobs are coming in and they're like, oh, this area, I have transformative skills that might match up with some of these jobs that I'm seeing here, right? I see this a lot. As much as I love the space or the type of role, project management is a big one. People have a lot of skills that relate to that. Then they get to the interviews and they go, well, I'm not getting interviews and I don't understand why. I have a lot of this experience here. And the first question I ask them is, how are you setting yourself up differently compared to other candidates with your strengths, right? It comes back to looking at the job description. What is specifically being asked for and what do you bring to the table for that? Anytime I work with a candidate, I tell them, let's work on your 60-second pitch to say who you are, where you're going, what are your skills that you bring to the table, and why are you interested in this role? Because quite often, people are eliminating themselves without even knowing it because they're not coming in and showing their value. They're just thinking of what folks want to hear based on that industry that may be offering some more roles in those areas. Myself and candidates I've worked with have pivoted to other industries that we haven't had experience with because we're able to come in and show what have we done in those other roles that have been assets that can really help where you are trying to go with that specific company you're applying for. So if you're not coming in and bringing in that skill that you bring to the table or your superpower and you're not showing that off in the beginning, you're definitely doing yourself a little bit of a detriment there.
I'm glad you addressed, and I think my internet came back at the perfect time. I took a little dip there, but I think everybody else maintained. I have gotten kicked out of my own party before, and I know all of you are fully capable of assuming hosts, so I'm not worried about it. But I'm glad that you brought in a little bit of like the pivots and the transitions. We're going to talk later in more depth about career changes and the decision of like going or not going on a career change and all those kinds of things. But I think we're moving into a hiring climate, or I actually should say a job searching climate, where we're going to see more shifts and pivots due to AI forcing people, to upskill. And I think that's something we have to think about, how we bring that into the interview process so that we can still be that winning candidate, even if we're a little bit kind of alternative. And so let's keep going with the interview conversation for a little bit, because there's a few aspects of how to get hired I want to explore. But since we're on the interview topic, I want to hear from, let's start with Carolina on biggest interview mistake you're seeing right now. What are the gripes you're hearing from hiring managers?
Just one? I don't know.
Bring it on. I want to hear it all.
I think we can
All right.
Give us the full list.
Go for it.
List. But no, for sure, I would say, well, I hear this on the tech side of things, which is crazy. Having like an AI bot join the actual interview and answer the questions for the candidates. So, oh yes, it happens. And it's also happened when we're recruiting candidates. Like they don't want to get on video. And if we get on the video, somebody else, like another name joined, and then you see a mismatch between the person talking and what you hear. So that's getting very common, and we noticed. So for candidates out there, definitely don't use that. Number two, putting things on your resume that you haven't done. Right now, people are we need to beat the ATS, and my resume needs to go through the screen, and all of those myths that they're just keyword dumping on the resume. And then when we are asking, when did you use X software? 20 years ago, or maybe I touched it in a class, right? So again, going back to the credibility, you're adding things to your resume that, again, you don't have to be an expert on it, but don't just put those keywords just for the sake of it. And then I guess the third one, and I'll let other people kind of jump in, would be not the fit, right? That Lily mentioned. Often I hear clients saying, well, the candidate was just, what is it for me? Like, I didn't feel the engagement. Great profile, great background, great school, perfect paper fit for the role. And then they can't showcase why the company, their research, what any of that doesn't come up. So I think also there's a huge disconnect on that regard. And candidates are forgetting that you need to win that interview no matter what. You can assess later, but they're coming in with a different, mentality. So I'll leave you with those. I can add more, but I think those are the key ones. Do you hear me, or did I froze?
Yeah.
I feel like we could all
good.
just sit here for 34 minutes and listen to Carolina just go off on all of the sound, all of the issues that hiring managers are having. Am I back? No, we're all a mess. We're all a mess right now, aren't we?
You're back.
I thought I was frozen, but no.
Oh, okay. We're all shaking our heads in real time. Okay.
We're back.
Was Carolina frozen for you guys?
No.
No. Okay.
I will say though, Carolina, I really appreciate what you mentioned about
Okay.
the credibility piece. And
I don't know
with
what's going on right now, everyone.
So that's something I feel like you see a lot when it comes to people trying to pivot different industries. They feel like they have to meet all of those things and they have to be at the ATS, when really they probably have things in their experience that are going to be of interest to the hiring manager if they can just market on those, focus those, and bring those to the table, right? So I appreciate that you brought that up, because I think we do see that quite a bit with people transitioning industries, and it's an area that I think can get better over time if you're somebody who's pivoting from one area to another.
Being genuine and really being passionate about, let's say, that new industry that you're trying to enter. Like, I see that's a lot more valuable to hiring managers than just having someone that has all the skills and all the experience, because sometimes they're set up in their old ways. A lot of the times they rather train up and someone that is actually hungry to learn the role versus just someone that has been doing it for a while. So
There's a really good reason why, and it's money. So right now, turnover is a huge problem. Companies are facing a turnover retention crisis. And there's a lot of data that shows why 50% of people who are employed in the US are either actively looking for or kind of looking for a new job. The amount of time people stay in jobs, particularly new grads staying in jobs or entry level, is going down. And there's a lot of data that shows that it's the top performers that leave first. So when you're looking at two equal candidates, and one is saying, it's not just that I want a job. I want to work for you specifically. And look how well I know you. I'm going to show you in my interview that I've done my research. I know who you are. I know the values that unite and motivate your team. I'm motivated by those same values, which, by the way, many studies have shown for decades that the more an employee is aligned with the values of the team that they're in, the more successful they are, the more engaged they are, and the more likely they are to stay. And the converse is true. When an employee does not feel that alignment, turnover goes up, retention goes down, and it's expensive. It costs anywhere from 6 to 24 months of an employee's salary to replace them. Right now, I think the number is $45,000 per employee to replace an employee. So they're not just hiring for, can you do the job? They're also hiring for reducing turnover. And that fit message that you talked about, Carolina, and you talked about, Michael, that is key. It's saying, I'm going to be a great hire and your retention is going to go up because I want to be here.
And we talked about, I think in the last session or this morning, I don't know. Oh no, it was in the state of the market. What I have been seeing is, yes, we have to interview. What did I say? You have to kiss more frogs to find your prince. However, what I have been seeing is the reward on the end of that effort is the best fit role is the one you get, because the fit hiring is so important, because people want to hire for longevity. Both as candidates, we don't want to do this all the time if an average job search is 6.5 months, and companies want to keep their attrition down. And so we're seeing that fit piece be really important. And there is a reason that so many of us coaches love to have all you people do core values exercises anymore, because they are a very valuable thing. There is a reason cliches are a thing. Okay. I'm going to come to you, Corey, for this first, especially because of how you talk about how you show up. What do you do about virtual and like one way in the AI interviews? how do you coach people to deal with the fact that they're not actually talking to a human, but need to act like they're talking to a human? How's that changed our prep game?
There's nothing you can do but be yourself. You can't really, you got to get out of your head. They're going to ask you a set amount of questions. Sometimes they give you an opportunity to repeat to redo the answer. And they give you that clock, and that's a daunting clock. I remember when I had one, it was just like, oh my gosh, 30 seconds. How am I going to respond and hit ready now? So again, the interview can only ask you so many legal questions, right? Within this certain box and a certain framework. You know, tell me about your experience. Why do you want to work here? Have your story pre-planned ahead of time. We're going to practice that story so it doesn't come through rehearsed, but natural. You're naturally explaining who you are. You're staring into the camera and you're appearing confident, because they're going to have other candidates do the same thing. And most people are going to be intimidated from the camera. But if you can get used to hearing yourself, looking at yourself, do it 5 times. I say, hey, answer these questions and record yourself and send it to me. And then we get them comfortable with it. Because who's comfortable talking to a freaking computer, right? When your job's on the line and you know, based off this, that's really what it is. That's bust through that learning curve, because it's the same questions. And in fact, it's actually almost easier if we really look at it, because there's nobody that's going to beat you up on your response. Keep it short and concise, answer the question and move on to the next. If they want to know more, they're going to follow up and ask you for their second interview.
There you go. I've actually told people, like, tape a picture on the screen if you need to pretend like you're talking to a human, but you really have to think through like the psychology of not allowing technology to disrupt something you could easily go do in person. Lily, I'm curious to hear from you on the whole like introduction of AI interviews and kind of what your talk track is for clients getting through them.
Yeah, so the first thing is to recognize that even if you don't think there's an AI in your interview, there probably is, right? Even if you're in a virtual interview and you're with a live human being, there is a good chance that that interview is being transcribed by an AI, maybe summarized by an AI, maybe even scored by an AI, maybe even an AI that's suggesting to the interviewer what follow-up questions they should ask. And unless you live in the 2 states that require that they disclose that to you, you won't even know that that's happening. So it's always important, no matter whether you're thinking you're going into an AI interview or not, to know what AI rewards. And AI rewards 4 things. There are 4 things that you can do to increase your assessed score when an AI is assessing your interview. Number 1, AI rewards clarity. It rewards structure. It rewards relevance, and it rewards engagement, which, by the way, are all things that a human interviewer are going to reward too, but AI does it a lot more stringently and strictly. And the problem also is you don't know where that AI generated report, who's seeing that. Maybe that's what the rest of the hiring team is seeing when they make a decision about what's happening next with you, right? So we want to make sure in any interview that we're clear about what our messages are, that we're speaking in a structured way. It doesn't have to be STAR, doesn't have to be situation, task, action, result, but your story should have a beginning, middle, and an end. They should be structured. Everything you say should be relevant to the role, right? I mean, I often, anyone who's been in my CIC class hears me say all the time, when you open your mouth in an interview, you are doing one of 3 things. You are either helping your candidacy, you are hurting your candidacy, or you are wasting an opportunity to help your candidacy, right? So the way that you can help your candidacy is to be structured, be relevant, always make sure everything you say is relevant to what they're looking for, and show engagement. And that goes back to what Corey talked about, things like nonverbal behavior, eye contact, smiling, using your hands a little bit. Some AIs pay attention to that and include that in their engagement score. So, the 2 things I would say is you can prepare to score well with an AI as well as connect with the human, and to be aware that even if you don't think there's an AI in the room judging you, there still might be.
That part is a good thing to be aware of. And in a way, what you just said about the interview and the like technology, the duality of technology and humans is very similar to something I've said about resumes for years. And it's that you have to do the dance, right? You have to do enough to appease any sort of data parsing tool or now AI or thing that is looking at your materials while not making it so keyword stuff that a human reads it and rolls their eyes back and has no interest in interviewing you, because at the end of the day, humans still hire humans. We've just inserted technology into that process and have to know how to kind of balance the two without disrupting our overall ability to connect. So, okay, good. Now, Michael, I want to know, this is a little bit of a loaded question.
All right.
If somebody out there, and this is never anything we would tell them to do, but we're just going loaded question for a second. If somebody out there prepared to answer one interview question, what is the most important interview question they need to be able to navigate effectively?
You know, it's kind of funny because I feel like what I mentioned earlier probably holds true, in at least my opinion as a career coach and somebody who helps people with interviews quite a bit. But the tell me about yourself question, in my opinion, is one of the most important questions, because a lot of people think that it's just a question where, oh, I'm just, sharing a little bit about myself and just kind of opening up the interview. The stronger that you open up with answering that question, the more that you are setting yourself up for success as you go throughout that interview. Quite often that question brings about your strengths and brings about those first impressions where people might say, all right, I see someone with this candidate, and, helps form that opinion, especially in that short amount of time. There could be some personal aspects that you share, and somebody goes, wait a minute, you mentioned this. You love pizza? Well, guess what? I love pizza. What kind of pizza do you like? And that right there is helping as an aspect for you, because you're connecting with that person. That person is saying, oh, they're sociable. I could see them working on my team, or we can work together, or I could supervise this person. And then also it shows that you've put thought into, what is important for you and your priorities, kind of going back to what you see as your core strengths and your core focus that you want to go forward with. So I always say, don't go in and rehearse every single question, right? If there is one thing that you should take time and really think about, it's that 60-second tell me about yourself pitch, and really having it structured in a way that it shows who you are and it shows where you're thinking about going forward. Because by doing that, you're going to set yourself up for a very strong start to an interview.
That, like, psychologically and confidence wise, you're all shaking your heads. Are there any of you who would answer the what's the most important interview question to prepare for differently than tell me about yourself? I figured we were all on the same page.
Michael done it.
Yep. I had a hunch that would be the case, but hey, we just want to reinforce the common group think here. Kathy, talk to me about follow-up. Does it still matter? How do we do it? When do we do it? What are your thoughts on following up after an interview?
It's so important, because now you've made this connection with a human or several humans, and to be able to reiterate and articulate that you are very interested in the position. So it's important to follow up. I think primarily it's an email, because you know who you've interviewed for, or you found out in advance who you're going to be interviewing with, and to get their email address and make the connection within a 24-hour period to say thank you very much for the interview. I enjoyed meeting you, and I just wanted to let you know that I am very interested in the position, and I hope that we continue our conversation. Or something like, I'm hoping that I will be part of the next conversation in the interview process. Something like that, to take a thread from what you've talked about in the interview and carry it forward.
And I think we overthink the follow-up thing. What to say, when to say, try too hard, try to resell, try to rehash. And I'm just like, just genuinely be grateful for the time, because anything beyond that, I think, tends to look desperate. Now I want to ask a follow-up question, Kathy. Timing, because this is this is a rabbit hole that we could spend a whole hour on. And in fact, back in May, I did spend a whole hour on this with Karen Jackson and Mark, and we did a grapevine and a follow-up, and it's like on LinkedIn if you want to go find it. But the timing of follow-ups, people don't know when. Now, right after an interview is the easy one, right?
Yes.
Send it immediately. Yes. What happens if you don't hear from them on the timeline they promise? Or what happens if you have to proactively reach out with a second follow-up? What kind of timeline do you suggest there?
I suggest 1 week. 1 week. And then you should have some idea of, hopefully you've asked the question at the closing of the interview to say, and when will you be making this decision? When do you have an idea of how long it will be until this decision is made? So you have that in your head. But I would say 1 week to follow up again and just let them know I'm still here, I'm still interested. And then if you do not hear anything after that, I say 2 weeks and then forget it.
Yeah, there's ride the fine line between annoyance and persistence, and at some
Exactly.
point, like it's just not even. There's no line to ride. Corey, what do you want to add?
She kind of touched on it just a little bit, but from the time they call you back, you need to ask that sourcing recruiter, how soon do they plan on making a hiring decision? And you write that down. Once you get in an interview face to face, you ask the same thing to the hiring manager and everybody who you interview with. Hey, how soon do y'all plan on making a hiring decision? And see if there's consistencies or inconsistencies. Then part of the follow-up questions you should have at the interview is, all right, how soon should I expect to follow up with you? Or y'all should have an answer. They're going to say, oh, in about 2 weeks. Perfect. Is it okay if I follow up with you then? Simple. So now you're getting buy-in and they're getting them to commit. So they're going to stay consistent to their word, right? So now you have a reason to follow up. So it takes away that anxiety, because nothing's worse. Probably the worst feeling in the whole interview process is feeling like you did great. And you're like, oh, it's been a week. It's been 2 weeks. I haven't heard anything. Should I hit up? Do I be annoying? So take away all that and just start from jump at the very beginning from the first call and ask. So you can hold them accountable to their word. So that way you're not being annoying. You've already welcomed the idea that you were going to follow up. And it shows
you have set the expectation. Yeah. And so also it's good because then like Kathy says 1 week at the end of your first round interview, if they say, you are our first candidate and we're doing this round over the next 2 weeks, that at 10 days, you're going to follow up because they're probably getting, close to that end. And so it is okay. My tip to add here is it is okay to ask for the information you need to manage your interview process and also know whether or not you want the job, which is a whole different ball of wax we will not get into right now. Carolina, I have a question for you. At what point, and this is maybe a little bit of a sticky wicket. Apparently, I like to ask you like tricky questions. At what point in an interview process do employers usually know they want to hire someone?
Oh, it depends. And I'll say it depends on the role to the level. Well, let me take that back. Back in the day, I used to see they hired the role, like VPs, directors, and above, tons of rounds of interviews. So they needed to have a bunch of different stakeholders, right, making that decision. It used to be that more the junior roles, 1 or 2 and you're done. Now you even see that for the, I would say, earlier careers, they even have to go through those 5 or 6, 7, steps of meeting people. So I would say it varies, right? There's some companies that usually after 2 rounds, my recommendation is if you're going to meet 7 people, let's group them up. So it's not 7 different interviews at some point. But sometimes it does take, I would say, a couple of rounds for them to know. It wouldn't be a one and done. Very rarely I see nowadays a one and done. Usually they want to meet a couple of different people to make a final decision. And there's a lot of competition too. So they got to weigh their options. So.
I have a follow-up question to that. Do you still feel in that whole consensus we're seeing, right? The whole like let's get buy-in from all of the stakeholders in the process is I would say debunk or confirm or debunk the following assumption that the hiring manager is still the most important stakeholder in the process or the most important decision maker in the hire. Is that still true?
I would still confirm. Yeah, for the most part. I would say, yeah.
But maybe not as weighted as it used to be. Like if they used to be 60% of the response and everybody was 40, now it's like everybody has carries a little bit more weight.
Everybody else
right?
has more of a say. I agree. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, the hiring manager is the one that is going to be working with that person. But I hear it all the time. Oh, cross-functional teams. Doesn't matter that I'm the hiring manager for that person. You still have to work with the marketing team. You still have to work with the sales team. You still need to work for finance. So if all of those department heads don't feel comfortable that you are going to be the right person that I want to work with, to your point, Angie, I think the number is not anymore like huge on the hiring manager and less on the rest. I think they're still weighing it a lot higher on the rest of the decision makers. Still, the hiring manager is the most important one.
And since we're talking about fit, I'm going to come back to, you guys got to have a whole conversation about fit while I was hanging out offline of my own party. But I don't think this is going to be redundant to what you talked about. Lily, I know fit is a big part of how you prepare people. And I want to just know, like, what's your number one tip on, it's going to be a two-part, on assessing whether or not a job's a fit for you, but also communicating your fit for it?
Okay. So we're talking about fit in a couple of different ways. I want to be really clear about the difference. When I say that a candidate should communicate their fit, I mean fit for the team, to show that they share the values that unite and motivate the team. What you're talking about is, how do you use the interview to also get the information you need to know whether or not this is a job you're going to want to take, which is a different thing.
And there are both of those are important. I define fit the way you do, from a showing your fit to the team, but there's also this like gathering information. I'm just curious, like, some of the tips on how you navigate that.
So, you know, Angie, that I bring a very different perspective than the career coaches do, because career coaches are hired to help people find the right job and to take them through that process so they end up in the right job. I am just an interview coach. I don't do resumes. I don't do career coaching. When people hire me, it's because they have an interview for a job they've already decided they want, and they hire me to make sure that they become the number one candidate that actually gets the offer. So my attitude about when you open your mouth in an interview, everything you say should help your candidacy, means that you don't ever want to indicate during the interview that, I'm not so sure I want this job. Let me ask you a couple of questions. Because if it's down to two people, as I said, and one person has made it clear, I've done my research, I know what you're about, I love your mission, I love the team, I'm in. And one person's like, I could do this job, but let me ask you a couple of questions, I'm not so sure I want to be on your team. That's going to hurt their candidacy. But there are things that you can kind of tell when you ask questions, without asking questions that are outright clearly trying to determine whether or not you want the job. Mm-hmm. So when you ask things like, you want to be listening for changing scope, right? So if you're asking like, what does success look like? And it's not clear. Maybe they don't even know what success looks like in the role right away. That's a little bit of a red flag, that they're not quite even sure what they need from you yet, right? That they're not clear about the scope of the role. When you ask about things like, you know, how things are communicated, right? If you hear something like, you know, we run a tight ship and everything goes through me, you're going to know that could be a little bit of a red flag. So there are things that they can say in an interview that indicate that there's a little chaos going on, even how the interview process goes. They say they're going to follow up in 2 weeks and they'll follow up for 6 weeks. But there's a lot of reasons why that can happen. But if the process feels chaotic and disorganized, it's probably chaotic and disorganized.
It's indicative. Yeah. Now on the flip side, because this is like, I would say, because I've heard you talk about this enough that the point system, right? Like, you're either going to gain a point or lose a point, right? And you look at it as training them to only gain points, never lose any, so that they can show they're a fit. What's the number one way someone shows they fit the role?
Sure. That's by saying the following with research. It's a research back communicating of authentic alignment with one of the core values of the team. And it says, in essence, I know who you are as a company. I know what makes you different from other companies in your space like you. I know the values that unite and motivate your team. I've done my research. I share those values. That's why I would offer a great fit. That's why I'm going to be the kind of employee that is going to be successful, be engaged, and lower your turnover rate. And it all comes down to research. Research. If you're walking in there and you've just spent 15 minutes on the homepage of their website, not enough research. You really have to kind of look under the hood to figure out not just what the mission of the team is, but also what are the real core values that they care about and that they care that anyone that joins that team is committed to. And I just want to say something that Meredith brought up in the comments, because you know, so much when we talk about fit, there's this idea that we want everyone to be the same. And she said, I wish more companies hired for culture add. Fit does not mean the same as everyone else. When I talk about fit,
Yes, that's very
it really
true.
is talking about an alignment with the core values of the team. I'm not talking about culture fit. I'm not talking about we're all the same somehow. I'm talking about we all care about the same thing. We all care. We all share. We're all motivated by the same mission. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about fit. And you can't communicate it if you don't know what it is. So you got to look at who their leadership is. You have to listen. Has the leadership giving any podcast interviews? Has the leadership written any articles? Yeah. What's the leadership posting on LinkedIn? This is where you'll see the true core values of the team.
And so this is where now career coach is going to come alongside trainer. Because I agree that, and Michael, get ready because you're coming in. Put me in, coach, right? And we've got a lot to do in 10 minutes. So we're going to move a little quick here. But in this whole, I do agree with you want to gain points and definitely not lose points. But I also think from a coach side, at some point in the interview process, you're still assessing whether or not it's a fit for you, right? And that's and our job as coaches is to help people understand, identify how to know whether or not a job is a match, separately from making sure you seal the deal once you do, which is what like Lily comes in to do. So I also think there's some zero scenarios there where you want to kind of gather some breadcrumbs without costing yourself a point, right? And that's kind of what you alluded to, Lily, is like, how do I understand leadership styles? How do I dig into this red flag that was on a Glassdoor review without docking myself a point, right? So how do I stay in the neutral zone as I'm still assessing whether or not this job is a fit for me and whether or not I want to go sell them on it? So Michael, what are some maybe questions you would coach a client to ask to ascertain some of those breadcrumbs when we don't want to just ask the question because we can't, it'll dock us a point?
That's a really good question. And it's a tricky one. Quite often I have folks that are asking about what does it look like working on a team beyond the job description, right? The details might be there, like, you're supposed to work, it's a salary job, 40 hours a week, right? But you look at some of the requirements of the role and you might be like, hey, what does this time really break down to, right? Like the simple ask of what does the work-life balance look like, I think is a great example of, you're kind of treading in that neutral area, but you're getting more of that information. When it comes to something that you have seen, like a negative review or maybe an announcement you have questions about, I do think it depends on the place that you're interviewing with. Sometimes you don't want to be so candid as to saying like, hey, I noticed this. Can you tell me more about this? Because the person that you're speaking with might not have an understanding to that situation. They might not be aware of it, or they just might be like, ooh, that's not like the best taste because we're talking about you and you're taking it in this different direction, right? So I think when you're asking those questions, read the room first and foremost. But
yes.
From there, by reading the room, you know your audience and you know the types of things that maybe you can ask about. And then you can say, can you be more candid with asking that question, or can you keep it more based on, taking it back to, hey, just talking about what your company values for like a culture fit, for example, right? Like what are some of those things that you value, or what are some of those challenges that your company might be facing that, you're trying to address, and, taking it back that step. So might not be specific questions there, but I do think it really comes back to reading the room.
Yes. And matching your questions to the person that you're interviewing with and the world that they live in. And sometimes you have to layer questions to gather the pieces that you need, and then you kind of interpolate on the back end what those mean, which is what Lily was talking about earlier. Right. But yes, read the room is so important, because the most annoying thing you can do is ask a recruiter 97 in-depth questions and they just keep having to say, oh, you're going to need to ask a hiring manager that. Yeah. You're going to need that. Don't be freaking tone deaf, people. Okay.
Right. And
Corey, I'm coming to you.
One quick point to that. This is one of the points of the interview that you might have to think on your feet, right? Instead of coming in so prepared for every little thing, that might be something you just really need to think on your feet with. So there's some work there.
Can I add something?
Conversational agility.
Can I add something to that, please, Angie? Hello? Oh, great.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. When it comes to asking questions at the end, there are a lot of ways that you can hurt your candidacy right at the end with the questions that you ask. And I just want to point it out because a lot of times you hear coaches, particularly people who are online, say, always ask this at the end. And one of the questions that I hear that is really quite a dangerous question, and somebody referred to it, I think, in the comments, is do you have any reasons why you have any concerns about my candidacy? And I just want to say, that can really backfire. There might be an occasional recruiter or hiring manager who welcomes that, but every single one I've ever spoke to really doesn't like that. And the reason why they don't like it is because it puts them on the spot in a very awkward way. Legal teams tell their interviewers, do not give feedback. You are not entitled to feedback. And if they give feedback, it really could open the door to a discrimination complaint if that person doesn't get the job. So even if you've had a great interview, that can make someone uncomfortable. Asking questions about compensation or benefits when it's not the offer stage can also be something that can hurt your candidacy. Asking questions that are asking them for negative, asking them to talk negatively about their company. Hey, they're trying to be a brand ambassador, right? They should be, if they're a good interviewer, they should be kind of selling you on the job and wanting to work there. So, if you ask them to tell them what they don't like about the company or think needs to be better about the team, that's going to make them uncomfortable.
And that's where you don't want to lose the point, but you still do want to understand what the work culture's like. So it's typically better to phrase that as a positive or a curiosity, because you can't just outright ask the thing that we really want to ask. You have to kind of get into it. But we have 3 minutes and we have 2 important things to finish. So Corey, I have a question for you, and then we're going to do a little round robin to finish it out, because I want to make sure we at least touch on negotiating. Because it can feel very much in a competitive market like we have no leverage to negotiate. And I don't necessarily subscribe to that. So, Corey, I want to know from you, what is maybe some not a resume myth. Come on, Ange. A negotiation myth that needs to die. And what's your overall philosophy on negotiating when you do get to the finish line?
I say the myth is just say a high number and then they'll just give you something lower. There's a little bit of truth to that, but you need to do your research to know what's the realistic number. You can't just make up a number that's high, because you could lose the whole deal before you even start. So just do research. I don't care if it's salary. I don't care if it's not the exact number. Salary.com. There's tons of resources to where you should know what your role is if you've been paying attention. Just do not say, a role that should be paying anywhere between $80,000 to $105,000, and you're going to go in there saying, "Oh, let me get $125." It kind of gets disrespectful at that point in time.
Yeah.
When it comes
Michael. That's again what Michael said. Read the room.
Yep.
read the room. You know what I'm saying? You want to make sure you're, again, as Lily said earlier, research. So what I say is, you need to figure out what your 3 numbers are to begin with. You need what can I live with to pay all my bills, right? What's my ideal acceptable number? And what's my hell yeah, they paid me this number. So go in and, ask for it. Say, with my experience, I feel like I'm a good fit. I was really looking to be at this number. So when they don't give you that number, what can we do to get closer to that number, or provide an alternative in addition to that? So you're leaving it open that you can compromise. That's what you want. So in a sneaky way, this is what I want, but I'm not in love. I'm not forcing you to give me that number, but you're putting it out there what your desire is and giving them something to come back to you in return.
Yeah, I think the summary I'll put on because my perspective on negotiations is, one, you don't just negotiate for negotiation's sake. You can negotiate when there is clear reason, leverage, and value being left on the table. If they come in over what you anticipated, over what they stated, and they give you what is clearly an out of the gate best offer, you don't have to freaking be greedy. However, if you are going to entertain negotiations, that is where you're now working together, and it's not a win-lose. It's a how do we make this work kind of situation. And if you ditch that win-lose mentality, it makes the whole thing feel a lot less icky. So I'm glad, Corey, that you kind of spoke to that. And if you know your value, like Kathy said earlier, it makes all of this a little simpler at the end. Go ahead.
Yes. And also, I want to point out that negotiation is just not about asking for a salary increase. It could be a hybrid schedule. It could be vacation time. It could be 401k contributions. Just make sure you let them know that you're open and you're not in love, because maybe they really don't have the budget, but maybe they're willing to flex somewhere else.
Yes.
Because I love the whole gym reimbursement. You know, that's $50 a month. That adds up where you're covering their internet bill. Like, there's all kind of ways you can skin the cat. I know I'm out of Texas. Just to park downtown is $15 a day. So if you can cover my parking and do something else, I think that's a fair thing to consider negotiation process.
Taco's offended, just so you all know. The cat. We need to find another sentence for that. Okay. We're going to wrap real quick. And this is like literally a 20-second response that Kathy, we're going to start with you. If everyone out there watching right now made one change to how they prepare for interviews, what would you tell them to do?
Understand the job description and the problem you're being hired to solve.
Lily, what is one thing you wish everyone out there would change about their interview mentality?
Realize that interviewing is a talking skill, not a writing skill, and practice speaking through your answers, not writing them out.
Turn on the damn Zoom, right? You can talk at a blank screen. All right, Michael, what is your one thing?
Know your superpower and read the room so you can market it to the best of your ability.
Read the room's the theme of the day. Carolina, what's your number one?
I would say the biggest differentiator, it's you, right? So showcase your skills, your value, and then you're fit for the role, and all of that wraps it up.
Be a human. Corey, bring us home. What's your number one?
Take time to record yourself and answer questions. You have to practice that and get comfortable with answering questions and understanding what you look like, right? And how you respond. And then second to that is, if you're not confident and believe in yourself, you can't expect others to. So once you believe in yourself, that buy-in is going to happen naturally through the interview process.
Get career confidence. Like what I did there.
Yep.
This was fabulous. This and the AI one, we could have just done a half day each, and it would have been a super fun conversation. But the overall message I'm going to take away and give to all of you out there is that human skills, actually, I wear this shirt for a reason and it resonates, right? Being a human is still the pathway forward. Just knowing what about your human is the reason or the connection to being hired is the thing that you can do to differentiate yourself, and knowing how to communicate that in the room while reading it is really going to help you get across that finish line. So Lily, Kathy, Michael, Carolina, and Corey, thank you so much for being here today and for all of your wisdom. I hope all of you out there connect to these people. They've got brilliant stuff to support your job searches and actually getting you across that finish line as you get hired. We're going to take a little break. I'm going to go eat my one break of the day. We will be back in 27 minutes with something I can't remember. Seems very perfect. The human advantage. It's like I curate this stuff in order for a reason. Anyway, I'll see you all at the bottom of the hour. Go grab a snack, grab a bio break, grab some water. We will be back for the human advantage at 11:30 Mountain, 1:30 Eastern. Mwah. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Anne.
All right, thanks so much.
Bye. Bye.
Hey, everybody, and backstage friends. Let's get this party started again this afternoon after a nice little break. I'm excited to be surrounded by three of my very favorite humans and hopefully a fourth. Oh, Bill's here. Yay. Okay. I was just about to say we had a last minute conflict and hopefully you were going to be here, but yay. This is a group of amazing people that we put together to really talk about my favorite word, which is on my shirt. Remaining human in this world that feels like we're getting more and more disconnected than ever, and leveraging the human skills we have as the advantage they are in this very AI-driven marketplace. So let's meet your experts. FJ Carlio is a certified life coach and breathwork facilitator who helps high-achieving professionals and men recover from burnout and reconnect with clarity, energy, and self-trust. Lindsay Harrell-Kadatz is a neural change method master practitioner who helps entrepreneurs and professionals lead with greater confidence by aligning decisions with their values. And if you guys were in the last panel with Lily and Corey and Kathy and Michael and Carolina, we talked a lot about, or a little bit about, and touched on how important values are to fit in hiring. And so very, very applicable conversation coming. Karen Jackson, the one and only caffeinated founder of Resume and Coffee, where she works with professionals to clarify their value, strengthen their personal identity, and confidently own the story of who they are and where they're headed. And last but not least, Mr. Bill Ostrom. He is the owner of Career Climbers. He is a certified master job search coach, woot woot, selfishly, who helps professionals develop a brand and grow as leaders and communicate that effectively while navigating career growth and transition. So a great lineup of humans. And we're going to kick it off with kind of a round of questions to each of you. So FJ, you're on the hot seat first. Burnout. There's a word many of us know. And FJ is, I recommend you all follow him. And FJ, I'm going to have you put your Instagram link in the chat after you answer this question, because that's the best place to follow him. And he posts a lot of great content about vulnerability, trusting yourself, getting to know yourself again. And he's very vulnerable about his own experience and has lived burnout himself. And now you are out here helping people, especially men, rebuild from that little bit of fallout. And I want to hear from you, kind of whether it's work or life or relationships. We know like prolonged uncertainty can take a toll. We're living in a society full of uncertainty right now. And, you know, what happens to us when we're just under that kind of sustained stress? So in other words, what are some things we should be looking out for if we think we might be burnout or approaching it? And what are some of those very human things that pressure can do to us and we should be aware of? We're kicking it off very lightly here. Oh, I just unmuted at the same time you did. But here, let me get the right screen up. I want that. All right. So yeah, very light subject matter to kick us off, but it's important, right? Because we don't talk enough about the mental emotional toll of job searching and career development. And I'm basically going to make FJ get on the hot seat and talk about the mental and emotional toll that can lead to burnout. So give us your wisdom, my friend.
All right. Well, thank you. Such a warm introduction. And burnout, wow. Very familiar with that. I think the biggest things to watch out for is really, let's use your Sunday Scaries as a great example.
Oh, thanks for the shameless plug.
Yeah, exactly. So every Sunday, I get an email from Angie, and what is she doing in that email? She's paying attention to the signs. She's learning the lessons that life is teaching her through the hardships, through the good ships, through all the ships. And paying attention to the signs is the number one thing that I think you can do. Going through life, we're going to go through good times, we're going to go through bad times. But what is when you step back from your situation, what's the underlying lesson there? And then when we dig a little bit deeper into that, what's the narrative in your head? What's the need that is underlying what's going on? What's the feeling that is underlying what's going on? And does it tie to any wounding? Because if you can answer those 4 questions, you've just created a tremendous amount of awareness. From there, then you can approach the situation. We can see it more humanly. We can go in down the rabbit hole of like habit formation. If habit formation isn't landing, isn't working, I know intellectually what's going on, but I can't change the outcome, then we know it's stuck in the body. It's in the nervous system. That's where somatics is going to help, because your head knows the answer, but your body's screaming out, I don't believe you.
So we're just going to end the session right there, and you can I'll go into a deep self-discovery. But in a way, there's a lot in that 2 or 3 minutes. But in a way, you laid it out in kind of like an order of things to figure out where things are going wrong internally. So then you can figure out how to change that externally. Which brings us to the neuroscience expert in the room, Lindsay. Also, we have to comment on, did you just get your bangs cut? Because they are exceptionally straight and perfect today.
Yes, I got them done last week. It was my 20-year anniversary with my hairdresser. So thank her for
congratulations. That is a milestone that many people don't reach in a romantic relationship, let alone with an esthetician. Because this is a good follow-up to, I'm going to say the big picture that FJ just set for us. And because so much of your work is at that intersection of neuroscience and values, I want to know from your perspective, why do people lose confidence in their careers, in their job search, in life, right? We go through circumstances that start to kind of erode our confidence. Why do you think that happens? And more importantly, how do we reconnect with ourselves? Like maybe what's 1 or 2 things we can do to lean into what FJ just set us up for?
Yeah, I mean, it's not as easy as there's so many reasons as to why it can happen. Period. Life just erodes every now and then, a lot. And a lot of the time we respond in the moment to what's in front of us to survive. To survive the situation that we're in, to go day to day, to just get through it. And what can happen is we start to should all over ourselves of, oh, I should be doing this. I should be doing this. I should be doing this. And we should ourselves into desperation, into burnout, into misalignment. And so one of the biggest things that we can do is, surprise, surprise, go back to our values. And the hiccup that so many of us have is that we've never taken the time to actually understand what are our true values. We've taken on borrowed values and we're operating with this default filter because every single decision that we're making goes through a values filter. And if we have not taken the time to understand what is our values, that's not proper grammar. What are our values?
You're Canadian. It's okay. We'll forgive you.
Thank you. Yes, we Canadians speak funny, don't we? And but if we haven't taken the time to build our own values filter of what are the things, what are our underlying beliefs upon which we will take aligned action, we will then use everybody else's opinions, everybody else's values, even if they're good values. So this isn't me saying, oh, we've taken on bad values. This is, we're just operating with values that may not be ours. And that leads us to making decisions that take us farther and farther away from who we know or who we really are.
Yeah.
And one thing I know is if we're looking at a list of values, because so many of us, okay, you start your values, here's a list of 50 values, narrow it down. We often end up shooting ourselves into a value list of our top 5. And if the one thing to know is our values will never should on ourselves. So values don't should all over us. So if you're saying, well, I should be having this value, I should be doing this, you've just crossed something off the list. And that is a big old indicator for you to pause and say, what's really going on here? Yeah. Does this really matter to me? Am I just trying to keep up with the Joneses? Am I living a value that perhaps my parents modeled for me, which was a really good value, but it's actually not me, and I'm trying to live their life, not my life. So my biggest thing is pause, notice, and ask yourself, which of my values does this align with?
Yeah.
And if you can't answer that, figure it out.
That's where to start. And it's so we came out of like lunch break and smacked you in the face with some like what can feel like heavy stuff. But there is a reason I always have. Well, first of all, we are disconnected with ourselves and we're disconnected with each other and we're disconnected from society, statistically speaking, more than we ever have been. And this is an important conversation to have just as a group of humans on the planet living together. But it's also so relevant to our career progression because, like Lindsay said, if you don't know what you value, you're operating on somebody else's values, you're going to make misaligned decisions that are going to lead to the burnout. And, you know, what all of us are out here to do is to help you get into more sustainable careers that you have intentionally chosen and sought after and made and have the foundation for decision making to know what that looks like and why you have selected it. And so, like, you know, if we want the more shameless plug, I wrote a whole book about living somebody else's expectations, right? And the trap that is getting caught into somebody else's belief system. And so because we're in such a time of change and transition, you really owe it to yourself to know kind of what's important to you, what your foundation is, and make decisions aligned with that, because it's the best way to progress. You know, as technology comes in, you'll know what you have to offer. And then there's also just the mental, emotional component of being able to withstand the challenges that we face. So Karen, now I'm coming to you. Let's take this into a job search specific kind of lens. This is not an easy time to job search. We're seeing high levels of rejection, tons of interviews, and there is a level of like mental stamina we need to have. How do you coach people through that? And what do you recommend people out there do to make it through the marathon?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And so far, this conversation is blowing my mind already. I think the biggest thing that people can do is really just step back and be extremely intentional with what their goals are, with what are they aligned with, whether it's a company, a role, a position. And since COVID, technology has really just catapulted. And so we're overloaded and inundated with this AI and all this information. And so I always have the conversation with my clients that we should step back, really just go back to pen and paper and write down what it is that you want to do. And then after you've got that figured out, then go to the tools that are available for you online and start doing that research. Like, what are the things that you are really targeting in your future role and your career? And at least that creates a lot more intention, a lot more resilience, because you're not just plugging away at nothing. You've got more of a path to kind of guide you.
There's a little bit of like, we hear a lot about the why, thanks Simon Sinek, but like you kind of know why you're searching for what you're searching for instead of just by default entertaining a search for what you always have searched for or what you think you're supposed to search for. And having that like rooting is a component of building, of having the resilience to like, you know, I know why I'm looking for this. I'm just going to let that rejection kind of roll off my back because it's coming. I like that a lot. And I put the soulful people together for this one, huh? Yeah. It wasn't not an accident, people, Mr. Bill. You have an upcoming podcast called Regularly Scheduled Humans, which, by the way, is a genius term. Has it started yet?
I've got a couple episodes so far, but we're not live just yet. We're getting there.
Stay tuned though, because that name is kind of perfect for not only today's conversation, but the state of the world. I want to, as the human wearing the human shirt, I'm asking you, Bill, the very loaded question of what does being human actually look like in a job search and in like the career world today, in your opinion?
Well, so first of all, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. But secondly, being human in this whole thing is kind of it's kind of a tricky little path that you take here because there's so much technology around. And I was watching some of the previous sessions here too, and we've kind of defaulted to being a little bit lazy about our job searches, right? And allowing technology to kind of take over. So being human in this job search nowadays really comes down to really knowing what your story is, not just your background story and the story to where you are now, but the story that you want to take forward. And that does a lot of, or creates a lot of soul searching, a lot of self-awareness, and really the ability to take a look at what you have done, find the value in that, find what really kind of lights up your soul, and how that's going to kind of progress you forward in your career and in your job search moving forward.
You know, I think it's just so, I said this earlier, it's just such a fascinating time to be alive. And as a former engineer who loves people, you can imagine why I think that, because we have just this like strange juxtaposition. I haven't been able to talk most of the day, but I'm so glad that word just came out of my mouth. We have just this weird like dichotomy of technology flooding the market and creating disconnection. At the same time, the response to that is to gravitate towards like very human things. And in a way, I think that AI may be an actual good thing. I mean, it's a good thing in many ways. We all love it, right? But it's also creating some challenges. But I think in some ways it could be like the straw that broke a camel's back of what we've seen over the last 20 years of technology, 20, 30 years of technology changing society, and AI being the thing that finally brings humans back to each other because it is so obviously not human. And I just think that is so interesting because then it also enables us to be just these incredibly innovative people when we combine our human superpowers like with the enablement. And so this is not going to any specific question. I am just like rambling on the fascinating, very interesting snapshot in time that we're in with a group of people who like to talk about being human. And so, Bill, I'm going to come back to you because I'm curious, you know, as we talk about, you know, what does it mean to be human in society? What does it mean to be human in a job search? What do you actually think gives people an edge in the labor market today?
An edge in the labor market is, again, the way you present yourself. And when I say tell your story, I don't mean just in an interview. I mean being able to portray your story in your application or in your networking and in your interactions with managers at your current job, things of that nature. That's the real edge, is the ability to not just spit out, I did X, Y, and Z, and I have this technology capability, and now I have AI and, all that kind of stuff. That's great. I want you to tell me that story though. And the ability to do that authentically and sort of couple that with a potential need that the employer has is really kind of what's going to set people ahead, is being able to tell that story and have it effectively move whoever the audience is.
Yeah. Yeah, Karen, I'm curious, as the kind of dovetailing off of that, what like specific, because I also am going to preface something for Karen sits in a very interesting place in the career development and career services space because she has a specialty serving the deaf and hard of hearing community. And so it's really interesting to also think about that community as they're being enabled by AI, but also working to connect as humans. And so I'm curious whether it is that community or, a standard hearing human client, what types of skills are you focusing on helping people build or recommending people build right now?
So that's a really good question. And it's interesting because I do serve clients who are in the deaf and hard of hearing community, also in the non-deaf and hard of hearing community. So I get to see both sides, and I get to take that information and kind of compare and then share that with each community, as it were. But the biggest thing I always focus on is communication, because whether you have a language barrier or not, you better make sure that your assets are ready to present. They're ready to demonstrate the stories, your achievements, things that you can quantify. So whether that's your LinkedIn, that needs to be a communication tool. Your resume needs to be a communication tool as well. And then how well you present yourself in a room can also very well be a communication tool. Again, even though there's a language barrier, we have other tools such as captioning devices and technology that will assist, sign language interpreters that will also assist. Just have those things ready and on board, and know how you work best with your accommodation tools along with your assets that you have to present. So it is communicating your value. How is it that you stand out, whether you're a deaf, hard of hearing individual, have any other disability, or you're just somebody looking to get into the job market?
Yeah. Which brings me to, there's a question in the chat, which Lindsay, I'm actually going to have you field first, because while Lindsay is not a career coach, she does work a lot with entrepreneurs and business owners in a lot of things that we can leverage similar tools and thoughts in a career search. And Nicole wants to know, how do you align your why with a job search? Because the advice is look for demand in the labor market, but I'm going to interpret that as what if that doesn't necessarily align? And in her case, Lindsay, she is a creative person, and that is one of your specialties. And she's always been driven by wanting to pursue a passion, but that's been a challenge. And so it's kind of like, what if your gifts and strengths and values don't fit with the market demand? How many Beethovens are cybersecurity specialists with no energy at the end of the day to pursue the music, right? So this is more career specific than business specific, but I think it really sits in your wheelhouse of helping somebody with a creative background move forward with confidence and alignment in a why when it may seem like the system doesn't support it. What's your advice here?
I know Nicole. I love Nicole. She's wonderful, actually.
Yay!
She is very
Y'all baited me on that one. No, I'm kidding.
No, I was just like, oh, okay. No, Nicole is wonderful. But it is a great question of, particularly for creatives, because I also work with a lot of creatives who are freelancers and have a full-time job, and they eventually want to grow their business. Part of that is, if you can't grow a business, because running a business is hard. Running a creative business is hard, especially with AI tools that can do the creative for us now, quote unquote. It can't. It's, again, going back to, are there organizations out there that can speak to that passion of yours that you can then go and work within, and maybe not do the thing you're passionate about, but it puts you in the community that resonate with your values. I have a number of friend colleagues who are creative individuals who love to perform, who love to do all these things, but they don't do that as their business, but they work in the organizations that support that. So they're consistently around people and energy and types of work that does that. Now, how many Beethovens are a cybersecurity specialist with no energy at the end of the day? I have not actually come up against Beethovens as cybersecurity specialists. However, I have worked with a number of cybersecurity specialists who are very creative. And that's the thing. They value creativity, and that industry is prime for creativity.
It needs it.
It needs it. So this is that thing, is what is that thing that you're not getting with your gifts, your strengths, and your values that is missing from this labor market demand? Because chances are you're looking in the wrong labor market. And there's, and I say that very bluntly. I do tend to be blunt. Apologies. Not really.
It's okay. I shamed some people earlier, Lindsay. I already ripped that Band-Aid off for everyone.
Okay, phew. But
anybody using a mass apply job search tool just got straight up shamed earlier today. I apologize, kind of, sort of not. Anyway, don't worry. We're just truth stayers here.
It's something I've got to work on, but not really. Because the people who appreciate it are my people. Anywho, but it is that just because there's these markets that are growing and expanding doesn't mean other markets aren't. And so where I live, oil and gas used to be the thing that would grow, that everybody wanted to be in, that because it was well paying, there was jobs galore. However, that's starting to shrink. And there's this beautiful, we're now starting to become known as innovative tech. There's these small little tech companies within the what do I live in? A city? Within the city, within the province that I'm from, who are growing and really, I promise we did not set that question up. So it's what are the little pockets that you maybe have to search a little bit more for, but are more closely aligned with what you value.
Yeah.
Who will appreciate that you have this artistic, creative flair. Because another colleague of mine, she teaches creativity within corporate organizations. And her thing is every single human being is creative.
Yes.
It's just, what are you doing with creativity? Are you building
in
Excel
what way?
all of this?
In what
right?
way?
In what
are you
way?
creative? Yeah.
So how are you using those skills and passions within an industry that maybe isn't being promoted as the labor market industry to be in at that point?
I'm going to tease out a few sound bites there that I think are important to highlight and go back to some things we said earlier today. The word energy came up, which means FJ, you better be ready because it's coming your way, the energy guy over here. But I think that there's maybe a misconception, or maybe we debunk this myth that just because the volume is here that you need to put yourself into it. Because if you are, who was around for the Apple conversation earlier, if you're a cosmic apple, go put yourself in a freaking cosmic apple bucket instead of being the entire organic fruit department as your target, right? And so there is a level of nuance you can get into with researching companies that are values aligned, researching companies that are interest or passions or creatively aligned, or putting yourself around people who are like-minded, even if the work doesn't necessarily scratch the full creative itch. Because here's the big thing that is important for us to think about. We have become even more complex humans. We are the most complex humans we've ever been. And expecting that we can fulfill 100% of our desires, our passions, our strengths, our skills, our drive through one avenue of life, i.e. a vocation, is unrealistic now. And it puts a level of pressure on a job that you will never find. There is no such thing as a perfect job. Whether you own a business or you're an employee, you're wired one way or the other, is what I think. Regardless, there is no idea of, there is no perfect job. There's no dream job. There's jobs that can be like a dream, but they have imperfections to them, and it's about what you're wired to take. And if you separate yourself and figure out where you can to distribute your interests and your passions and find different avenues for them, you can actually create a whole from parts. And so it might be something where you know why, and you have done the best at finding a job that is a fit that supports doing the passion over here, right? So it's not a complete disconnect and it's not in conflict, but you're also not expecting it to be the be all end all. And that's, I think, where we can get a little bit more creative in looking at like, okay, these elements of my why or my goals can be fit with this type of job in this type of industry. And I can identify that niche and hard target that little like one basket of apples. And then over here, I'm going to go, be a chip. This is going to run throughout the day, people. So you should just be prepared for it. And now is where we come back into the energy conversation, because there is such a thing as like finding an environment that has a matched energy for you. Right. And so FJ, I would love for you, we might all just sit back for the next 32 minutes because FJ is about to give us a masterclass, but can you talk to everybody a little bit about energy? And I know that's a very open-ended question, but maybe bring it to the context of this kind of like career, finding aligned communities, and energetically, how do you kind of know what yours is in order to find matches? Maybe that's the lane that we should live in, but I'm just going to let you sound off on energy for as long as you would like.
Wow. Okay. So in my one of the ways that I look at the world is through the two energies within us, right? To me, it's a foundational aspect of human life. Those energies, we can call them yin and yang. We can call them masculine and feminine energies. We can apply them to absolutely every aspect of life. Something can be inherently masculine, something can be inherently feminine. Balancing those energies, and I'm not talking about gender here, balancing those energies, balancing the attributes of those energies, because whether we're male, female, it doesn't matter what sex we are, we need both. So when I talk about feminine energy, what am I talking about? Creativity, trust, compassion. When I talk about masculine energy, what am I talking about? I'm talking about discipline, structure, doing. We need both of those things to be at our best in life. So when Nicole talks about her question of, well, you know, how do I step into my passion, but you know, I'm still in this cyber world. We've really got to dig into the person here, right? I go back to my answer on that first question. What's the narrative in your head? We've got to figure that out with depth and breadth, and really understand that. What are the underlying needs? I think Lindsay talked about that a little bit. What are the underlying feelings? And then is there any wounding that's coming from that, that's coloring the perception, and maybe having us subconsciously look in a different direction than we really need to be going? So we're digging into the person, because there's a lot of variables when we look at the energy behind this. Energetically, are we getting blocked from being in this job at 50 hours a week and it's just sucking the soul out of us? Because I've been in that job. And if it starts to take away from the rest of your life, maybe it's time to start thinking about shifting or pivoting. Maybe. But that also comes at a cost. When you give up the job, let's say you're making 6 figures or whatever, you're doing pretty good financially. You make the pivot to go to your passion. Now building your passion is going to take a couple of years. What's the cost of that? Well, typically finances and money equates to psychological safety as adults. You lose the 6-figure job, you just lost psychological safety until you build your business big enough. So you've eroded a psychological foundation that could very well get in the way. That's one of the costs. But it could open you up energetically to just completely step into your passion and be like, oh my God, I have so many ideas. I know exactly how this is going to work. I'm ready to talk to people and just go. So there's a cost risk register that's tied into there. That's why we really have to know who is this person and what's going on underneath, so we can then answer the question.
Yeah. Welcome to Woo Woo Hour. However,
hopefully that wasn't too much.
No, I'm joking. I had something stuck in my throat. That goes back to, in a way, what I said about that, like, distribution of interest is also a distribution of your energy. But also knowing what gives and takes energy and being sure to kind of, I don't like the word balance, but making sure that if you are being depleted 50 hours, that you refill it elsewhere, and then also change what's depleting the 50 hours. Side note, Corinne, I want to acknowledge the fact that you asked a question about job searching as an entrepreneur. We are doing a session this afternoon that Lindsay will be back for, and it's called Stay or Go. And a big chunk of that conversation is dedicated to, do I stay in an employment situation or do I go entrepreneurship? So if we don't have time to get to that specific question, there's a venue for it. And I just wanted to acknowledge that, because this could very easily get into that, because Lindsay and I can talk about business for hours and hours and hours and have fun doing it. I want to go back to this kind of like energy management and the need for change. So Karen, from let's say, so what FJ set us up for is like energetically and like almost internally, there can be a drive for change. From a almost more like practical or implementation perspective, or even from like a career perspective, how do you know when somebody needs to start making a change or pivot? So you have somebody comes to you and you can see there's a need for change. What are some things that you ask them they should be asking themselves from like a practical perspective?
Yeah, so a lot of the conversations I'll find that I begin to ask are, especially if it's somebody that's got a creative energy or creative gene, to start doing something that's not so technical or so corporate level. Go to your local places that you can go and just be curious. Curiosity really is one of my best friends. And it's such a great tool that people do not utilize, because you can pair that up with communication, and then it's a whole conversation, aka networking, right? So I always often say, like, whatever the creative thing it is that you want to do, if you have you know, a work history of side gigs that are the thing that lights you up, then look for those kinds of places in your local city, state, you know, whatever you're willing to do, or even online. And then from there, I would recommend just be in the room, because I've said this before, when you're in the room, you're a part of that decision-making process. You're a part of those conversations. And so I think just by showing up and being present, having curiosity, and being just being a part of that conversation will go so far. And it's not, can I get a job? It's just, let me find out what this is about, right? So I think that's usually what I lead with, because let's not set the stage for how can I get a job, but just leading with curiosity.
I love that you brought curiosity in here, because it was actually a question that I had here. Is like, what role does curiosity play in career growth? And you kind of nailed it in combination of, like, if something feels off or the alignment isn't there, get curious about yourself, FJ, get curious about your values and drivers, Lindsay, and get curious about what the possibilities look like, and how that can kind of grow and support you into the future. I love it. All right, Bill, we're coming back to regularly scheduled humans. What are you seeing out there? Because, you know, you recruit, so this is a good. That's another piece that we should say here. He moonlights as a recruiter, like the order in which we put that.
Tell anybody.
What kind of human skills, or what's the demand on the market right now? And I'm thinking of this more from, like, the human advantage of, like, human skills. I don't call them soft skills anymore. Leadership qualities. What are things that organizations are kind of really craving and seeking out right now?
Well, you kind of said it without saying it. It's all of those things kind of put together. My full-time job, I recruit a specific kind of person. I should say my other job. I recruit a specific skill set, and we recruit them by the hundreds, thousands even, and it becomes very commoditized and just kind of just cookie cutter type of stuff. That has pivoted and changed this year, where the demand, even at this level and this high of volume, we're looking for people who can walk up the street and go to a restaurant a block away and talk to people about what they do, and have them come in and potentially buy the services. And it's somebody who has that baseline skill, that baseline knowledge, but can also go out and be human, period. And that's a bit of a shift from the type of recruiting that we were doing the past couple of years. So, and I think that's going to continue to trend forward. It's been touched on a few times, as we are more connected and disconnected than we have all ever been. And the ability to kind of bring that back around and be able to connect on a human level is really what's going to differentiate people in this marketplace moving forward.
And then that brings all of this together, right? And this is where you all think, what the heck are they all talking about? But it all comes together, because if you know what energizes you, you know how you work, you know what drives you internally, you know what you value, and you know what makes you curious, you can actually be that person and find that kind of aligned fit. And then energetically, everything works out a little bit better for you. Side note, I am troubleshooting some tech things because we lost the main LinkedIn feed because I think it timed out. And it looks like maybe everybody's coming back. So I was trying to just do a couple things while you were all talking. So let's get you all talking again so I can go make sure everybody's got what they need.
I can add to that too, because
go ahead then, Karen, chime in.
Yeah, I have to say, we have a conversation so much about, like, what people know that they like, but let's talk about the things that they just feel that are missing, that they haven't discovered yet, right? So, there's also people who feel just like job hugging. We've talked about that before. And they've been doing it for so long that they've lost that creative streak. They've lost that ability to kind of think outside the box. And so I think in those kind of situations, whatever it is that you're dealing with, don't do it alone. You know, if you're somebody navigating your career, don't do it alone. Find a friend, colleague, reach out to one of us coaches, because we can help you get outside of that mindset and get into a more creative kind of way of thinking. Like, what else is next?
Great shameless plug, but also to just bring a bunch of stuff that's been talked about today together. This is why we can't outsource all planning, all strategy, all thought partnership to an AI friend. This is why you need to bring have a human intervention at some point, because you need that. One, you have to get out of the sycophantic loop, and two, you kind of need that validation and that relationship to kind of move forward. Which relationship was a question I had on here. Hang on, let me find it. I have been observing that, like we mentioned earlier, people are coming back to people, and that relationships are becoming more valuable. Lindsay, what are you seeing in that front? And I know it could be from a business perspective or just like a human perspective. I know you get out and speak a little bit, but it feels as if relationships are becoming more valuable. And I'm interested to hear your take on that from the front lines.
I think they've always been valuable. I think so. I don't think they're becoming more. I think people are just realizing, oh, this has always been a value. Communities are growing by having conversations, even online. If you're building a community online, even if it's just via typing, you're still having, I'm not sure what this is, but you're still having communication. You're still building a relationship. And nothing can replace human to human. Even if there's a screen between us, it's human to human. And I keep thinking, what keeps popping in my head right now is I don't know, what, about a decade ago or something, there was all these ads for Facebook or something about, poke the person right next to you, or hug the person. But it was all about that human relationship piece while promoting this social media platform. And so that's exactly it, is you cannot replace the relationship piece. What's important though is, are you building the right relationship? So with organizations, it's not necessarily, oh, everybody wants a pizza party and that's how we'll come together and grow our relationships. It's what actually matters to the humans who are in that company. How will you build those relationships with the people who are there and what's important to them? Because apparently not everybody loves pizza. I don't know those people, but apparently
I am not one of those people.
I am not one of those people either, but it is very much about the human to human piece. Sales, what are those careers? Sales careers. It's about having communication. If we're selling, we're not actually selling. We're focused on, are we building a right relationship with the person? And the outcome is that we are now going to do something that involves an invoice, but the importance is maintaining and building that relationship. Mm-hmm. Understanding your people, period. I could go on, but that seems cyclical. So I'm going to stop.
I'm curious, FJ, I'm going to come back to you, because one thing you focus on is not to go back down the energy rabbit hole, but that is an aspect of then what you were talking about, the yin yang, and how that does impact our relationship. Talk to us a little bit about how that comes into the professional sense and understanding ourselves enough to know how we can connect with people, i.e. what Lindsay was just saying.
Okay. So masculine and feminine energies that are within us, that are within all humans. I actually, I jotted down some notes on this just this morning. When we look at those from the perspective of finding a job, we need to honor both of those energies within us at different times throughout the process. We're going to go back and forth between them at all times. And what I wrote down to myself here, at some point in time, you're going to need to listen to yourself. And that might be tough for some of us. We're used to doing and going and going and going. We don't relax and sit with the feelings. Maybe they're uncomfortable, maybe they're scary, whatever it is, we have to take time to be with those things. If we can't, that might be indicative of something's tied up in the nervous system and it's just too scary to the body. We can't sit with them. There's where the work is. But listening is receiving. That's the feminine. Second thing we've got to do, choosing. That involves clarity. That involves direction. Clarity and direction, inherently masculine. Acting, another masculine trait. That's doing. We're going forth. We're putting action. We're creating structure. We're putting the beams down, right? And then the last thing is feminine. That because when you get into the adapting part, what are you doing? You're stepping into intuition. And especially for men, with the programming of our world, our society, intuition's kind of something we shun. It's a superpower that women have. It's a superpower that all of us have, but women step into it, whereas men tend to reject it. Why? Because it's feminine. We tend to reject the feminine.
It really is interesting once you start, because also FJ has a similar background to me as a right brain thinking, left brain thinker in the an engineer space. So it really is interesting to take that linear algorithmic thinking and apply it to something that seems so messy but kind of isn't, and makes a lot of sense when it's laid out that way of the reason that we interact the way we do, or the reason we don't jive with certain people that we do. And it can help us with how we show up in the world as the whole world hopefully becomes more human. So speaking of the future, I would love to know from you as we look ahead, and Bill, I'm going to come to you first. 5 years from now, what human skill do you think will be the most valuable, maybe even more so than it is today?
I'm going to say pivotability, because everything is going to continue to change. That just came off the top of my head too, so you're all welcome for that one. Especially now, and it'll continue to be so moving forward, the ability to pivot when technology changes, systems change, companies change, hiring patterns change, whatever the case may be, the ability to pivot at least along with that, if not be able to see just a little bit ahead of it. Those are going to be the things that are really going to be key indicators for people to be successful in the next 5 years.
We hear a lot about adaptability, and that to me is exactly what you're talking about, is that the ability to take punches, keep rolling, potential reinvention, right? There's way more to adaptability than just pivotability is a little different than adaptability, but it's all part of that same being able and being okay with change. Yes. Lindsay, what do you think is going to be the most valuable human skill in 5 years?
The ability to laugh.
Humor. I might be right,
but also, oh gosh. I think Karen said it's that curiosity.
Yep.
The curiosity of ourselves, the curiosity of others, the curiosity of what could be. And I think what AI will become is a tool to help us build our curiosity better. So long as we don't look to it for all the answers, but we allow it to ask us better questions so we can get more and more curious.
The end part of that I like, right? Is when we know that we can't let it replace us, but using it as a curiosity tool is an interesting aspect. FJ, what do you think? What do you think is going to be the hype in 5 years from a human perspective?
I think it's going to be connection, without a doubt. I mean, I see our world, a lot of people in our world shifting towards some form of entrepreneurship, whether it's a side gig, whether it's the hell with it, I'm going full time on this thing. And kind of like we've already talked about here, in order to step into a side gig, step into full on entrepreneurship, you need to be able to connect with people, because connection is an underlying concept of sales and marketing. And as an entrepreneur, if you cannot sell, if you cannot market, you could have the best idea on planet Earth and it's not going to go anywhere. Yeah. Plus, from a person-to-person connection, and I've seen it a lot in the circles that I've stepped into in the last few years, when you can deeply connect with somebody, I've seen it and I've felt it myself personally, like at a retreat or just a weekend with friends, or something where you're sharing vulnerably with people without judgment, where there's boundaries on that. In a matter of 3 days, those people can allow you to feel seen and heard on a deeper level than your best friend of 25 years.
Mm. Sorry, I got frozen for a second. Yeah, the ability to be seen. And the only way you can know that is internal work. Karen, what do you think?
Yeah, I think probably I would have to say resilience, because I have a quote that I wrote down. Your career isn't measured by what happens to you. It's measured by what you do next. And so often people reflect on their work history and think like, there were just so many obstacles and things that count against me. But that's further from the truth. Resilience is what's going to help you problem solve for the future. So for those active job seekers right now, they're literally solving their own problems, and that is to get another job, right? So I think that we don't give ourselves enough credit for the journey that we've taken. So resilience has to be my thing in the next 5 years. It's just as important as it is now. Resilience, I think, is the thing that's going to carry us through.
That goes back to Diana said something this morning that I want to connect into that, which is that idea of like control and agency that we have in our careers and in our lives. We just don't take it. And in not taking it, we keep our resilience low. We get victim mentality, right? And if we can flip that script and say, okay, I might fail, but I won't really fail. I'll learn. That's where we get to use the information to then carry us forward, and where we get to leverage the resilience for, the next step and the next step after that. And unfortunately, I have something in my LinkedIn profile that says mediocrity is expensive. And to me, everything that we just talked about in not doing it puts us in a mediocrity trap of not leveraging our agency and control, not doing the work to know ourselves, aligning with somebody else's beliefs instead of our own, right? Those are all these kinds of things that keep us from ourselves. And at the end of the day, we're going to look back and go, oh, I chose mediocrity. I chose the golden handcuffs. I chose the thing I thought I was supposed to do instead of the thing I wanted to do, or the thing I could have done, or or the risk that I could have taken. And, I think it's part of what I have always wanted to do through coaching, whether it's career or anything, is empower people to take that agency and leverage their resilience, to be curious about themselves and curious about others. And I think we have an opportunity to do that more today than we ever have. And that's ironic, but also beautiful in this very, very interesting time and place that we live. So there you go. There's my preach for the day. Yes, Lindsay, please chime in.
Well, it's just that just builds on self-determination theory, which is, the three things that we as humans have from a basic psychological need standpoint of we need to have autonomy. So we have choice over what we're going to do. The competency, we are masters and we get to choose what behaviors we are going to invest our skills in to master. And then there's that relatedness piece, and that's the third piece. So how are we using our autonomy, our agency, and our competencies, our mastery for the greater good of whatever that greater good is? And when we can start to understand what of my psychological needs of these three things aren't being met, we can really start to understand how can we be more pivotability? How can we get more pivot? I'm going to stop saying that. Bill's way. How can we be more connected? How can we be more connected? and really tap into that piece. And how can we be more resilient and really drive home? How are we as individuals using all of this for a bigger purpose, for a bigger reason, for a bigger why? Plug that book.
I'm just going to put a giant exclamation point on the end of that by reading from: the meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of life is to give it away. Pablo Picasso. So as we wrap up today, this is my like heart conversation. I would love for each of us to just, let's go around in a quick, maybe 20-second little soundbite to leave everybody with on that kind of like one thing. It could be a mindset, it could be a habit that you would love everyone out there to adopt, whether it's to have a better life, have a better job search, get more curious, whatever the thing is. What is like your number one best piece of advice for our humans out there? Who do I want to put on the hot seat first? FJ, you're going. Okay, no, Karen raised her hand. Karen's first.
Okay, I did. No, because it came to me immediately. I say, get used to being uncomfortable in that human space. It's okay to not be perfect. Get out there and just be with people, have the conversations, lead with curiosity always, and ask questions.
Yeah, I love it. All right, Bill, what's your one thing?
And this will go for coaches who I'm certain already know this, but for job seekers as well. It's the single word: work. All of it takes work. None of it's going to come easy. And we are not a magic bullet for you to go and find your next job. It takes work on everybody's parts. If you listen to this whole event today, you're going to hear words: drive, push, pull, work, do, be. All of these action words, it's all work, and you have to put it in, period. It's not going to just fall in your lap. It's not going to happen just because of a new cool technology. You got to do the work.
I feel like that's full circle because we talked about kind of like some lazy. We've been enabled to be lazy if we choose to, but you get more out of it if you don't. All right, Lindsay, then FJ, round us out, because then we got one quick housekeeping thing to do before the 12:30 starts. So we got 2.5 minutes. You're on the clock, Linz.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to say know your values inside and out, because when you understand those, you understand what fuels you, and you can really start to understand what is that very next step, that very next decision that I need to make that can give me a little bit of momentum, and then a bit more momentum, because momentum will get momentum. I'm done talking. I'm so sorry.
That's another Newton's law, by the way. We got energy and we've got momentum. There's a body in motion stays in motion whole thing. FJ, bring us home. What's your one thing?
Listen inward. We live in a modern world with social media. Everybody's got an opinion. Everybody's got an angle. Nobody knows you. Nobody knows your past. Nobody knows your details like you do. Listen inward. Find the people that resonate with you and go with your gut.
There you go. Go with your gut. That could just be the mic drop moment of the day. Thank you all for being wonderful humans with me. And I hope those of you out there listening, while this wasn't intensely job search specific, is human specific. And that is a huge thing in which I stand for, to help all of you engineer your potential. And you can only tap into so much of your potential if you don't know yourself and what you're capable of. So this was a little bit of just grounding and inspiration to do that. So our housekeeping thing is, we ran out of time at the end of the last session to do a couple giveaways. And so I'm going to have Karen and Lindsay, you each pick a number, and we're going to give away Carolina and Kathy's, and then Bill, you'll get to pick your number. So Lindsay, give me a number between 2 and 267.
3.
I love you guys who picked those little numbers. All right. Adrian Gatanas is the winner of, we'll make that Kathy's free strategy session. I got to go mark stuff. Hang on. Let me do a little quick. Kathy. All right. And Karen, number between 2 and 267 that is not 3.
Okay. I'm going to go with 111.
Ooh. Who is that? Jennifer Schaefer. Here, let me go find it. I gotta go. Jennifer. And then Bill is giving away 2 months to his new platform, Basecamp, which is super fun and cool. We just get Carolina. Jennifer, you just won Carolina's free LinkedIn audit. And then Bill, close us out. Number between 2 and 267. Who gets your free 2 months of Basecamp?
It's going to be number 45, my old football number.
Love it. And that is, her name's Celeste. I don't have her last name, but we'll make sure she gets info. We'll email all of you guys to coordinate. And awesome. That's somebody who registered throughout the day today. So fantastic. And real quick, as we close out and make a quick transition here, for any of you that aren't already actually signed up for this event, which is how you're also going to get your recordings, this is how you're eligible to win. So basically, I have a registration list. We pull a number. And so if you're not already on it, go ahead and fill this out. I'll pull a new list before the end of the next session to update it. In the meantime, thank you all, wonderful humans, for pouring into all the wonderful humans out there. I look forward to seeing a couple others of you later today. And in the meantime, we're going to make a quick flip over to our first sound off of the day. It's going to be a little bit of a rapid fire. So I'm going to make a quick turn and kick all of you out and bring some new humans in, and we'll keep having some fun for the day. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Oh, wait. That. I need to do that. And I have the wrong slide up. We're going here. And let me bring these two great humans up. Hello, Greg and Franklin.
Hello. Hey, how's it going?
We'll see if we can get Angel in here in a minute. Here she is. Wait, no, that's Franklin. Sorry, I thought I saw another person pop in. But let's dive into this because we got half an hour to debunk some. Oh, wait, I kicked Karen out. Shoot. Dang it. Karen, come back. Damn it. I thought it was Angel. She's in the next one. I'm just a mess today. Here, hang on. I'm screwing stuff up. Let me go. We'll do intros while we wait for Karen to hop back in here. Oh, good. Here she is. Yay. Sorry, I kicked you out. I thought this was Angel and you were later. So I just got overly excited by who was in the room and who was not. But let's debunk some myths about everybody's favorite topic to have a lot of myths about. And that is networking. Let me do a quick intros to everybody here on this panel. You met Karen Jackson just in the last session and talking about humans. She is our caffeinated coach and founder of Resume and Coffee, where she helps professionals clarify value, professional identity, and build authentic careers. Woohoo, authenticities. And then we've got Greg Roche, who is just down the hill from me in Denver. He is the author of The Fast and Easy Guide to Networking for Introverts. Yes, introverts can network, and Greg proves it, which is why he is here. And last but not least is Careers and Beers, Franklin Buchanan, who is the founder of Post Up Careers. And he has lots of years, I won't age him by telling you how many, in talent acquisition and outplacement. And so he brings all of that to his work in career coaching and resume writing. And now we are going to kill some networking myths. How's that sound, everybody?
Awesome. Let's do it.
Let me turn all the crap I've got on the screen off so that everyone can just see the three of you. There we go. All right. We're going to do, so the goal here is, I'm going to say sub 1 minute answers so we can just blow through tons and tons of stuff. I have a question for each of you to kick it off, and then we'll have a free for all. Karen, what is one networking myth that you would love to see die?
That networking has to be formal. I don't think it has to be formal. It can be informal. It can be spontaneous.
Oh, I love that it can even be spontaneous.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that everyone that falls into the next category is going a little bit. But Greg, I need you to debunk the following myth, or maybe I should just start off with true or false. Introverts are bad networkers.
It would be weird if I said true, so I'll have to say false, since I call myself the introverted networker. Yeah, totally false. Actually, I think introverts can be some of the best networkers because most of networking is about listening and less about talking. and introverts tend to be stronger in the listening space. And so I think that makes them natural networkers.
Well played. I'm glad I set you up for exactly that. All right, Franklin, what is one networking mistake you wish people would stop doing?
I'm going to preface my remarks by saying, I mean, no disrespect to the chambers of commerces of the world, but I don't consider that to be efficient networking, especially in a job search.
You know, that's an
I'm a
oddly...
chamber. They're great, and I always get something out of the chamber, but I don't think it's particularly effective for a job search.
I think I agree with you. It's venue, right? Know the rooms in which you will find success. Great for all of us, right? Go network with all the locals and things like that. But from a job search perspective, wrong odds. Okay, so what I have is a bunch of myths, and I'm going to throw them out there, and we'll just, whoever wants to jump in, you can. If you want to challenge somebody, we're just going to have a little fun. So myth number 1 is that networking is only on LinkedIn. Thoughts? Karen made a face.
Both.
You're all shaking your head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much? Okay, so let's actually break this down. How much of, where else is it?
Oh, it's anywhere else. LinkedIn is a tool, right? So you can network out in your local communities. We can network with our peers, our professionals, network anywhere. Network on LinkedIn, absolutely. On social media, great. Network out in the human world too. Like that's going to be such a valuable asset to be able to get out in that human space and connect with people.
Franklin, what do you think? Because then I'm going to go to Greg with a specific angle on this.
Well, I was going to say the answer is written on your shirt.
Franklin wins the day.
That means you're going to send me one of those, right? I think networking is best done with other humans. I love LinkedIn. I like LinkedIn. And it's a fantastic place to social network. But true networking conversations happen with people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
Agreed.
And Greg, I want you to answer this from that introvert lens, because it is harder for introverts to go into a room of humans than it is for them to attempt to have one-on-one communications with, somebody on a LinkedIn network. And so how do you get them to embrace the fact that LinkedIn networking is not just on LinkedIn?
Yeah. My first piece of advice for anybody that's starting to network is start with who you know. And when you talk to most people, that is a lot of times former coworkers, but it can be family, it can be friends, it can be people at your social organizations that you're in around town. It could be people in religious organizations. People get this misconception that their network has to be business people or professional people. Well, everybody has some sort of a job. Everybody has some vocation. And we're not talking about people you're going to spend your weekends with. We're talking about people that you're going to just get to know and help out professionally. So it could be anywhere. It's anybody. It could be your neighbors. I mean, you could be at your kid's soccer game.
It could be the people you spend your weekend with.
Well, I mean, I always tell people, you could be at your kid's soccer game talking about what it is you do, and somebody might be like, "Oh, we're hiring for that." You want to have some tact and discretion about how much you talk about work, but at the same time, it's everywhere.
Okay. Yeah, Scott, I think somebody else said we're getting an echo, and I don't know who it is. So I think maybe we'll just all mute while we're not talking. Mm-hmm. There hasn't been an echo today, so it's not me. No, I'm just kidding. So quick roundtable. Greg, I'll let you kick us off. If LinkedIn disappeared tomorrow, where would you tell people to go?
I would just continue on what I just said. I would say you can think through all the people you know. Here's what I would tell people to do. Pick up your resume, go through the experience section, look at the last place you worked and think of all the people you worked with. Then go to the next place you worked and do the same thing. You would have a list of people to reach out to by email or text or call that would take you probably a month to get through. And you could start networking right there if LinkedIn went away tomorrow.
Franklin, what would you tell people to do if LinkedIn went bye-bye tomorrow?
Exact same thing that Greg told him to do. I mean, if LinkedIn went bye-bye tomorrow, the world wouldn't end. And job searching happened long before LinkedIn's inception, and it'll happen whenever LinkedIn fizzles out. And I think I saw, this is their stats, it was like 65% of jobs are filled through referrals. And that means that every 10 jobs that you see, 6.5 of them are going to be filled by a human connection, whether that's somebody passing a resume to somebody else or an introduction to the hiring manager, whatever it might be. I think you go to your network, and I want to build on what Greg said about starting with who you know, and just take that one step further. And when you're looking at that list of people that you know, ask yourself one more question, and it's, who knows me? Because they're the people that are going to give you the best insight initially, and then expand upon those conversations with other people that you know.
Yeah, I would say the other
Who
piece
knows
of
me is
that,
a good question to ask.
just to kind of build off that too, when you consider that each person in your list feasibly has their own list, that's who you actually are trying to get connected with, right? You're going to start with people you know, but if you think about that, think of how big that network gets, how quickly that network grows when you think of it from that perspective. So your list doesn't have to be that long, but you're not really you're trying to start with those people, but you want to get introduced to the next level people. That's when networking really works.
And Karen, you have anything new you want to add? And forever, all of you out there, I'm trying to manage the echo. It is Greg, you are the offender, but we're going to try to manage it best we can. Karen, you have anything you want to chime in on before we move to the next myth?
Yeah, just piggybacking off of all of that. Start with the people, and we talked about this before. Start with your grapevine, the people that you've already built rapport and relationships with. Those are the people who already know you, who are already going to absolutely like connect with you, unless their lives are just so busy. Stick with who you already know.
Call the first 5 people in your Rolodex. There you go. And you would be surprised at how young people still know what a Rolodex is. Okay, myth number, I don't know what number it is. Next myth. Next thing we hear a lot, networking is self-serving. I want to know, and Franklin, we'll start with you. Why does networking feel icky to so many people?
There we go. I think it feels icky because people don't necessarily like asking for help. And it's a very easy thing to do, even though you're being judged when you apply online. It's a very simple and easy thing to do, to submit that online application and think, all right, I did something for my job search today. It feels icky because I don't like asking for help. I don't think it's a normal, let me tell you, not a normal, it's not a natural thing for people to want to do because they're afraid of what they're going to hear. When in reality is what they're going to hear, whether it's something to fear, that needs to be something that you need to know. And I think it feels icky because people just in general don't like asking for help.
So how do we help people work around this? Karen, I'm going to come to you because to me, and I'll just transition as to where I want to go. I think that Franklin is right, but that there's also a way to approach it that can feel less like I'm asking for help and kind of downplay that ick factor. So how do you get people over that hump?
Yeah, so there's a lot to be said there. And I've said this before too. It can feel ick because it feels transactional, which we've talked about. But lead with that curiosity. I think that's a really good one, because if you go in there wanting to see and have questions to ask, if you can lead with curiosity, then it feels less icky. It feels more like, let's just have a conversation. Don't go in with the expectation of what do you have for me? Let's just start a relationship. And even a lot of times I'll tell my clients, like, interviews are networking at their finest, because whether you get the job or not, it's still a relationship being built there. You're in the room meeting those people who are making those decisions. So just keep up with, connect with them on LinkedIn, write them an email from time to time, remind them that you exist. That's really the things that will sustain your network, right? Just reminding them who you are, like what problems you can solve, whether they hire you or not.
And Greg, I'm sure that this is all very true for introverted people who aren't the ones that are going to go run screaming into a room. They feel that ick factor probably even extra level. So what are some practical methods or things that whether introverted or not, people can do to start networking to push through the ick?
Well, I would say the first thing is and this is a networking myth, which is what we're talking about, is networking is about asking or getting. And networking is not. Networking is about giving, and networking is about helping other people. And so when you go into it and go, how am I going to help this person? The ick goes away, because now you're not worried about what you're asking for. Now, you're looking for a job. You ultimately need something from this relationship, and it will come because people naturally want to help people who helped them. So you go into it thinking, what am I going to do to help this person? Yes, you need a job. You need a paycheck. I get that. But if you change your mindset and you're like, I'm going to go into this conversation and see what I can do to help this person, don't worry. They're going to ask how they can help you. And then you don't even ask. They just say, how can I help you? And you can just say, this is what I'm looking for. When you kind of change and flip it around like that, then all the ick kind of goes away. And that's kind of what I tell people and teach people is, if you go in and your first job in any networking conversation is to listen, not talk, just to listen. Your second job is to give. So as you're listening, think of what I can give this person. And when you do that, all that awkwardness goes away.
Yeah. Denise said in the comments something that I want to reinforce that overlaps you, Greg, and then also a question I want to pose to all of you guys. I agree that with Franklin's perspective, that most people don't like asking for help. And the myth is networking is asking for help, but we can shift the perspective there to it's building a relationship. And I like to think about it as like it's a little bit of like a karma bank, right? If I go out and I'm helpful to people, they will want to be helpful for me. And people that get it. A lot of people don't, and that's fine. It's just it's either positive or neutral. It's not going to be negative. So, what do you have to lose? And Denise said, she's like, for every ask, you have 3 gives, right? So you're like positive in the karma bank. But something else Denise says, and this is the conversation I want to bring to you guys. Can somebody throw a comment that I want to know when Greg's unmuted, if you're still getting the echo. I'm just trying to manage that a little bit. Denise said, and I agree with this, that like most people don't network until they need to network, which inherently now I am asking for help. What can we do to get people out of that mentality? Like the always be networking mentality. Greg, I'll start with you since you're unmuted. But like once you get people to start networking, what do you recommend they do to continue?
You have to think about it as not a job search activity or something just when you have a job. You have to think of it as a asset in your life that you're going to contribute to, or that you're going to make deposits into that asset on a constant basis, and it's going to grow in value, and it's going to be something that's becomes the most valuable thing you have in your career and life. So it truly has to go from this thing of like it's a job search activity to it is a life skill and a life improvement skill to cultivate a community of people that goes just beyond networking. That's the thing that so much of our life is missing now, is that community aspect and that connection. So when you take it out of that and just say, something I'm always going to be doing. I mean, I always tell people ABC, always be connecting. That's what you kind of have to say I'm going to do throughout my life, whether I need it or not.
Yeah. Karen, I want you to add to that.
Yeah, I actually love that answer, because really when I think about networking, we always think about it like from our career standpoint of view. But even as, say, parents, for example, people in our community, as a parent, I'm looking for good doctors. So I'm asking my friends and family, the people in my community, who are the good doctors that I need to be going to? So it is like that referral network. And it has nothing to do with the job itself. So whether we frame it under, job search lens, we just need to create that community, like Greg said, and just keep the conversation going. Whether it's a job you're looking for a doctor, you're wanting to know what are the good restaurants to go to. It's the same skill. You're just asking for information from the people you already know. So I don't think it needs to be overthought. It's things that we do that we don't realize.
And we've talked a lot about like skill building today, which is really, that's what the Job Seeker Summit is trying to give everybody this skill set from a job searching perspective, a strategy building perspective. Interview is a communication skill. Networking is a relationship building skill. And when you change that, when you shift that lens on it, it makes it feel a lot less self-serving. And for some reason, the following story seems like the right time. For some reason, we think of networking, like Karen said, the transaction, right? Like, okay, I'm going to just go ask for something. And instead of, I'm going to go be curious, right? And the big thing I've ever said that makes people have an aha moment here is, do you take a diamond ring in your pocket on a first date?
I love that.
I once said that to a software engineer on the phone because he said, I've been networking, I've been doing all the things. And I said, well, give me an example of what you're doing in networking. And it's basically diary of the mouth with a resume slapped onto it. And I said to him, I have a question for you. And I said, do you take a diamond ring on a pocket when you go on a first date? Dead silence for like 20 seconds. And then it was like, oh,
It's
right.
such a
But it's
paradigm shift.
But for some reason, even if you've been married for 20 years, that's a better way to think about a shift in perception than this whole, like, I'm asking for help. No, I'm going to go out and have a cocktail before I commit to a 5-course meal. And that gets layered on through the course of like kind of dating. There are infinite correlations between dating and job searching. And for some reason, the psychology of dating is easier for people to like trigger and understand and kind of get it. So I want to give everybody some practical advice. And this can be we'll do quick round robins of all of this. What is one networking habit everyone should start this week? Karen, Franklin, Greg.
Ooh, Franklin first, then come back.
Okay. So we'll do Karen, Greg. No, we'll do Franklin, Greg, Karen.
Okay.
Track your conversations. Because in going back to how do you keep doing it, I'm a big believer as an 11-year basketball coach in momentum. And you are always going to be more successful when things are going well and when you can see what's working well in front of you. And so document your conversation. When you're done with a conversation, whatever it is, document that. Put it in a note, put it in Excel, whatever it might be. Track that and look at it and see, all right, that was really good. How can I capitalize on that? That's how you build momentum and get past a lot of that imposter syndrome and resistance to asking for help. So I'm a big believer in tracking conversations.
Love it. Greg?
So I have to give credit to my friends V Band who told me about this, but I do this anyway. Go back through all your text messages, your entire text history, and find people that you haven't talked to in several months and send them a text and say, you crossed my mind the other day. I was wondering how things were going. You'd be surprised how many people are still in your text messages that you either worked with or know professionally that you haven't talked to. Just do that and start the conversation and get started right there. V calls it the scroll back method. I never had a name for it until I met him, but he said that's something that he recommends people do as well.
I know
it's also just a good human thing to do.
I did that last week.
Yeah, how'd it go?
I got
See,
3
we all
meetings set
practice
up for next week, and I got a recommendation written on Google.
Yep,
and
there you go.
We practice what we preach. All right, Karen, what's your habit you wish everyone would do?
So mine, I feel, is kind of related to both Greg and Franklin, and that is to create that feedback loop. When we make those connections, whether it's online or in person, maybe even at a conference, create that feedback loop with yourself and kind of gauge, like, how did that feel? How can I get better at this? Like, what are the things that I can do to kind of make any of, like, if it's an awkward moment, how do I make that less awkward? What do I do with how to get more confidence in networking and having these conversations? So I think it's creating that feedback loop with ourselves and just trying to improve on the little things.
Yeah. There's a question in chat that, Greg, I'm going to queue up for you because I think this is connected to something you said earlier. Michelle wants to know, if you start with a small pool of people, let's say your Rolodex only has 5 people in it. What is the best way to expand the network from that very small pool?
Yeah. So this is what I call the connection loop. And this is my networking approach for anybody, but especially for introverts. So you're going to get together with those people. You need to have a voice. I won't go through each of the steps because it'll take too long. So the keys are, you're going to need to actually have a voice-to-voice conversation with those people. Text is nice. Emails are nice. You need to get to either a phone call or a face-to-face conversation. You're going to listen and give. You're going to try to help them out, see what you can do. And they're going to go, how can I help you? And you got to say, I'm trying to meet this kind of person, or I'm trying to meet people like this, or who do you know in your network that I should connect with? And would you be willing to introduce me? Then they introduce you, and then you do the same thing over and over again. It's a loop. And that's how your network can grow whenever you want, on your schedule, in your space, with your style. So that's a whole process I teach, and I talk about every day on LinkedIn and in my newsletter.
So go follow Greg, shameless plug. You got to be easy to help. You have to help people help you. And the worst way to do that is to not be clear on what the heck type of help you want. So that goes back to
Bingo.
something we talked about way at the beginning of this
Bingo.
morning.
Yep.
Where, as my epitaph will read, lack of clarity is more detrimental than a bad resume. Karen Franklin, anything you want to add before we do a little lightning round to close it out?
Bring it.
All right. I want to know from all three of you, and Karen, I'm going to make you start this time. What is the worst networking advice you have ever heard?
The worst networking advice I ever heard is, I would have to say, the worst networking advice is to don't try. Like, be yourself. I think to a degree we can be ourselves, but definitely put some effort forth, right? Like, do try to grow from the experience. So it's important to be yourself, be authentic, but put some effort into it as well.
Like, you got to be prepared to leverage the conversation. Yes, I totally agree with that. All right, Franklin, you had a good what is the worst piece of networking advice I've heard? So what'd you think of?
It's all about you.
Yes.
I wanted to come back to my Chamber of Commerce thing, but I don't want to knock the Chambers of Commerce anymore.
They're not listening. Go ahead.
It's all about you. It's not all about you. It's all about your shirt, Angie. It's if you make it about yourself, you're only going to get so far, and the more you can make it about others, the further you'll get.
Yeah, love it. All right, Greg, what's the bad juju out there?
I don't know if it's advice, but it's bad form, and it's people that just constantly keep score. There's people out there that are will say I'll introduce you to these people if you introduce me to new people. And that just, to me, I don't want to introduce that person to anybody I know. If that's your attitude, I don't want you anywhere near my network. And I've had people that said well, I introduced you to people, and now that you haven't, I'm taking away, I'm never going to introduce you to anybody else again. And I'm that's fine, whatever, if you want to, but I mean, you're not going anywhere near the people that I know.
Yeah. In the whole karma of networking, people who get it. And there is that oh, you scratched my back, so I will scratch yours. But when you start to expect it, now it's like a tit for tat thing that doesn't actually feel genuine. It feels like I must contribute to you to get the return. And that's bad juju.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So now let's finish it out with, we'll go in reverse order. Greg, you get to start. What is your number one best piece of advice on networking?
Get clear on what you really want out of it. You said to be easy to help. That's one of the steps that I always talk about in my connection loop. But if you don't know what you want out of it and you can't tell people, they're not going to be able to help you. People want to help, but if it's hard for them to help you, they won't do it.
People, can we highlight that for a second? People actually want to help you. If they don't, they either just get it or they're an asshole and we don't want their help anyway. Most of them fall into the just don't get it, and it's neither here nor there. Most people want to help us. We just don't let them.
You don't tell them what they should do. Yeah.
Exactly. All right, Franklin, what's your number one as we round this out?
It's the same as Greg's. Be very clear and what you're trying to accomplish.
The clarity word keeps coming up. All right, Karen, finish us out. What's your number one piece of advice?
Mine is understanding that networking is not about meeting a bunch of people. It's about meeting meaningful people with intention.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. There's some really important words that have come out of here. Clarity, curiosity, and intention. And I think if you think about those in combination with relationship building, coming off of our conversation about the human advantage and looking at my shirt, that whole little ecosystem can really start to work for you and won't feel as icky. I have had people who are very resistant to networking. Oftentimes they're a software engineer. Greg, you know why? And once I get them into it, they're like, oh my gosh, this is so much more fun than sitting behind an apply button and getting ghosted. Right? Because it feels like you're actually making progress and actually communicating, building relationships with humans. So it can be fun if you allow it and you set yourself up for success. So this was a fun little sound off. You all were great. Right group of people to have for this one. Let me see. What do I have? And Franklin, we have a giveaway for you. I just don't want to kick anybody out of the room before I, like I did with Karen for the next one, while I wait for them to assemble. So Franklin's doing a giveaway for a free LinkedIn audit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you get to choose a number between 2 and, I don't think that's the right list. Hold on. 267? 202 and 202 and 267, Angie. Choose a number between those two.
I'll go 67. My kids are 6 and 7, so we'll put those two together.
Love it. I always love okay, pick another one because that's Denise. And I don't think you want to give her a LinkedIn audit. Love you, Denise.
Oh, sorry, Denise. She doesn't need my LinkedIn audit. Then I heard Bill give his old football number. I'll go with my old basketball number, 20.
That's what I was expecting you to do. It's always fun to hear the logic behind why people choose the numbers that they do. My volleyball
I can
number
hear the
was
kids
20.
playing upstairs, so that's
There you
spurred that.
go. Love it. That is Miss Andrea Smith. And whether you're watching live or not, we will reach out and make sure you're connected with Franklin for your awesome giveaway. Because we just can't keep giving around here, human to human people. Hang on, let me make a note before I mess something else up today. And I think we'll bid adieu to the sound off. Thank you all. Great.
Thanks.
Great, consolidated, but everything everybody needs to know to network better. So I appreciate all of you for being here, for your time. Thanks for sharing the stoke and helping everybody out there be more intentional job seekers. I'll see some of you this afternoon. Thank you all. And let's queue up the next one. Just keep it rolling here. All right, everybody, I'm going to make a quick switch, but that is not what is happening next. This is what's happening next. And let me go find my friends and kind of get set up here. All right, we're missing Shelly when she hops in. We will add her to the stage. But hello, friends.
Mom.
Hello. How is everyone today? We're just rocking and rolling over here. I think by 5 o'clock I might fall to the ground. It's also starting to get hot in my office, so you never know what's going to happen. All right, let's introduce you to our little career change panel, because I said earlier, I think it was in the human session, that I foresee career changes becoming more prevalent with the onset of AI, displace versus replace, and people starting to think differently because we are just in an innovative time. And so this was a session I really wanted to have so that people could start thinking about career change more accessibly. Because I think that there is that myth that it means like just going all the way back to the bottom, and that isn't always the case. And I have assembled a crew who are excellent at talking about this. So first, we will welcome Dustin Beasley, the founder of Career Renovators. He is an award-winning career coach who helps professionals clarify their goal, strengthen a personal brand, and pursue work that is aligned with their skills and their lives. Super important when we come into the career change topic. Jessica Visick is a former HR exec and certified master job search coach who specializes in helping mid and senior level professionals with complex career transitions and developing a strategy that helps them do that with alignment and authenticity. We love authentic storytelling around here. And Miss Catherine Anderson is also an award-winning coach. I just brought all the award winners to you today. And she is also an economic developer at Yavapai College. Did I say it right?
Yeah, I was. Yes, with Yavapai College. Yes.
Wait, that's the old one. No, you're at AMVETS now.
I'm at US Vets.
I knew that. You know what? When I wrote that, I was like, wait, I think that changed. AMVETS. Hang on. Shelly can't get in. Shelly, I'm going to email you. Tech has been fun this afternoon. I don't know why she can't get in. Hang on. Oh, here you are. Okay.
Am
there
I
you
here?
are.
Hi.
Yeah. Hey, Shelly's here. I emailed you the link because I didn't see you in the backstage yet. You weren't showing up. I think there was a lag.
Okay.
Catherine is not at Yavapai College. She's at AMVETS, and that should tell you right off the bat why she's here for a career change conversation. And Shelly Maley is the founder of Dream Catcher Career Coaching, where she helps professionals establish their brand for both new grads and young professionals and established professionals navigating career pivots. We're all about confidence and purpose in career change. So let's get rid of this slide so everybody can see your lovely faces and talk about how to career change without starting over. Dustin, you want to kick us off? I've got a question queued up for you. I think you'll smile at this one because your company is called Career Renovators, not Career Rebuilders. Tell us why that is actually an important distinction.
Ooh, I am smiling at that one. That's good. I took a lot of thought on what my business name was, and where I landed on Career Renovators is we're constantly renovating our careers, whether we know it or not. And when we think about rebuilding, that is basically starting over from scratch. And a career change is not starting over from scratch. You're starting over from experience. And a renovation is allowing you to take what you've learned, the skills, the experience, the activities, and apply that to a new situation. It's not rebuilding it from scratch.
And that, because here's the thing, and here's how I'll add my own little, just the madness in my head that you all have access to, like it or not, is a lot of times we think about a career change as having no relevant experience. But even if you're making a pretty substantial shift or complete career change, you're not a greenhorn anymore. And while your experience may not translate at a factor of 1, right? 5 years over here isn't 5 years over here. It's also not a factor of 0. It's just the problem is we don't always know what that factor is, and some of it's subjective, which is why it can be by the employer or the nature of the goal role, which is why it can be hard and basically feel like it's 0. But you have experience in the world, which counts for something, and that's why we renovate, not rebuild. So, Shelley,
yes,
I think this is a good dovetail from that statement. When somebody tells you, "I think it's too late for me to change careers," what do you say to them?
I say that's craziness. I've changed careers 5 times, and I've been, I'm now nearly 60. So if I can do it, you can do it too. It's never too late, and you have to find something that's going to be fulfilling for you. When you're spending 90,000 hours of your life in a professional position, you better find something that's going to make you happy.
Yep. And bridging from that, Jessica, because you work a lot with mid and senior careers, you're dealing with people who have a lot of years of experience to potentially translate. But we also know at that point, the stakes can become higher. And so how do you help them with like a mindset shift they need in order to make change seem viable?
I think the first thing is to reconnect themselves to who they are and what their value is. Because I feel like in cases of mid career professionals and those that are aspiring to be senior leaders or really just looking for growth, period, is that they've just been going along and just dealing with what's in front of them. And it's a matter of taking a beat and reconnecting with themselves, understanding what their value has been and what they're looking to then get out of what their next adventure is. I actually want to do a little plug to Shelley. She posted something this morning on LinkedIn about a golfer who was doing golfing for many years and just hit a wall, if I'm paraphrasing correctly, and didn't want to continue golfing. The physical tax, what's on the body, how taxing that is. And Shelley masterfully helped him reconnect with himself and reinvent kind of, okay, I've been this professional golfer. What's next for me? That is a perfect illustration of realizing I still have value. It's just a matter of how to communicate that to the market.
Yeah. And in that example, just to kind of call what I see there is that is somebody that could easily say, I am a professional golfer and I have absolutely no transferable skills outside of the green. However, think about the discipline that somebody has in order to get to the point of being a professional athlete. That alone is something that can be desirable and can be foundational to building a career change or a brand around. Just as an example of how this isn't always about starting back at 0. And Catherine, I'm going to come to you to kind of round out this little first pass at everybody. with maybe a way to bring all this together, because in your work with schools and US vets and your own coaching, you've seen a lot of, different levels, different stages of careers. And I'm curious, with career changers, what is something you feel like people commonly underestimate about themselves when they're looking at something new?
They underestimate everything they bring with them. What everybody has been saying so far, and I know the same with me, they look at it as, well, I'm already this age. What do I have to bring to this new employer? I only know this skill. And they have to open up their toolbox and realize they have so many skills with them already. And the golfer, as you were just mentioning, has so many skills that he can bring with him to the next job. I mean, same with me. I have never worked, I shouldn't say never. I did assist veterans when I was at the college, but I didn't work with them one-on-one like this. So for me, same thing. I said, how can I help a veteran? I don't know how to work with veterans, but I have so many skills that I had at the college that all I had to do was open up my toolbox and realize, oh my gosh, I am so well prepared to do this. You just have to really take a look at yourself and see everything that you can bring. And you might need a career coach or someone to help you look at it and see you do have all these skills and you do have all these tools. Don't limit yourself. It is there.
Right. And I'm going to take that one step further, because I think that is 100% true, and the thing that we hope to help people see. But there's like two stages of it. One, there's getting the thing, which is what we're going to talk about more. But there's also two, I think people underestimate their ability to do something differently than they ever have done. And that to me is a lot of what you just spoke to, Catherine. And like, we underestimate what our skills can go do in a new environment. And just because you've done it here and not here doesn't mean it won't translate. And I think that we underestimate the ability to do a thing once we get through the getting process. And it's really interesting to kind of think about that differently. And there's actually a question in the chat that I want to just field right off the bat, because I think this is an important foundation to set for everybody. And I'll let whoever wants to take it first, take it. Rick says, the problem when looking for a position that's different than your current experience is getting past the ATS that's looking for details. Now, let me go back earlier this morning for anybody who was around for the fruit conversation. Rick is right? Do we all agree? He's right. Yeah. Because if you're not a Cosmic Crisp trying to be in a Cosmic Crisp basket, there is a disconnect, and it makes it harder for the ATS to see you, because they're not looking for a red apple, they're looking for a green apple. And that difference is just enough sometimes to make that almost a non-starter. So what is your response to Rick?
Can I take it?
Jessica, then Dustin. I have a feeling we're all going to say the same thing, but we got to say it
so
anyway.
I hope this commenter watched the previous one prior to us about networking, because I tell clients that are making career pivoting massive, maybe to them it looks massive. To me, I can kind of see the alignment, but obviously taking it from my point of view, years of experience, and how to position you. But you got to get in the door. You got to get behind the ATS. Yes, and inevitably you will need to have your resume and all your branding material reflecting the alignment. But above all, is understanding who do you know, or who knows somebody within that organization that can get you talking to some of the decision makers, to give them a, hey, FYI, my friend here, Joe, he's transitioning from X to Y. Let me connect the dots for you up front, so you understand, and flag that. And honestly, in this market, no matter if you're career pivot or not, network, people, just network.
Yeah.
So,
Dustin, you want to add anything?
It's going to be very similar, but Karen Franklin and Greg's session on networking, like, rewatch that, take some notes from it. Relationships are everything. And what I tell my clients is the goal is not to have a conversation about ATS. The goal is to have a conversation about The best situations is whenever you're making a career change and the ATS is the last step. You're getting through the paperwork part, but you've already made the impression, you've communicated your value, and you've also identified that you are qualified and fit for the position. Mm-hmm. The ATS and the application is just the getting it on paper and getting the offer signed, sealed, and delivered. That's the ultimate goal, and the way that you do that is through relationships. It's not through blind applications, and it's not through hoping that you can target and tailor your resume enough to be able to tell the story. You have to tell the story in person, verbally, over a Zoom chat, through coffee, something of that nature.
I'm just going to say it. Is that okay with everyone? Fuck the ATS.
That's Canadian.
Yeah.
I mean, and I believe that as Jessica said, with any job search, that is a myth. We should actually, when we get into resume myths, make sure we talk about the ATS myth, right? We over rely, over index, overthink, over analyze over everything having to do with the ATS. Mm-hmm. And as we talked about earlier this morning, we actually are seeing more human intervention there on reviewing resumes. But ultimately, no matter what, you should not be trying to play an ATS game. No. There is a level of, is this good enough to get through enough if you are an apple to apple, but regardless, everyone should be activating the networking channel. And if you're making a career change, that is a high priority channel where you're going to put 80% of your effort. And so if you're a career change, ATS should not be in your vocabulary. So
I kind of just throw this out. I mean, just to reiterate what they're saying, where I'm at right now was not even on my radar. I happened to be out somewhere. I wasn't even networking, but I mean, it was the networking that came into play. Somebody I knew introduced me to the people at this company. And then I got a phone call that said, hey, would you be interested? And a week later, everything came into play. By chance? Yes, but it was networking that did this, not my resume. So just to reiterate with what Jessica and Dustin both said.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ange. Sorry.
Well, and I want to connect a couple dots and then don't lose that thought, because there is a reason the networking conversation was next to this, because these two things are inextricably intertwined. If you want to change careers, you must network. Networking is the pathway to changing careers. But what Catherine just pointed out is that if you are always networking, right? Greg's ABC, always be connecting. You may never have to go seek it. It may seek you, or you may cross paths with it. There's a very high likelihood that's the case, because you've created the right visibility for yourself, and it's just a matter of when, not if. And ultimately, that is a much more friendly way to find work, whether you are active or passively seeking it. But yes, like, listen to this, go rewatch networking, because those two things are kind of the key to making anything happen that is like bigger than the same type of fruit. Now, Jessica, I hope you didn't lose your thought.
No. Actually, I've been able to formulate a little more. Really, what I'm trying to get to is what I tell clients, and then the importance of networking or relationship building, which I love Dustin mentioning that, because that's what it's about, is when you're solely focusing on a job description, okay, and that is such a limited view on what the business mandate is. The most important thing is to get in front of people and understand the business, what's going on, because it is always changing. Okay, come on, we know that. So I always say to folks, yeah, okay, a job description is a benchmark. It's giving you a sense of what you want to go after, especially if you're a career pivoter. You're not completely 100% sure anyway, hence hiring somebody like myself, Dustin, Shelley, and Catherine, and Ange, is, do you truly know what you want? And isn't it better to start talking with individuals within an organization maybe that you've always followed, that you're thinking could be my next place, and I'm making these changes to my career before even looking at a job description? Okay. So stop getting caught up in some of the things that you think go through, like you have to go through with a job search. And again, if you're a career changer or career pivoter, whoa, like you gotta pump the brakes. So like you said, ATS isn't part of it. Looking at job boards, looking at whatever, that is not even part of your job search, period.
There's a little bit of an get yourself out of the box here. And I don't mean that just from think outside the box and see what you can transfer into, but we are very good in the career space of thinking about only the boxes that exist on the shelf at Target And sometimes you can go be a product in a different department that no one knew would also fit the same need. And I think that's a really interesting thing to think about. Just like, don't look at a career change as simply what new title do I want to slap on myself, but how can I be a tool to a solution in a company and articulate that to the right decision makers to create an opportunity for myself or put myself in front of an opportunity that may come later. Shelly, this is kind of like, we're going to shift gears a little bit, but not very much because it's related. Shelly, I'm coming to you with a specific question I want you to answer because I know you've experienced this, and that is the identity piece of career change. I experienced this as well, but why does it feel so much like changing careers is often like changing an identity? And what do we need to know about that fact?
Well, because we spend so much of our time in a professional role, we really wrap ourselves around that identity. And we have to, just be flexible. And the first thing to do, like Jessica said, is have conversations with people that are doing that job now. If you think you want to go from being a teacher to being, a restaurant manager, talk to the person that's currently a restaurant manager, talk to a couple people. And I think the more you understand the role, the more you can either picture yourself in that role and start assuming parts of that identity, or you determine that's not me. That's not something that's going to be in alignment with who I am. And then you decide that's not the right fit. But we definitely pigeonhole ourselves with titles.
And that, I think, is this is second time I will shameless plug this. I talk about this in this book that I wrote that you can get for $1.99 on Amazon right now. Lowered the price for all of you. But I talk about this because from a societal perspective in the United States, we very much attach identity and value to our job, and even maybe more dangerously, a job title.
Yep.
I think that there are places where that is even greater, i.e., if you live in an East Coast city, that is extremely prevalent. As you move west, it falls off a little bit. But it's how we introduce ourselves. Hi, name, what do you do is the first question after name. And I think that creates an unhealthy connection with vocation to the point that we don't know our identity outside of that. And that's why it can be hard to connect with something new, feel lost when you need to change, feel lost if you get laid off because you never took the time to know yourself outside of that label. And Dustin, I'm going to come to you for a second because you fell into that situation as well, like when there was a layoff. And I'm curious what you experienced a little bit with that kind of like mental, emotional transition.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we're talking about career changes, but I have made my own career change. So while I support people that are making that move, I have my own kind of journey along that. I spent 15 years in corporate, kind of predicted layoff was going to be happening. I wasn't really thinking about a business at that time. And I honestly wasn't even really thinking about my skills because I was like, you know what, I don't know what I'm going to do next. We're just going to kind of figure it out. I had to quickly assess because the situation in my work just kind of accelerated and layoffs were happening left and right. And I kind of made a jump out of necessity, but out of that jump, I really got to explore myself. And in doing so, I kind of went backwards and then identified the transferable skills that took me from my corporate job to what I'm doing now, which is coaching professionals in transition. And I speak to my own experience a lot because I say, a 15-year career, I was expecting that to be 20, 25-year career. I work with people on a daily basis that have that. They were in the same job for 25 years and they're like, I'm untrainable. I can't do anything else. And I have to say, yes, you can, because there are many people all across this world that are doing that on a regular basis. So my personal story with career change, I really feel like it kind of gives me a little bit more permission to just kind of be transparent and direct, not only about my journey, but also giving permission that you can do something else. And it does not have to be anywhere close to what you were doing in a previous life. A quick example, I have a client that I'm working with. They are going from a data analyst to being a corrections officer.
Interesting.
You never
two
know.
totally different spectrums of work, and they successfully made that pivot. And the way they successfully made that pivot is they went and scheduled 5 interviews every single week with people that were in the corrections field and said, how can I translate this experience?
Okay, quick show of hands. How many of us have changed careers?
5 times.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm at 4. How many of us did that after the age of 35? Okay, done. We've made our point. Now, there's a question in chat I want to get to from Scott, and that is that some of our advice we've been talking about with transferable skills, ATS, and because I think this question came in on the heels of the ATS, is essentially the difference between a career change and like an industry shift. And maybe what some of our recommendations on how to navigate that are. And I'm going to steal the show because this is the perfect time for me to give a little bit of one of my madnesses, and then you guys can take it away. I think about everybody's professional marketability as having 2 circles on a Venn diagram. One is your functional skill set, the job you can do, the function that you serve. So sales, learning and development, coding, data analyst, right? Those are all your functional skill set. The other circle on the Venn diagram is the industry or subject matter knowledge environment in which you do it. So I'm a data analyst in healthcare technology, or I do learning and development in telecommunications, right? Where you are most marketable, where you are a green apple looking for another green apple is in the overlap of the Venn diagram where the 2 circles do this, right? However, when we talk about career change, shifts, and pivots, usually that's not where we want to be. So the best, in my opinion, your best next step, and Scott, this is where this comes into what you're talking about, is to root one to pivot the other. Because if you don't root one or the other, you're kind of tethered out in space and don't without any sort of connection. And that isn't not doable, i.e. data analyst to corrections officer, but it is a harder move. And so in this case, Scott, if you work in supply chain in retail and you want to move to supply chain to manufacturing, to me, that's root the functional skill set and then translate all the language from retail to manufacturing. And you've kind of now started to speak the right language. That is not a completely impossible ATS task, but we still recommend the networking thing. So I think that's also like a good way to think about yourself. If you don't want to be in the gray area or the place you're most marketable, what can I do next that gets me one step? And then maybe is there a step after that you can make where you're not trying to leap the whole chasm at once? And so that's a much more broad scope answer than simply what Scott asked, but I thought it was a good way to kind of bring that all together and would love a little bit of your additional thoughts or departures from it. So whoever wants to chime in. Kat.
I just want to go back again using like my personal example. You know, when I was with the college, one of my big functions was job fairs. I was a career coach, but I did a lot of job fairs. I don't do job fairs at all here. But part of doing the job fairs was the networking, knowing people in the community, how to do career coaching, how to work with people, how to connect. Well, what am I doing here now? I'm working with the community, how to connect with my veterans, how to get them the right resources, how to point them in the right direction. If it's not something we can do here, let me point them to the right community resource. So it's still all those skills that I did at the college that I can do here. So job fairs, we don't focus on the job fair part of that job at all here, but a lot of the still the skills, the techniques, all that I had to have with the job fairs, I'm still doing here. And even though I'm not a career coach per se, I still find that I'm using those skills all the time here. I've still been invited to present and do resumes and LinkedIn workshops. So I'm still doing it in this new role that I have here. So there's so many skills that you can take from one job and bring over to another job. It's just, you have to present it in that new role. What Angie was just saying, the context. So I'm not talking about it as job fairs anymore. I'm talking about it. How can I help my new clients? How can I help it in this new role? And you're going to be amazed at how many skills that you have that are going to be perfect for that role. It's the context.
And Shelly, I'm going to come to you because that's perfect bridge into talking about transferable skills. Because for some reason, this is like this very mythical beast that people feel like they can't quite wrap their head around. So Shelly, I'm curious, especially because the golf analogy is a perfect example of identifying transferable skills. What are some ways somebody out there can do this if they need to not go it alone, but if they're doing this without the enablement of somebody like this? Where can they start exploring or start understanding their transferable skills?
I think a great place to start is ask the people that know you best. What am I really good at? What are my strengths? What have you witnessed or identified with me? Because we don't see our own strengths. We don't see our own talents, but our family does, our spouse does. And I think that's a really great place to start, identifying where are my strengths and my natural aptitudes, because those are often they intersect very much so with those transferable skills.
Okay, so related to that, I want you to answer this, and then Jessica, I want you to answer this because the two of you work in an overlap and then not. What is different about going through that exercise, or in general the career shift, for somebody at 45 versus 27?
Mindset.
Tell me more.
We just have this philosophy that I'm too old and it's just not going to be possible. But if you believe that 45 is not old, it's never too late. So
Hi, 45.
Right,
I'm not
you just
old.
have to-
I'm not old, and I try real hard not to act like it.
Right. Never grow up.
I am 45 going on maybe 22 on a good day. And you all shake your head.
We know you well.
But I want to dig into this a little bit more because we're laughing, but I think that's true, right? So one of the differences I see is that the 45-year-old probably has a more limiting mindset versus a 25-year-old. However, the 45-year-old has more transferable skills to leverage, but they also have more responsibilities. So there's kind of trade, like there's challenges, pros and cons to like each situation. And so if you have a 27-year-old who comes to you and says, I don't like what I've been doing for the last 5 years, what are some of the things that you would ask them?
Tell me which parts of your job that you enjoy, which parts are draining the life out of you, down to the job duties and the tasks. Because we can sometimes identify, all right, well, if you know that those 5 things are just sucking the life out of you, then you obviously don't want to do something similar. But let's figure out what energizes you and what do you enjoy doing with your current job? Because there's got to be something within that current position that lights you up.
Yeah. Jessica, how would that conversation sound similarly and differently for the 45-year-old person who walked in your door?
Yeah. Well, with the 45-year-old, yeah, I agree with the mindset. I would also say what their time horizon is, because they're, like you said, their goal, one, they have more responsibility on their plates, as well as what their time horizon is, because they've been in the market longer, as well as what is their anticipated kind of like, are they anticipating 10 years, 15 years left? And I do also want to say for the 45-year-old, unlike the 25-year-old, 27-year-old, there is a greater emphasis on transferable value because of the nature of the role that they're going for. I'm not minimizing skill, but their skill has been elevated into value into more kind of higher stakes roles where there's an understanding, yeah, you have the skills, but now I need to see more from you now. Because the role is looking for the job scope, the responsibility, the really kind of the line of sight with whose eyeballs are on it. What do you really? What is the business asking you to do is greater. So it requires. Yeah, it's a mindset shift. But I would also say if somebody is making at 45 a significant career pivot, and Angie would appreciate this, is zooming out on the why, understanding like what has gotten you to this point and why are you looking for this massive change? And starting with the clarity part and making sure this isn't just an emotional reaction.
Oh, Okay, can I grab onto that for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Where are all my master job search coaches in the house? All of you, all 4 of you. One of the things that we talk about in my coach philosophy that I teach and train, shameless plug, is not taking a statement at face value. And this is a very good thing to think about in career change. So I'm speaking to career coaches out there, but I'm also speaking to those of you who are thinking about career change or assuming that is what you need. Sometimes when things aren't going well, we think we need to burn it all down and change everything in order to get somewhere better. But there are a lot of times where you're doing the right thing in the wrong place. You're doing the wrong thing in the right place. But it is hard to see that because one of those sides of the coin is causing so much friction that you feel like you need to toss the whole coin. But if you can get honest with yourself and look at it, I will actually tell you that I would say I used to do a ton of career change. That's why I started this. I wanted to help people shape their future. That was CareerBender's first motto, and it had the lamest little barbell bending logo you've ever seen. But what I ended up finding is when we got under the hood, they actually didn't need a career change. They either needed a new job or a new function within a company that was a good fit. And so before you think you do need to jump the whole chasm, sometimes you need to back it up and look at that. And we as coaches need to make sure we're exploring that, because at more tenured levels, career change does have more stakes. We have more financial responsibility. And sometimes the trade-offs aren't as viable to giving us the amount of choices that we make. And that has to be an honest conversation that we all have, with clients to see kind of what's viable or not. And also can be a way to like mitigate the risk, right? So before you think you need to change it all, what if you got a new job to see if it was the place or the function? So something to think about if you're in that kind of middle and trying to decide a direction. Because now here comes a question back to the career change. Dustin, I'm going to throw this at you first. Let's say you do have somebody who has determined they want to make a change and they're stuck between 2 pathways. What do you do?
This is one of my favorite exercises, and this involves research. So 10 to 15 job descriptions in each category. I ask them to go to their favorite job board and pull those job descriptions and highlight what stands out to them about that role. I don't care about the qualifications and the match, and I don't care about the language. I'm just looking for that first reaction of I like this or I don't like this. And I actually do it with color theory. So I tell them highlight it in yellow if you like it, highlight it in red if that is not something that you enjoy. And then I have them come back to a coaching session and I say, okay, based out of this information, let's put them side by side. It's kind of like a pros and cons list, but it's more of what goes in one basket and what goes in the other, and why are you leaning one direction or another? And the why is always going to come up in a career change because you really have to be solid in understanding why you're making that change. Otherwise, you cannot articulate that to hiring leaders. You can't articulate that to someone in your network that might be able to connect you with someone. And I work with a wide spectrum of people that are 20 and just getting started in work, and people that are 60 and they're on their last era before retirement. And those priorities, they shift a lot. And a lot of times, just like when someone asks, or tries to answer, tell me about yourself, it's a bumbling kind of mess. You really have to practice that. And you really have to be confident. And this is the reason why I'm taking this path. And this is the reason why I know I'm a good fit for it.
Yeah. There's a level of intention that has to be behind it. Not from the beginning, but throughout everything, but mostly, but very, very critical when you get to like the interview stage, so that you can continually close the gaps that exist from things we can't fix. But if there's a strong level of intention and why behind you're doing it, sometimes when you meet the right people, and that's the other thing too, is when you're making a career change, you've got to find the person who, for lack of a better term, is willing to take a chance on the transferable skills, or is as creative thinking, or is seeking an alternative candidate. And that takes time. So let's do a quick little round, and I'm going to unfairly start us off. What is the worst thing somebody out there can do if they are anticipating a career change? Because I think it is give themselves 3 months to do it. Jessica, I'm going to start with you. What is the worst thing people can do going into or anticipating a career change?
Well, I would say setting yourself up for failure. So yeah, giving yourself unrealistic time horizon. I would also say that you haven't really done a lot of your own introspection and reflection on what's driving this and being completely honest with yourself. And I would say also talking with people. I wouldn't say like a spouse because they've been living it. No, nothing against partners, but they've been living it. So they're potentially either going to be continuing to you're in an echo chamber. So
for their bias.
Yes,
even though they love you.
Yeah, they love you. So I would like go within your like immediate network outside of people that are blood or people that known you since you were a kid or whatever, that have seen you kind of either on the job or have seen you in action, as well as that have some connection to you that can give you as objective opinion as possible. But I would limit that because you're gonna get too many cooks in the kitchen, so you have to be very strategic about that. And then do the research, start to really dig into the market as well. And again, it goes back to having an honest conversation with yourself, and then hire a career coach, because I'm sorry, doing a career change, even how dramatic, you need that expert.
So Jessica just told you one thing not to do and 97 things to do, but it's all very viable advice.
Sorry.
And I will agree. It's okay. Not to be a commercial for us, but I do actually want to pull out one thing there is full career changes in the current labor economy. I would not go that alone. Especially if you're more advanced in your career, have high stakes, have like a salary bar that's decent that you need to maintain. And I also think you need to expect a year for it to happen, because then you're giving yourself like appropriate runway. So I agree with that. But I think the thing not to do, I want to tease out of there, is shopping around for infinite advice, because at some point you're going to scramble your brain. I went first, and then Jessica went on her diatribe that was actually full of great information if it didn't answer the question plus. Dustin, you're next. What are we talking about? Oh, what not to do to set yourself up for career change?
Only submit to an online job search, submitting applications and hoping someone's going to understand your value. It's not going to happen. 200, 500, 1,000 applications. It's not going to resonate in a resume. You have to be able to really verbally be able to explain the through line and also that transferable skill set. Recruiters just don't have the time, and an online job search is really the least effective strategy whenever it comes to a career change.
Yeah. Online job searches, we are looking for a 3, and they want to see a 3 on the page. They're not going to take the time to take 1 + 1 + 1 and add it up. So you got to just go be in front of them as your 2.7 or whatever it is. Shelly, what do you think is a disservice if somebody's trying to set themselves up for a change?
I would say not really understanding the full picture, not knowing what your skill gaps are. There could be something that you're missing that's essential for that new career that you don't have. So you really have to know, you've got to research the heck out of what that new career is. What are the qualifications that are necessary, the skills that are needed, and you have to know, which skills do I have? What do I not have? How do I fill that skill gap? Because if you can't fill that skill gap, you're never going to be able to make that transition to something new.
And I'm actually going to add something to that. It isn't just about the immediate career transition, but the career path it sets you up for, and what implications are down the line. If, for instance, for some reason, what Susan mentioned in the comments about how there's like a quarter of jobs actually require some sort of very specific academic or credentialed experience. You're not going to change careers into those unless you probably go back to school. But even the ones outside of that, if you have a skill gap and transfer into, can you fill that skill gap through that role, or will you be limited in your progression because of it? And so looking at what the next several steps are after a career change are just as important to determining whether or not you're making the right shift now. Catherine, what's your thought on the things we should not do if we want to make a career change?
If you're making a career change, do what Dustin said and do your research and know what career change, what direction you want to go to, and don't just be applying for random positions. And then I know someone this happened to. Then they got the interview. They left the interview and they're like, well, I really don't want that job. It really doesn't work for me. So I hope I don't get that job, even though they were really excited they got the interview because they've been applying for jobs. And then they're like, well, I haven't heard from them. So they followed up to find out what was going on with the job. And then they didn't get the job, which is what they wanted to begin with. But then when they found out they got rejected, they were disappointed. And I was like, but you
own worst enemies. We can be our own worst enemies.
Exactly. So I get it's good. I'm going to say it is good to interview and have some practice, especially if you've been out of the job market for a while. But don't set yourself up for that fake disappointment that you get rejected from a job that you didn't want to begin with, and now you're all disappointed. So apply for jobs that you really want so you're not disappointing yourself.
And I'm going to add something to that. I am not a fan of I'm going to interview as a practice because I believe that's a waste of everyone's time.
It is.
If it's a job you're pretty sure you don't want, but you can go in and confirm that or gather information, okay, cool. And then you exit as soon as you know for sure it's not. But I'm going to entertain this just for practice. Typically, either waste everybody's time and or set you up for then, oh, wait, now I'm in win mode and I didn't get the trophy, but you didn't want the trophy, right? It's just... It's kind of and I'm gonna selfishly add some things because now I'm irritated about what people do to keep themselves from options. And that's the worst. That's one of the worst things you can do, right? Because this is about career change without having to start over. And that is very possible. However, renovating costs money. It costs less than building. But my point is, there is a difference between starting over and having to take a step back in order to then take a step forward. And I mean this primarily financially, because I have talked to many people who say, I want to make a career change, but I have to make $250,000. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, let's go through those options. What are you qualified to do at the level that would pay you that amount of money? So the worst thing you can do is saddle yourself with financial responsibility that renders your choices none. So if you need to spend a year getting yourself into a better financial position to give yourself options, that might be something that you need to do. There's a level of patience that has to come into career change that typically we wait too long. And this is my final sound off. And then Dustin, you're up. We wait too long to fire, right? Like we wait too long to start firing the career change cylinders. And now we're desperate. We're urgent. Our mindset isn't there. We're burnt out and we want to change careers, but we didn't set ourselves up financially in order to give ourselves runway to do it, which now we've put ourselves in an impossible situation. Don't do these things to yourself. Mm-hmm. If you've been laid off and you're making a career change, different animal, and you also are going to have to be slightly less selective, right? So there's just the be honest with yourself thing that we've all been saying is very true here. And like set yourself up for success, even if it's going to take a couple steps. I'm going to shut up now. Dustin, you go.
This is a great topic, and I wanted to chat about it. You may already have this question queued up, but when we talk about the research of career change, and the part that it may have been discussed in is the AI panel, I wasn't able to attend all of that, but the best research that you can do is using your favorite AI tool to say, I am exploring this career change. I'm going to ask you a whole bunch of questions. I'm going to tell you this is the salary I'm looking for. These are the people that I know that are in the industry. Just have a long conversation with your favorite AI tool, and it's going to give you a lot of information that you can then run with that you would probably spend hours Googling or trying to figure out through informational interviews. And then from that point, you can say, all right, now I want you to build me a schedule. Like I want to set up 3 informational interviews a week from now until August. Who does that? What do I need to talk about? What are some questions I can ask? There's so many different things that can be involved with that. But sometimes this is a really great benefit of AI is it can help us know what we don't know. And it can also help us think of some of the things that maybe we're not considering whenever it comes to a career change, transferable skill sets. Here's my resume. Where is the gaps? Like Jessica said. Those are opportunities to take that research a little bit further. And I've done this exercise with quite a few clients, and it was mind blowing to them on what it pulled for them, because they're like, these are some things I didn't even think about, or even some maybe different career options that they had not even considered either.
Yeah. And then we can come in, an unbiased human comes into that research, validates, helps whittle it down, helps align it with whys and things like that. And Dustin, Denise was in the AI panel. So, we talked about deep research, which is exactly what you can leverage here. That's a use case for where AI comes into career change. There is a question in chat that I want to talk about a little bit because I believe this is one place where it will come up. But somebody asked about ageism. No specific, just will ageism be addressed? So in a career change situation, since that's what we're talking about, what do we need to be watching out for? What do we need to not be watching out for? What can we do nothing about, i.e. our age? Shelley, I'm going to come to you first.
Well, first and foremost, don't give away any information up front on your LinkedIn profile, your resume as to what your age may be. And there are little tips and tricks that you can, kind of disguise that a little bit better. And I think you have to really focus on value. What kind of value can you bring? It doesn't matter. I mean, ideally, I know age discrimination happens, but if you can emphasize more of, how your experience and your talents can be a benefit to solve the employer's problems and the value that you'll bring, once you get in front of them for that interview, I think, you just have to make a compelling argument about why you're the best candidate. And you'll still have those employers that take one look at you and see you have gray hair or whatever, and they may not give you a chance, but then that's not the right employer for you anyway.
And Jessica, I'm going to come to you next, but I want to say a couple of things to bridge. We know it exists. 2, we cannot do anything about it or your age. What we can do is what Shelley just said, which is tell the strongest story possible so that the value translates regardless of the age. The last thing I want to say, and then Jessica, you're up, is that we have to think about what the word ageism is actually meaning. It's a lot like the word overqualified. That isn't actually what the people are meaning. It's what's behind that. So like to me, ageism usually means one of 2 things. They think that either, maybe 3. 1, you are beyond good learning years in order to keep up and adapt to an environment. 2, you can't relate to a younger workforce. Or 3, you're going to hop, skip, and jump out of there in 2 years because you want to retire, which we actually know is the opposite. But you've got to think about why they may be ageist so that then you can circumnavigate the misconceptions around it, because it isn't just like you're old, you're dead. There's things below the hood there that I think we have to be thinking about in our strategy. Jessica, pick that up and go wherever you want with it.
Well, I was going to go with the idea that maybe get out of the idea that they're going to disqualify you because of your age. First off, don't go in with the immediate
mindset.
Yeah, you're going to disqualify me, and you're going to have that in how you communicate. It's going to be subtle, but then it's going to start to kind of ramp up because you're going to start to look for signs that probably aren't even there, to be frank. So that's point 1. Point 2 is let's turn that actually on its head. We keep talking about a certain population that are affected by ageism. I get that. Okay, a certain generation. What about younger generation that get into a certain workforce? I have a nephew who is the youngest. He's in his 30s, and there's a workforce that he's working with, who's a high performer, that's in their 50s. He's experiencing the reverse in a way.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't always assume that it's going to always be a certain population. It depends on the organization, how really kind of from the perspective of the makeup of the organization. I would go further. It's a generational isms, like there's assumptions made on certain generations. That's because it's assumptions. Get out of assumptions, people. It's a people to people connecting. Don't go in thinking one way and it's going to, you're setting yourself up. You're setting yourself up for failure.
And I think that's very true as a job seeker, and good advice for people in an environment and in a hiring position, right? Hire the best candidate and for the job and the best fit for the job. It doesn't matter what color their hair is. Catherine, Dustin, anything you want to add to the ageism conversation before we do a little round table?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I can't hide it anymore. I got tired of coloring it. and I'm nowhere near retirement. It's just genetics. So they want to do ageism on me. I still got a long way to go. But yes, Jessica, it's true on the younger too, because like my daughter, if she watches this later, she can be mad at me. She's the youngest one where she works, and she gets comments all the time, like, "Wow, you're really smart." Like, what, you don't think I can be smart for my age? But I mean, people they think like, "Well, you're so young. Like, how can you like have it all together?" Well, you're totally capable of having it all together when you're young as well, but it works both ways, old and young.
Yep. Dustin, I want to leave space for anything you want to add, but I'm also going to read a question Scott has, and I want you to answer it. So do both if you want. But this is a good one that I didn't bring up, is that an older worker is perceived as more expensive compared to a younger worker, and we've seen this play out. We saw in post-pandemic hiring frenzies, for instance, I know several companies where they would take really high dollar sales portfolios, lay the one person that had the whole thing off, and then hire 3 younger people to take over a third because it was net less, right? We've seen that play out. What is your response to this thought about like the pay?
I'm a realist, and I kind of operate with transparency. So because I'm working with a population that's constantly in transition, I am seeing this on a regular basis, and there is some truth to it. And sometimes we just have to call truth to matter. However, I think kind of going back to what Jessica said and what has been an overarching theme of our conversation today, it's mindset. And it's also, the salary that you need to bring, the value that you offer. Whenever I think about, I've had a lot of clients that are like, I'm pushing 50, I'm pushing 60. I don't know if I can do this, or how is this going to, be reflected on me? And I say, this is a strength. They would be lucky to have your 20 years of experience versus someone that's 5 years out of college. They're going to bumble around. They're going to think that they need to get paid $100,000, and they're going to do no work. Because, sorry, I've also worked with that population, and I've been that population, not too far either. So
we're allowed to be ageist when we've done it ourselves.
We are, yes. So I consider that to be a strength, but I do see some truth to it. So I think the biggest thing that you can combat, somebody is going to come in and they're going to have a lower salary, is seek out the companies that are going to value your experience. Be steadfast in what you need. Be comfortable if there is, in a career change. Sometimes you do have to take a step back, and maybe it's a couple of steps back, but just be comfortable in knowing that that's not forever. You're not taking a step back for 10 years, 1 year, 2 years.
It's an intentional choice to get a non-monetary trade-off.
Exactly. So that's where I consider it a strength. And while there is truth to that matter, I have had many clients that have successfully made it to their next career. They were getting paid what they were getting paid or better. And, their careers are fruitful. Yeah. So,
And the fulfillment is the important part. And I'm going to add one thing to tie a bunch of things together, and then we're doing a quick 20-second each exit question. That comes back to the why as well, where you're going to sit down and need to articulate the why you want the job, why you've chosen this job, and why you are willing to potentially take a pay cut, or why you're willing to work for less than you may have, or debunk with the misconceptions about pay. And that can help a lot when it comes to that idea that you're more expensive, because you as a candidate may not be, they just think you are. And so knowing why you're willing to take the trade-off and what you hope to get instead can help dispel some of the concerns and assumptions. We talked lots about assumptions that come up through that. So here comes our final sign-off question. Kat, I'm going to start with you. Career change isn't about starting over. It is about blank.
Career change is about starting anew. It's finding yourself all over again, and just being brave, being new, and just embarking on a new path in life.
Love it. It's a journey. It's about a journey. All right, Jessica, what do you think? Career change isn't about starting over. It's about?
I would say it's about learning another part of you that wasn't, maybe uncovering something, realizing that you have other parts of you that could add value, and that is ultimately maybe you'll find something that is actually more in line with what you're meant to do, meant to be doing. I'm living proof of that. I never thought I would be a career coach, and it's what I'm meant to do. So,
did any of us ever think we'd be career coaches? Raise your hand if, yeah, exactly. No. So, all right, Shelly, career change isn't about starting over. It is about blank.
Identifying better fit, I would say. Figuring out what you've done in the past, what you enjoyed about it, where do you want to take that next?
Oh, can I change that to one word?
Sure.
Intention.
There you go.
All right, Dustin, bring us home. Career change isn't about blank, isn't about starting over. It's about blank.
It's going to kind of expand on what Shelly said, but career change is not about abandoning your past. It's about taking everything that you've learned from the entirety of your career and it's applying it to a future direction.
Are you ready for this? Career change is not about starting over. It is about taking a journey in exploring yourself and setting an intention aligned with your future. Boom. Mic drop, but we got one more housekeeping thing to do before we close out because we got stuff to give away, everybody. This was fun. This is probably my favorite career change session that I've had. And we've done a lot of these. And so we're going to give some things away. Jessica has a 45-minute session she is giving away. And to see who wins, I need you to pick a number between 2 and 267.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, honey. I didn't know if you're okay. 10.
You guys love to pick low numbers.
Oh, well.
All right, Alex, Sharon, you are the lucky winner. Here, I got to make a quick note, Jessica. Whether you're watching live or recording, I will be in touch to connect you guys. And then to close us out, Miss Shelly, you're going to get to pick a number between 2 and 267.
Go
for
up. Go
drum roll, please, on this one. This is brand new, hot off the presses. You can't even buy a Gradvertise program, which is Shelly's new program for personal branding and career launch for young professionals and new grads. So yeah, you get something so shiny and new. It's like hasn't been spoken about until this very second. So
that's right.
Shelly, who's the and if you are not a young professional or a new grad, you can gift this to somebody, but we'll connect you with Shelly. You can figure it out. Who's our number?
265.
Oh, Yunya. I love Yunya. Yunya won. She's not a new grad or young professional. However,
I'm sure she knows one.
You guys will love her. I know she knows one. And so this is Shelly. All right. All right, you all. Thank you so much for all of your words of wisdom and also like vulnerability, because this stuff's near and dear to our hearts because we've done it, been there and experienced a lot of it. And it's a lot of the why we do what we do. And so I appreciate you all sharing. And now we're going to go debunk some resume myths with the crew who's backstage. So let me do a quick turnaround and I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Bye,
all.
everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Angie.
Please excuse me while you all watch me think about what the heck I'm doing here with this back room. Let's see. Back for more is Scott Gardner and Angel Ferrer here. Angel, what do you? I'm so used to Ferrer not being your last name that I like stumble over it. And Laura Johnson just joined us, so we're gonna pop her in here. I love it. She came on camera and then immediately walked away. Don't you love when you bring somebody on camera or you go into a meeting and there's no one there and you're like, what just happened? And so we're going to have a little fun and debunk some resume myths that need to die. How do you guys feel about it? Let's do it.
Yeah,
let's do a quick round of introductions so you know and trust the people debunking your myths. You met Scott Gardner this morning. He is a former recruiter and executive resume writer who helps professionals modernize their resumes and their approach to personal branding and getting hired in this landscape. New to the scene is Miss Laura Johnson. She is actually one of fewer than 25 master personal brand strategists in the world. So when you think I don't bring heavy hitters, you just think again. She helps primarily executives position themselves for senior leadership by taking all those years of experience and turning it into that compelling story you've heard us talk so much about today. So definitely excited to hear her take on some of these myths. And Angel Sanders Ferrer is a career marketing strategist, or I think there's another last name in there too, but it's okay, is a career marketing strategist who works primarily with mid and senior level professionals, primarily in tech, to design a job search strategy, brand themselves with resumes and LinkedIn, and even entertain AI in their job search. So how we all doing, everybody? Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. So we should prepare everyone out there for a few things. As it gets further into the afternoon, I will get loopier. So you should all just consider yourself forewarned. Go get your popcorn. I probably am going to need to grab another coffee between this one and the next one. But let's get into some myth busting. Laura, we're going to start with you. What is one piece of resume advice that refuses to die but really, really needs to? Oh, no, I can't hear you. Wait, can you guys hear her?
No.
No.
No. Let me look at your mic settings. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? You can hear us, right? Okay. All right, Angel, while we figure out what's going on with Laura's sound, pinch hit, tell us. Your question is different, though. Hold on. Your question is, what is something you see job seekers obsess over that recruiters and hiring managers actually don't care about?
That's a good one. I have a couple things, but I'll pick one. Trying to keyword stuff their resumes. There is an art to doing it. Yes, we want to optimize it, but we've already debunked the whole trying to stuff it in white text and they're not going to catch it. ATS does, and then it makes no sense. I don't know who's doing that. I hope you're not. But trying to just stuff a bunch of keywords, it makes it not readable. It doesn't sound like you, and it doesn't help focus on your narrative and what you're truly bringing to the role.
It does not make your resume a compelling human read. Also, side note, that white text thing, for those of you that don't know, that happened way back when ATS came out. People would copy and paste the job description and put it in a white text box in the back of the resume so that ATS would see the text, but it wouldn't be readable. And then ATS figured it out, and that's why we don't put text boxes in resumes. But I have seen a resurgence of the concept, and I'm like, no, don't do it. Yeah, I had somebody ask me about it, and I was like, where did you get that idea?
Yeah, Reddit won't let it die.
Yeah, they won't let it die. Laura, is your sound back?
I hope so.
Yay! Okay. What is the resume myth of all time that needs to die a fast and painful death?
My resume is all about me. That is a myth. I actually think the resume is about your target employer. So we talk about transferable skills. I talk about transferable results. And similar to what Jessica Visek was talking about in just the previous session about the transferable value in career change, she was talking about that. I think it's the same thing. It's what do you bring to the table that can solve a company's problem, that can help their customer, that can strengthen their team, that can achieve their goals. Your resume is evidence of those if you're answering those questions. So the best resumes answer employers' questions.
A resume is a summary level marketing document, not a career anthology. And what do we do in marketing? We speak the language of our audience. That is a great piece of advice. All right, Scott, since you don't get to say keyword stuff, what is something that you see people spending way too much time on when it comes to resumes?
What the resume actually looks like. Now, having a visually appealing resume is important, of course, but the information contained therein and how it's laid out for easy readability is a lot more important than fancy design elements, a lot more important than emojis and tables and all sorts of things that people try to throw in there to make themselves stand apart. Quality content spoken in a brief way is going to get you a lot further than trying to use one of the pretty templates you can buy on Etsy or download from Canva.
Don't do Canva. FYI, newsflash, spoiler alert, whichever one you want it to be. Canva is an Australian company. all of their templates are market standard for Australia, which are very much not market standard for the US. And in my opinion, they are a disservice to the one most important thing that we're now seeing in resume trends. So Scott, like, I love where you went with this, is giving people the information in a quick and very easy way to find the most important things. Where you've worked, how long you worked there, what were your titles, education, and core skills, right? That's like for Recruiter 6-second scan. You muck that up and hide it with a bunch of graphics and bells and whistles, you've just shot yourself in the foot. Doesn't matter what ATS is involved. All right, now here we go. We're going to bust some myths. I had to just go there with the first one. Myth 1, every resume must be, what do you think I'm going to say? One
You're
page.
talking about length, are you? Yeah.
Okay, Scott, you go first because you kind of got me. Could you please debunk and or explain the one-page resume thing?
Your resume doesn't need to just be 1 page. It doesn't need to just be 2 pages. Hell, it could be 3 pages if it actually is quality content that relates to the goal at hand. The reality is when I write a resume, I never try to stuff a resume to make it longer to try to add in space or fill 2 pages, nor do I want to cut quality content for the sake of brevity with the idea that it needs to be some 1-page thing. Establish the goal, know your audience, translate how what you have done and what you can do matters to them, and where it lands is where it lands.
Yep.
I don't know a single recruiter that's picked up a resume for a qualified applicant and goes, oh, it's only 1.5 pages. They didn't get to the end of the 2nd page and said, no, we're not going to call them.
Yay! Your resume needs to be this, Laura, you set the foundation like gold. Your resume needs to be the length it needs to be to tell the story you need to tell to the audience reading it. Now, there's a couple of things I'll add to that, Scott. There are times where like you don't have a 3-page resume just because you can't discern what to put on there and off, right? Sometimes you're just being wordy and repetitive.
Mm-hmm.
But I also and it's funny because I have other resume writers who like are OCD and can't deal with blank page space. But like I write lots of 1.5-page resumes because that is the length it needs to be to tell the story. But if you go to try to shove it into 1 page, which that was beaten into our heads at College Career Services.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be at the expense of good content. And once you have more than one job, you pretty much can't tell that story in 1 page. But then again, I've had executives where you could do it in 1 page because of how everything consolidates. So it just needs to be the length it needs to be. Let go of that kind of a thing. Laura, Angel, anything you want to add on the whole length conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I will say there are certain industries that we can expect longer resumes. If you're in federal, you're going to have more than 3. If you are in higher education, if you are in a medical industry, there are some industries that go against the norms that we hear about. And if you're a student, typically we'll probably try to get you to 1 page. But if there's more than that, again, you're not breaking the mold. I do try to keep, when I work with mid to senior professionals, I do try to keep it to 2 because a lot of times it's helping them let go of having the full career narrative. And we can absolutely tell the narrative in 2 pages unless you've got board experience, and something real big and compelling. And if it goes past 2 pages, so be it. So I appreciate that.
Laura, I actually want to ask you a related question for just a quick hit, and then we're going to move to the next myth. Because how far back to go, I think also drives length. So what is your philosophy on that? I'm pretty sure we all share one, but it's good for everybody to hear it.
I go as far back as what is going to be important for that next person to know about. And if that goes more than, say, 15 years back, then I might create a little blurb. I'm not going to go use all 15 years before I get to that piece.
Yeah.
So it still doesn't lengthen the resume that much.
Yeah. I think we all follow the 10-ish years experience with the but. If stuff further back is highly relevant to the marketability, you put it on there in kind of an excerpt way. Okay. I want to go somewhere else and I need to look at my next myth. because we kind of went the ATS thing. We'll come back. Come on, Remarkable, cooperate with me. Hello. Okay. Let's just, well, if you were in the last session, you know my feelings on this myth, but ATS, because it is somehow still an obsession. Sorry, everyone. And I would like to know each of your thoughts on, like, are we giving ATS too much power or focus? Angel, what is your thought?
Probably. I know a few years ago, everyone was panicking, thinking that in their job search, the ATS was the problem. And then they all got optimized resumes, and then they all realized interview strategies was their problem. But I would say the reality is that ATS optimization is a part of it, but it's not the ultimate goal. The ATS is not your customer, the hiring manager.
That's a good way to think about it, as to tie back to everything points back to Laura's opening statement, right? ATS isn't your customer. However, it may be the person. It may be the gatekeeper, or it might be the
just a
right. And yeah, and so okay, now I want to come to Laura. I'm going to come to you and ask, and if you want to chime in on that as you answer this question, go for it. But what actually, how do you balance the, like Angel said at the beginning, this idea of like having keywords, but also being a compelling read? How do you balance the story to have keywords if you are applying online while not completely disrupting the story for the end buyer?
I mean, that's a good question. And I think I might not answer it as appropriate, or I don't know if appropriate is the right word.
All thoughts are welcome.
How you balance. If you know that it's going to go into a system, you should have already been talking to people anyway. So have you already talked to that hiring manager? Have you already talked to HR? Have you talked to somebody who's going to be a part of that decision-making process so that they know you beyond that piece of paper? So whatever you do in their system, and you want to use keywords. You want to make sure you're using the correct words that are going to hit. So you can take the position description and you can put it in AI and you can say, show me the keywords, and you can do all of that and make sure those are in your resume the best you can. But you shouldn't just depend on the ATS and the resume applying system. Find out who you should be talking to and have conversations.
Yeah, so all roads point back to the networking session that you should all watch. But essentially, and Laura, I agree with this, especially at executive levels. There's really this idea of like never trying to do anything cold, like cold apply. Now we know other people and like at younger levels of tenure, people are going to do it. And so Scott, I'm curious to you, if you are going to apply cold, because let's just answer the question for the people we know are doing it. Almost same question from the other perspective. So how does somebody find the balance between like enough keywords, but compelling human read if they are going the online cold apply? So
back to the original question of should we be aware of the ATS? Is that as much as to do as people are making it? We need to be cognizant of the ATS, but it's fairly simple to navigate them at this point with some fairly standard best practices on format and design.
Yeah.
I mean, they're now backed by AI, and anyone who's uploaded anything to an AI in the last 12 months can tell you it can read the document just fine. So I think people are overtly focusing on it from a design point, and then they want to optimize the keyword count of it. And that gets into your question about balancing the right number of them. And then where can we have that flexibility? I don't believe in necessarily dumping 30 skills in a skills section on a resume. Yeah. Most people aren't really truly skilled or in that many things. Select the top 6 to 12 things you really know how to do and can back up, and highlight those as your relevant skills. And then any other tertiary keywords, secondary phrasing that you're finding from the job description, you can organically include that into how you're writing the resume bullet points. And then it should go one step further that I have found quite a bit over the last 6 months is the introduction of more soft skills onto resumes. And I know it's sort of a contentious issue, But that's one way we're able to convey, your humanity a little bit more on a document. Now, you don't need to put them throughout the whole resume, but at least in the summary or your value proposition or your title line or something, it's okay to include 1 to 4 relevant soft skills as it relates to the primary focus of the role.
Yeah. Scott, I'm coming back to you on a related question. I think but let me phrase something that I think is a big aha moment that I have that's been in my head, but I think we all need to just say is ATS is no longer the focus like it has been for the last 10 years. We've gotten so used to that being such this big part that everybody focuses on it, but we kind of like Scott said, if you follow our best practices, you are already 90% ahead of the game. And so it almost becomes an afterthought if you are branding yourself well for the roles that you're targeting in the language of the audience, right? So it really, my previous statement of F the ATS really can apply here. And so now, Scott, what I want to talk about is kind of a second layer to this. And Scott, I want to ask you this question. And Laura, I want to come back to you for a different executive perspective. And that is tailoring a resume for jobs, because Scott and I have stood on a soapbox about this together. What are your thoughts on the myth that I need to tailor every resume to an application, Scott?
If you already have a role type and an industry in mind, and it's what you've done historically, or it's what you're targeting when you sit down to write your resume, more often than not, your resume is 80 to 90% already tailored to that. Now, it can get different in transitional resumes. It can get different when you're trying to go from, say, director level to more senior level roles within an organization. There's a shift in tone. There's industry shifts in tone and styles depending on industry. But if you're a sales rep in healthcare and you're including relevant industry terminology throughout your resume, and you're applying for to work at another company as a sales rep in healthcare, you're 90% all the way there. Yeah. Where you can see minor things is, one company might list, territory management, but you have regional sales management on your resume. Make the change. But other than that should take no more than 3 or 4 minutes, after reading a job description and looking at your resume.
One of the best things about doing this is you just don't feel insane about the things that you say a million times, because apparently everyone else says them a million times, right? But if you have a good job search strategy, you are clear on what you're targeting, you can have like evergreen resumes aligned with the different targets. And then all you got to do is that last 10% of swapping sales rep for sales exec. Now, Laura, where I want you to chime in is, does that answer or does that strategy change when we're talking about senior leadership and executive job searches?
I think it can a little bit, because you still want to be targeted. You still want to know who you're talking to. But again, I think you're having more conversations before you even get to sharing that resume. So then you can go to the resume and make sure that you're pointing to the value that you're adding that is going to mean something to that company. So a lot of times with my clients, we have that master resume, and then for each position, we're picking out those particular outcomes that are going to talk to that person or talk to that company.
Yeah, and when you have primed the pump, you also have a little bit more leniency on the tailoring the resume, because now it's a little bit of a formality. Now it's not the thing that's going to get you into the door. It's just the thing that's like facilitating a conversation. And so I think there's a little bit more kind of leeway there. Both great pieces of advice. Angel, I want to come to you now and talk, because you work in technology. I want to hear from you some things that you've seen. This isn't so much of a myth, but I think it's an important thing to think about, because the tech sector has changed so much in the last 3 years as far as hiring. What are maybe 2 or 3 pieces of advice you have for technical professionals to dial in a resume for that end user?
If you're in tech, now there's business sides of the tech realm, so I'm going to keep it very general. But, we've talked about AI in other sessions. AI is a big push in tech. Anyone in tech knows what I'm talking about. And if your company isn't pushing it, it's coming. So
go work for a company who's using it.
Well, what I tell my clients is that including AI on a resume is no longer enough. If you're including AI in a resume, then You better be prepared to talk about it in terms of how you've used it to increase productivity, to support the business, to move the needle in the company, support clients. It's not just about your role as an engineer or a data analyst or as an architect. It is how. So I would say AI needs to be more than just putting 2 letters on your resume. Be ready to talk about it, and understand that even though you're in tech, those soft skills matter. Nowadays, companies can get their unicorns. And I know many tech folks who are perfectly happy to stay behind the scenes and doing their tech work, but they want, nowadays, they're looking for leaders. They're looking for people who can influence culture. They're looking for problem solvers, those who are comfortable to step out. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to be the unicorn, but you want your resume to show you're more than just ones and zeros.
Yeah, I think and I actually think I love the ones and zeros. I've actually done interview prep in binary with somebody who didn't think they were qualified for a role. And then we went 0, 1 through every bullet. And he said 1, yes, to 6 of the 7. We just had to go black and white thinking. But I think what Angel said applies to kind of everyone. Definitely important in tech, but kind of translates. There's a couple oddly specific things in chat, but let's address them. So Scott, I'm going to throw this one to you. Is how many bullets you should have per resume? Like, should there be, how many is too many bullets per employer, and should a bullet have a limited word count? What are your thoughts? CPRW. This is a hard, fast rule I follow religiously. So I'm curious what you say.
Generally, I like to stick around 4 to 6 really qualified accomplishments per role.
Yep.
When you start getting on to 8, 10, 12 bullets, it's just death by bullet points, too much to consume. No one's going to read through it all. And I would have to think that half of those could probably go. Stick to the things that matter most. At the end of the day, your resumes and marketing tools, we've said all day. And we want the most important things consumed the quickest, so they decide to call you, and everything else can be used as, fuel in the interview.
Yep. Oh, and Angie, can I add to that?
Yeah.
Another myth that goes hand in hand with Scott just mentioned. I stick to no more than 5, because one of the myths is that people are going to spend time reading your resume.
No one reads your resume, people. Oh, that's
they're not going to read your whole resume. They're going to skim it, and if you have more than what is readable, think usability. They're going to move on.
Yeah. That's a really great point.
I have no problem if a single bullet point goes to a second line. I do not like seeing a bullet point that goes to a third line.
Yeah.
2-line bullets max is a hard rule I follow, because 3 lines is a paragraph and people can't skim paragraphs. If you have a 1-line bullet with a 2-word hanging orphan, you remove it and you make it 1, right? So use your space thoughtfully, but I'm a 5-7 if you do a nest, right? You could do a sub bullet sometimes if the role type warrants it, but 2 lines max is people will add a bunch of stuff to their resumes, and I'm like, nope, can't do it. That's a hard and fast rule. I want to hear from Angel and then Laura, because I think this will bring 2 different perspectives. But somebody wanted to know about cover letters. Where's the actual question? Is it how important is the cover letter coupled with the resume? Angel, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are, unless the job description is saying explicitly do not include, always include.
Me too.
Cover letters, I've noticed in the past few years, are making a little bit of a comeback, but it's case by case. I have heard of recruiters using them as a method of kind of thinning the pile. And then we always have some of those old school hiring managers who are just going to look at it as a sign of professionalism. You'll never know who's on the other side of that computer. So why would you not include it and put that at risk?
Yep. Laura, anything differently you would add?
In addition, I tell people, don't make the cover letter about you. I know that sounds funny, but make sure that you're talking to them about what you understand their challenges are. Do your research so that when you write the cover letter, you can say, here's what I know about you, and here's how I've solved that problem in the past.
Yep. And somebody asked, and that's I cover letters are about the fastest way to not get an interview. Just going to tell you, because that's how they were forever, right? Use that as new white space to communicate value and values aligned to the role, the demands in the company. Somebody asked about if you've got 10 years of tenure. I'm just going to answer this real quick because we've only got a couple minutes. But if you have a long tenure at one company, you can sometimes get away with an extra bullet or two. I would say that's a really good case for like, here's a responsibility and a sub bullet of accomplishment that goes with it. So you're creating little story batches that make you not have a wall of text. My better goal typically I have there is to try to find a way to break it up, whether there was like a progression, a role title, or you can kind of make up a shift that gives you the ability to like separate it just so it's visually a little easier to consume, like Scott said. And so, okay, I want to go, we've got 1.5 minutes, and I'm going to go around and ask everybody a question that I have a feeling you'll have the same answer to, but guess what? Whoever goes first has an advantage. A great resume doesn't get you hired. It gets you blank. Scott.
Interviews.
Angel.
It just gets your foot in the door. Your resume's job is to get interviews. It's your job to get the job.
Yep. Laura.
It's similar. It gets you the conversations.
Gets you the conversation. Exactly. And so I think it's also important. Okay, I'm going to close this out with one more resume myth. The resume is a magic bullet. It's not anymore. And I think we proved it with the fact that like ATS is almost an afterthought of the process, which means now the resume is a requirement and it is a tool used within a larger job search strategy. But if, now I'm going to go on a rabbit hole of like other myths that we could debunk that are resume related. But like, how many times have you had people come to you and they're getting interviews and they say, I think I need to rewrite my resume. And you're like, dude, look at the common obstacle. It's doing its job. You're not taking it over the finish line. So I would say as a myth buster, don't assume the resume is a magic bullet or a silver bullet. Look at the stage of your job search process where you continue to get hung up and address that one, which could be a resume if you're not getting conversations, but it may be doing its job just fine. And there's another way to triage it. So we have so many different cool things we can talk about with the myth things. Cause I feel like since things have shifted, we got to rethink these things. Okay. Everybody wants to chime in. Laura, then Angel, and then I got to go cause we got new people.
So
30 minutes is not a sound off to debunk resume myths. Okay, Laura, go ahead.
The resume isn't the only thing people see before they even talk to you. They're looking at LinkedIn, they're looking at referrals, Google, they're finding you out there. So make sure what's out there is good. But
that's a really good point. Okay, Angel, what do you want to add?
Yep. And your resume it's a document, but it's really not, don't look at it as a document. It is a marketing asset. And when you get your mail, it has to be something that's going to catch attention because I throw most of my marketing brochures in the mail or in the garbage. So just keep that in mind. I mean, it's a marketing brochure and we need to tailor it as such.
Yeah. And since you left us off, Angel, you get to pick a number between 2 and 267 to find out who wins your free 45-minute coaching session.
Yes, I was thinking high numbers. How about 197?
Patrick Cochran. Congratulations, Angel. I'll connect you guys to make sure that happens. And holy cow, that was fast and fun. And I want to do it for 3 more hours like many other things today. So we may have to have another Mythbusters on the resume thing because I think it's changed so much. And so I appreciate all of you for chiming in and quick talking to get through so much of it. You guys are awesome. What are we doing next? Well, next, I am going to bring up this slide and then go make another cup of coffee. And then we're going to have the next session. How's that sound, everybody? Okay.
Coffee sounds good.
Coffee sounds excellent. Bye, everybody. Scott, Angel, Laura, thank you so much. Because next we are doing, there's a bunch of stuff that came up earlier, really relevant to this conversation of kind of, should I stay or should I go? Whether that means from an employer, a job track, or employment to entrepreneurship. So hold that thought for 5 seconds while I go stick an espresso in the Nespresso, and then we'll get everybody fired up. So I'm going to put all your lovely faces there so everyone's excited. I'll be right back. said Jim was allowed to not be home while I was here all day at my desk and didn't have my server? Somebody could yell at him later. All right. Now we are talking, should I stay or should I go? So this is really a conversation about, I'm going to say, career planning. And if you're thinking about career change, this is going to be integral. If you're thinking about getting into the gig economy or starting your own thing, making the entrepreneurial leap, this is also relevant. If you are in a culture that you feel is draining your soul, this is the kind of stuff we're going to cover here. So it's really about making decisions on your career trajectory and getting some thoughts on how to do that. And so I have brought my mighty panel back together, every one of whom you've met already today, except for Kristen, but let me give you a little background just in case you are new. Lindsay Harrell-Kodatz is a neural change method master practitioner who helps entrepreneurs start winging it to lead with clarity. And she used neuroscience-based values work to help entrepreneurs build sustainable businesses without losing their creativity. So lots of good entrepreneurial fodder to be had here on that front. Franklin Buchanan is the founder of not only Post Up Careers, but Careers and Beers. And he brings a wealth of talent acquisition experience to his work as a career coach and resume writer. And he's also an #1 basketball coach. Christian Dyer has spent nearly 2 decades helping individuals navigate career transitions and return to work and overcome employment challenges. And she has a background in rehabilitation counseling, which really brings a unique perspective to this conversation, especially when mental health comes into play, because we all want resilient careers, right? And KDB, Christina Dubraki-Vetu, helps professionals leverage AI and emerging technology to make smarter career decisions, increase visibility, and navigate this rapidly changing world in which we live in. Told you the loopiness was going to come out. Yeah, Denise was like, what's loopy, Angie? How is that any normal? Yeah, I just get weird. Anyway, I'm excited to have you all here, as if I'm not already weird. And this is, I would say, I've loved today. This is the conversation I've been most interested to see where it goes, because it's probably the most different from any session that we've ever done in any of the past job seeker summits, or even like our little mini momentum series that we've been continuing to do. And so to get us started, Lindsay, I think there's going to be some carryover here from some questions in the previous session, but I am going to just go right at the business conversation. How do you know, or how did you know, however you want to answer it, whether you want to build a business or you're just desperate to escape the job you're in?
Yeah, well, for me, I never set out to be an entrepreneur. I fell into it. And it was really, so I used to work at a Big Four accounting firm in their marketing. I had this big corporate career all lined up for myself. And then I had a lovely mental health breakdown, which happens when we're in the wrong career. But that's because that's all that had been modeled for me. And what really became clear was when I started to do my own values work and realized, oh gosh, my actual values, not my parents' values that I had been operating on, but my actual core values were not aligned with being in a big corporation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I can't say, hey, this is how you know that you shouldn't be in the job that you're in. You can't say that. That's all for you to figure out. But what I can say is, if you feel like you're in a job that is draining your soul, you have to pause and do that deep inner work of why. That was a hard word.
Yeah.
Of why this job is draining my soul. Is it the actual work? Is it the people? Is it that you are actually meant to do some sort of weird, creative, groovy thing? Apparently I'm in the 70s here. Groovy thing, and the job that you're in doesn't allow that. So it is really pausing and going deep within and understanding what's not fitting. And if I'm really honest with myself, what's not fitting with me? Why?
Yeah, and so if we titled the session "Should I Stay or Should I Go?" I will wrap that up by saying if you are experiencing what Lindsay just described, the answer is almost assuredly you should go. But the thing not to do is pull the ripcord and make a reactionary decision, but to take a step back and figure out where and how you go, and that's some of what we're going to get into today. Franklin, totally left field. Job hopping has kind of been a norm for the last 10 plus years, especially in technology. Do you think that is still the case?
I think that it is. I will never forget when I first started working in recruiting in 2007, we had parameters on job hoppers, which we could not submit. If someone had had more than 3 jobs over 7 years, they were automatically disqualified. I couldn't submit them to a client. And that was ingrained to me for a long time. I think if there's one thing that the pandemic did that was a positive for society was it sort of what's the word I'm looking for here? Emphasized that importance. I think that it has become a bit of a norm. Now, if you've had 6 jobs in the last year, that's going to be a potential red flag.
Still a red flag.
With. But I think the average tenure of an employee right now is right around 3 years. So
which that's come up because a few years ago it was 18 months.
Yeah. And so I think it's become a bit of a new norm, but excessive job hopping is still a red flag and probably will always be a red flag.
So I'm going to ask you I also want to there's a flip side to this I want to think about. So I would say job hopping has been normalized a little bit from where it used to be oh my gosh, I changed jobs twice in 3 years and I'm a job hopper. And it was people felt marked by recruitment processes because a little bit of you validated. I'm curious from a trends perspective, do you think people will continue to move around as much as they have in the past? Or are we going to see longer tenures now because job searching takes so long, for instance?
I think it's probably, I'm going to give you a non-answer, which will drive you
crazy.
Okay.
Hey, we're coaches. We love it. It depends.
Every individual job search and every individual career is so uniquely tied to who they are as a person. I mean, I was working on a resume for a client this morning who's been with the same company for 15 years. They are close to my age. I'm 43. That's not old. And then yesterday I worked on a client who had 3 jobs the last, I think 6 or 7 years. And
yeah,
I think it's up to the individual. I think that we're going to continue to see both as companies reward loyalty and companies realizing that it's a lot cheaper to retain their talent than it is to hire new ones. And so there's more of an emphasis on that than there was 5 or 6 years ago. But at the same time, you can still get that 20% increase when you jump ship to another company.
You queued up Christina's perfectly because the attrition we've talked about a little bit today, right? And how much more financially feasible it is to retain than to rehire. And so, Christina, I'm curious, let's bring AI to that party because now we have that whole needing to upskill and are we going to see companies helping employers shift and upskill into different roles due to AI replacement? So that's one little example of the bigger question for you is how is AI changing the nature of how we work and influencing our decisions in our career mobility and whether or not to kind of stay, level up, or find a new job?
I think the companies that are investing in their people are going to have much lower turnover. And I think they are going to become the employers of choice. Something I don't see a lot anymore are the employers of choice, best companies to work for. And I think from that perspective, there's a lot organizations can do. I've had in the last month, 3 of my clients tell me that their companies have either put them into a healthcare informatics bachelor's degree, AI courses, they've tapped them on the shoulder for a project, and they're getting some sort of additional training. So I think that those employers will keep people as long as they're providing new opportunities to learn. And I think where, the AI question comes in is who's from the employer perspective, who's implementing it well? How are they communicating it to the people who want to apply there, who are going to stay, and what are the opportunities with it? Then there's going to be the non or the slow adopters, and people are going to have to make choices here. Do I want to be with the corporation that's quickly, implementing this? Are my values such that I want a slower pace? And there's going to be a decision tree on that as well, because just like with startups, fast adoption isn't for everyone. And where do people fit in that, and how much change can they handle?
Yeah. And it's interesting because there's not to go down this rabbit hole, but just to hit on something that maybe we'll come back to, are like, as an individual, is someone adaptable enough to go from a replaced position into a deplaced, but are they also able to take on the skill set? And so there's like a duality there of human and technical that it drives part of that, even in companies where they're willing and supporting that upskilling. Yeah, that's cool. I feel like I could talk about all day about all these things, but the whole, like, what is AI doing to humans is just, and do you stay or do you go? It's so true. Kristen, whether it's AI or not, I think we talked to a lot of people that are like, oh, I feel like I've stagnated in a role or at a company. And so what is a sign that somebody has maybe legitimately started to outgrow their role, even if they're still performing well, versus maybe exploring opportunities to stretch internally? So if somebody comes to you and says, I'm bored, what kind of conversation do you have?
So if it's a situation where it's somebody that likes their position or likes the company that they work for, we want to talk about maybe some internal growth. Is there an opportunity to work towards a promotion or transfer to another department that they might find more fulfilling? Are they able to add to their role, take on more leadership responsibilities? Are there new skills they can learn or systems they can learn within their company? That would be probably the conversation I would start with in that situation.
And that goes back to what Chris was just saying, is that we're starting to see an appetite for that from a company perspective because of the costs of attrition. That there might be, that conversation might be more viable and more compelling to your bosses than you feel like it is. We just don't necessarily know how to broach it. So Franklin, how does somebody start to get into that conversation, right? So somebody wants to maybe explore options internally before leaving, but they're like, I have one of these going on right now where she loves where she works, just she doesn't like the job that she has. And I believe that there is a pathway to do what she wants to do internally, but then there's the whole, I got to go talk to my boss about that, which makes it seem like I don't want the job I had. And then is that going to put my job on the line, right? So like there's a fear around it. So what are some ways that like you would coach somebody into that internal exploration without creating a risk?
I think the first thing that they have to understand is, what does the opportunity internally truly look like? If their company has a history of internal mobility, then it's going to be a relatively easier conversation to have versus if a company sees a lot of turnover and new faces, that's going to be probably a little bit of a difficult conversation. The second is they got to understand what their relationship is with their current manager. Are they supportive? Are they encouraging? The reality is their current manager, and it's funny that you said that because I have a client in the exact same situation. The current manager may not have the slightest clue that this person wants more responsibility. And that's no one's true fault, or I guess you could say it's both of their faults. But understanding what that relationship with your manager is. If it's a good, solid, healthy relationship, then break down the business cases as to why you want more, what that might look like, and how you might be able to get there. Business case being the operative term here. If you don't have a good relationship with your manager, then that's a harder one to answer broadly, because every organization, every individual is very, very different. But that's really where the big challenge in what we do lies, in guiding our clients through that.
Yeah, and this is where this entire day is essentially a shameless plug for us, but that's where I wouldn't go that alone. and I would work with somebody to help inform and guide how you approach it, where opportunities may lie, may not lie, go through a little of the due diligence that Franklin just mentioned to see where you're creating exposure or where you're just creating exposure in your head, to just kind of mitigate that risk as much as possible. Because I think that there's probably more internal mobility in more places than we try. But also have to be careful to not put ourselves, on the hot seat. KDB, I just realized you put that on your on your name thing. I love it. Let's say you have somebody that comes to you and they have been asking the should I leave question for like 6 months. What's that tell us, and where do you go from there?
So I work with a lot of Gen X people, a lot of people in their early mid 50s. And for that age group, it's very often the first time they've ever given themselves permission to look at what they're doing and say, this isn't it for me. Because a lot of people's careers take this trajectory. I went to school for this. I should do that. My parents said, my friends are doing, my kids' parent, like all of these different pressures, and something happens somewhere along the line and people look up, whatever it is for them. People look up one day and they go, oh, this isn't for me. And so for the people that have been thinking about this for 6 months, one of the first questions I ask is, when did you first start thinking this? What else have you been thinking of doing? Why? Is it the people? Is it the company? It's never the money. Money never enters into these conversations. But very often I find people have gone through, and especially the population I work with, they've gone through an illness themselves. Yep. There's, some forced time out. There's been a corporate shift, a merger, an acquisition. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into it.
There's a precipitating event.
There is an event, whatever it may be. And when you find the event and then you kind of start sussing their values out around it, and I literally tell people sometimes, you may not need it, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. You have permission to do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
You don't have to do this the same way. And sometimes I back into it with, what don't you want to do anymore? What if you're going to pick the next roles, what do you never want to do again? And that opens up a lot of conversation around different options and sparks things too.
I am so glad you took this in the generational angle, because it wasn't what I intended. I didn't really have a thought, but it is. That ties to something Lindsay said in the kickoff, which is self-imposed limitations based on other people's expectations versus your kind of own goals. And it is so common and I think this will change I think we're coming to the end of this truth I'm about to say, is what you just mentioned, Chris, is that if you're about my age or older, I'm 45. I graduated from college in 2003. Which was when we still subscribed to the go to college, do the thing, work for one employer for 30 years, maybe change jobs once. However, 5 years into my career, the onset of millennials and the digital age and economic downturns shifted a lot of that. We saw the rise of entrepreneurship as a career path. Technology gave us the ability to work wherever we want. It became easier to change careers, right? We became a lot more mobile. I realized that earlier than a lot that we had choice in our career. But what I've been seeing is a lot of those people that you just described are just now realizing that somewhere around mid-career. And it's a precipitating event or a wake-up call. I called it something one day, awakening. It's an awakening that there are possibilities versus applied expectations of the past.
Yep.
I think that we're coming towards the end of that, because people like me are pretty much at mid-career and having that awakening. And as people get younger, they didn't experience that climate and that set of expectations. And this is the core group of people who needs to be saying, should I stay or should I go? Do I want to do the same thing I've done for the last 20 years for the next 20? So that is like, ooh, now I got like excited because as it kind of exactly in the back of my head, you know, we have choice. Diana brought this up this morning and it's weaved its throughout the day. I keep using it as an opportunity to shamelessly plug this because I talk about the fact that we have control and agency. And apparently you all just came to church and Angie's preaching. But this is like, right? We have more control and agency and you have permission and you have choice. Whether you've had the awakening or you need one of us to kick you in the pants and have it, this is what we want you to be asking yourself is, should I continue doing the thing I am doing now for the next however long? Or do I choose to do something more fulfilling, more aligned? Whatever the motivation is, it is rarely money. Money is a consideration, not the driver. Should choose. So now we're going to go to the entrepreneurial questions. Lindsay, get ready. Because somebody asked earlier, I can't remember the exact question, about something really specific about positioning yourself for entrepreneurship. But Lindsay, you said you were an accidental entrepreneur. How many of us set out to be entrepreneurs? No. Was totally the destination I was meant to arrive at, but never was on my radar. They don't teach entrepreneurship in Podunkville, Pennsylvania. Right? But I want to know, Lindsay, how did you know, or how does someone know whether entrepreneurship is like a fit, right? So how did you come to, I'll start a business? And actually, I'm going to ask I want all of us to answer this question since we're all kind of, let's say, unexpected, accidental entrepreneurs. I'm going to start with Lindsay since she coaches business owners. How do you find people come to that conclusion? How did you come to it yourself?
I honestly just knew what I love to do, and I wasn't doing it in the current marketing role that I had. And so one day when I was on leave and doing my own work, I just said, I love copywriting. I know there's a gap between companies who need content and agencies. They don't have them on staff typically. They're contracted out and bada bing, bada boom. So she goes. Right. And it wasn't that easy, let's be honest, because the reality is I then had to learn how to sell, how to go out in public. And as a very big introvert, how do I get in those rooms and start confidently talking about here's what I do, here's what I love, but more importantly, asking questions of others so that it made sense, that they'd be like, oh, I actually need you. Piece of fur is flying. And I got my first client because I started talking to somebody in a coffee shop, said, this is what I do. And they said, oh, I need you. And right. Yeah. So that was exactly it. Is I knew what I loved. I knew what I wasn't being able to do.
So you, like, creating the pathway to do it the way you wanted was the logical conclusion.
Yeah.
If you can't find it, you can create it, people. Yeah. That's the message there. Chris, what about you? How did you come to this conclusion?
So it was an interesting time. My last corporate role, I ran the accounting and finance product in the United States, Canada, Puerto Rico, and Mexico for Kelly Services. And I know Franklin's laughing because we're both Kelly alums.
They're both cut from the same cloth.
Yeah. And when you're in third-party recruiting, if you are over something like that in multiple countries, there is no place else to go. And I had a lot of freedom and autonomy, and I had some great mentors, and the company made some choices to let my mentors go and some other things. And I was in my early 40s, and I had resigned, and I had really two choices in front of me. One was to go work for LinkedIn, and the other one was to be a coach. And what I picked was, when I recruited, I loved helping people find work.
Yeah.
I placed so many people on the temporary side who were in these stages of panic and fear and really bad places and making bad choices, and kind of supporting them and reeling them in and helping them get a paycheck and making sure they could pay their mortgage and all of those things, you know, really became part of who I am. And the coaching, the resume writing, and directly working with people in job search stages was something that I'm super passionate about. And I just love helping people. LinkedIn would have been amazing. It would have been amazing. It's the technology they love and all those things. But I kind of had, I'm not saying that LinkedIn had any corporate sociopathy at the time, but I also had reached a point in my life where I just didn't want to be managed anymore. I just couldn't tolerate told where to be, when to be, how to do it. My husband would tell you I'm unmanageable. That's probably a piece of it.
Certifiably unemployable over here. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I can't, yeah, it's a whole thing. But those were things, values again. I had just gotten married. Life was very different for me. And I got to pick some things. And it was an event. It was a stopping point, an awakening. Yeah. And I chose the thing that was the most important to me.
Yeah. And I would even add one more little just observation. Your role at Kelly was very entrepreneurial by nature. And so that, I think, primed the pump and gave you a foundation that made this likely a more natural move versus, like Diana said, she was dragged kicking and screaming, right? And this is fun. I don't know all these transition stories, and you guys are like some of my friends I see all the time. So this is kind of neat for me.
No, I think that's a really important comment, Angie, because I was given a branch originally. They didn't have a finance product, and I went on to like open a bunch more branches, expand things, do things. I had the marketing, you know, so I knew how to run a business, and I played with other people's money for a really long time.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that, again, that skill set was already there versus, like Lindsay said, she had to go learn it. And so we could become inspired by different things. Franklin, how did you end up here?
Over a 6-pack of Sweetwater 420.
Only thing that would make that better is Boone's Farm.
I mean, that was the emphasis of the whole careers and beers thing. I did actually always want to be an entrepreneur. I didn't know what that would be. My dad owned a small business. Both my grandfathers were small business owners. Both my uncles are small business owners. I have 2 cousins that are small business owners. And so it's ingrained in me.
You're the polar opposite from everything KDBT described with the people who were like, it's a completely opposite modeling.
I had looked at buying franchises and could never quite find the right thing. And my brother-in-law was my very first client as a resume writer and an interview coach. And he paid me with a 6-pack of Sweetwater 420, which is a pale ale out of Atlanta, Georgia. And he told me about the career coach he'd spoken with. And I was not impressed at how impersonal, and I don't know who it was, but he just told me what the process was. I was like, how are they going to help you doing that? And so I did it. He got the interview, coached him, he got the job. And I created a profile online that night, got my first client, charged a little bit more than 6-pack of beer, but it just organically grew from 2014 to 2021. And by that point in 2021, when I was at Kelly, I was a senior. I purposely moved into training in 2019 because I was coaching sales and recruiters on how to do the job. And I felt like that was a natural pivot for me because I was always a great resume writer. I didn't know the first thing besides interview coaching. I'm like, all right, the fundamentals of being a coach, I can mock interview you all day, but the sales and recruiter coaching aspect of it really filled a skill set gap that I had. And then, you know, I'll just shamelessly say it. I started making more money doing this than I did in the training. And it worked. I remember on my birthday, my wife was like, you need to put in your notice today. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. That would be such a troll to quit on your birthday. And so that kicked me down the road. But the business grew, and I realized that there was an opportunity here, and I took it, and that's how I became a business owner.
And here we are. And so here's what I think is interesting. What's in that cup? Here's what's interesting as we transition to Kristen, because I'm going to shift the question slightly for you. Is that, Franklin, you started this as a I don't like the word side hustle, but that's what we're going to call it, because for you, it was a side hustle that then became your full-time gig.
Yeah.
Kristen is riding two horses with one ass, as I like to say, but she has an employment. She is employed and she is building a business as a part-time gig. And so talk to me about your decision to do that, Kristen, and your experience so far, because we're starting to see this like gig economy come up. We're starting to see the multiple revenue streams or like multiple things, venues of salary coming in for people. And I think thinking about a quote unquote side hustle is something a lot of people do. And so I'd love for you to kind of walk us through your thinking and how doing both looks in reality.
I'm actually self-employed.
Wait, I thought you had is the rehabilitation job just your legacy job? Your legacy business?
That's how I got started in employment services.
This whole time. Shows you what I know.
No. Well, I do have a full-time job, but I'm self-employed.
There you go. I mean, we all do. Yeah.
I started in employment services as a rehabilitation counselor. So primarily working with individuals with disabilities and workplace injuries that were returning to work. And then expanded that out into serving, just general population as well.
So you're a longtime entrepreneur here. You're now, let's say, shifting or adding a function or a service.
Right.
Look at that.
Yeah. So on my end, my decision to go on to be an entrepreneur was nothing that was planned. It was just, I was in a position where I was a manager in a firm and wanted more autonomy with making more decisions, customizing programs, building programs to fit the need that I saw. So I wanted more decision-making autonomy, and then just made the decision to leave and start kind of very quickly. So it was not a long planned decision to have my own business.
Yeah, you just decided and went for it.
Yep.
I think it's so interesting the pathways we have into this can be so different, but I think that's what's kind of so interesting about it. And I don't want this entire thing to be about business, but I think that that is a thread that is very prevalent out there because people are thinking about it, even if it isn't their full-time thing. And so I'm curious, and I think Katie B, I'm going to come to you first, is like, let's think about this as from a risk perspective. How, especially you, because you were basically you were in the employee versus entrepreneur decision.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of conversation were you having or do you have with people when it comes to evaluating the risk involved with kind of that go out on your own thing?
A lot of it is around, do they have a financial planner? How much of their income are they trying to replace? Have they ever sold anything? Are they comfortable doing the marketing? What do those pieces look like for them? And, it's sure there's all the stories of go put a course on the internet or, whatever that are out there. But the reality is that, for any entrepreneur, you start off as the service provider, the marketing person, the IT person,
the commission-only salesperson,
all of that. And if somebody hasn't been in that, and Lindsay, I'm sure you can speak to this, right? I had done sales my whole career. Can I do a cold call? Sure, I can pick up the phone. I can call anybody. It's not a problem. And I knew how to do that. But, it's like losing your job if you quit to be an entrepreneur because you don't know when the resume or the revenue is going to start coming in, right? So you have to plan for that piece. Or if you're doing the slow phase out and you have a family and you have kids and they're in sports and all the things and you don't know where you're going to have extra time, but now you're going to start this other thing, but you have all these other responsibilities. It is, it is making sure people see the hard truth of what their life will be like and where they can take those pieces. It can be incredibly rewarding, but there are pieces of it that you're going to have to get out, right?
Yeah. And the competing priorities is a really good conversation and an important reality without like it wasn't necessarily planned. It just arrived at the conclusion that like, oh, I should do this instead. But you know, if you want to build a business, the most risk averse way to do it is to build it alongside and then transition. Now, when you do, that gives you a plan B, which means there's a safety net, which, you know, means that you've got, you know, you don't have to necessarily put as much work in, but it can be really challenging to grow that business to the point you need it to be based on the time you have to contribute in order to then make the transition. So there's like some logistics stuff there. I love that stuff, by the way. Those transitions are things that I help people with because it is like so like nerdy and nuanced. It is where my engineer brain comes out, but there is a way to do it. You just have to be there's a reality behind like the length of the transition that I would say. And I want to go back to you, Lindsay, because Chris mentioned something you said earlier, and I want to ask you to expound on this idea of like, what did becoming self-employed require you to do that a lot of people wouldn't think about? Like you mentioned the sales skill set, but there's others like mental and logistical. What are some of those things that you saw yourself, but that also you see with the creative entrepreneurs you work with?
Oh, golly. Honestly, it's primarily in the sell. I am not good with words right now. I apologize.
Me neither. Yeah.
It's in the selling. You know that you have to do it, but there, a number of my clients that I initially worked with had this ability that it would just come. That word of mouth is great, but what else do you have to do? And so it's really understanding that it's not just about getting out there and having conversations. It's about getting in the right room in front of the people who are actually your audience and where are they playing. And so it's about being more intentional than just showing up at all the networking events. It's what are the right ones for you, because we have to do everything else. So it's how are we managing our energy and where, and then even understanding a lot of, I mean, and this is true for most people, but a lot of the creatives that I work with, the typical 9 to 5, 8 to 5, whatever, we can't do that. And so it's starting to understand what are your own energy levels. And I know for me, my activities happen Sunday mornings, Monday mornings. End of week is more of the more monotonous data entry, invoicing. And so it's starting to understand when can I do what and how do I build my calendar around that and my own energy, my own flow for women, our own hormones even, and understanding how can we build our calendar to work most effectively with how we ourselves operate so that we give ourselves a solid foundation for building our business in a way that we can sustain. And
I'm actually going to jump in and tie something in here. I love what all of that is very true. And I have long said, and I think you will all agree with me, that there is no better exploration into self-discovery than entrepreneurship, because it will bury you raw and you will learn all kinds of things about yourself that you didn't need to know, but you're a more complete human for it. So there is that. And there's a specific thing that Lindsay mentioned I want to tease out because I think it's applicable to both employment situations and entrepreneurship, especially for those moving up the ladder into greater levels of leadership. And that is knowing your circadian rhythm and when during the day you're most energized, and if that has like a weekly cadence, so that you can. I was talking to like a guy who's like a C-suite executive the other day, and he's like, I feel like I'm pulled in all these directions and I can't ever get anything done. And I'm like, okay, when's your best 3 hours of the day? We need a deep think block once a week that no one is allowed to schedule on, right? If you don't know what those times are, do a little bit of journaling every hour of the day to figure out what your energy flows are, so that you become more productive and more balanced. If you put activities that are demand more energy in your energetic blocks, and then you can design things around it. That's a great piece of just very practical advice. And now I'm going to use that to shift back to those of us out there who chose not to be entrepreneurs and want to remain employed, but are in this feeling of like, should I stay or should I go? Should I stay in this career track? Should I change careers? Should I stay with this employer? Should I? Whatever the question behind it is. Franklin, I'm going to come to you because I want us to talk a little bit more about that idea of internal mobility and how can somebody create growth if they're in one of those situations where the existing company isn't going to support it. So how can we do what can we do on our own or autonomously?
I mean, if the company's not going to support it, there's only so much you can do. And coming back to should I stay or should I go, I'm a big believer in trust your instincts. Yes. They're never wrong. And so if you're at a company where your instinct tells you I can't go anywhere and your observations tell you I can't go anywhere, then you have two choices. Number one, build something else on the side, build your own business like we've all done. Or number two, go find another place to do it that's going to offer those opportunities. And it's up to you in your search when you're going through your interviews and having your networking conversations to understand not just what an opportunity is relative to the job interview, the job that you're interviewing with, but what the future career pathing looks like at that organization. So I think it's an understanding of trusting your instincts and then figuring out, and I'm like, Lindsay, my brain's about to die, figuring out, all right, at this next company, how can I get to where I want to go?
And knowing how to ask the questions in the right way to tell you that, right? So everything again points back to clarity and knowing what's missing and how to find what will fill it, whether it's a business or a job. Kristen, I'm coming back to you. A lot of times, I have found we have a reactionary bone in our bodies, all of us, that when things aren't going well, we're like, oh, I gotta change. I call it getting trigger happy on the apply button, right? You get a bad review, go start friggin' rage applying, right? How, in your experience, how does somebody, first of all, back off the reaction of let's say the running away from, right? I need to run away from this job and make sure they run towards something. But at the same, it's kind of two-part question. So because, and separating whether it's like a season or an actual condition that's driving the change, right? So how do we discern whether we should stay or go based on the seasonality and the challenges and keeping reactions intact or in check?
When the reasons for staying are no longer stronger than the reasons for going, that's when it's time to go. And there can be, and it's not just a numbers thing. It's not like I have 5 things in the reasons to stay column and 7 in the reasons to go. It's which of those are more important and what's weighing on you more. So it's weighing that out to see which is stronger. But for some people, it could be if you just stop learning or growing and there's no room for growth in the company. It could be your values no longer align with the company's values. It could be that you're having difficulty in the workplace. It's unsafe. It's mentally harmful to your mental health. It's unsatisfying. Yes. There could be many reasons why those reasons would outweigh your reasons for staying there. But I think it's first it's identifying that. It's taking a breath and a step back and identifying, are my reasons for staying here no longer stronger than the reasons for leaving?
That is the statement of the moment, I think, right there. Really well summarized. And you're right. It isn't just like, are there more in this column or less in this column? There's kind of a weighting. However, I think all of us would agree that most certainly, if not 100% absolutely, if your reason for staying is money, and that is like your only reason for staying, then you probably need to go. But then there's that exploration of where do you go and how do you do it that has to follow. And so this to me comes down to that idea of like calculated risk or informed change versus emotionally reacting or an emotionally satisfying escape. How, Franklin, I'm going to come to you for this. How, when somebody is in that moment, do they ascertain which is driving the train?
I think deep breaths and steps back are the worst thing you could do is make an impulse decision.
Yeah.
impulse to see, even if your instinct is telling you to make it, trust your instincts, except this one. Even if your instinct is to say, I'm out, I'm done, there are so many things that one has to consider when deciding to make that move or staying. And I think it's taking a big step back. And this is where, shameless plug, we do a stupendous job of helping you take that step back and analyzing your current situation. I have a client that I'm working with right now. When he came to me, he was hell-bent on getting out. And after 6 weeks of working together, I looked at him like, why are we having this conversation? You're not hell-bent on getting out. Like, you had a bad day.
Yeah.
And now I saw Jim has the clashing stuck in his head. Now you're about to have had a bad day.
Should I stay or should I go now?
But because of the relationship he had with me and the conversations that we had, we realized that was a bad day. It was just a bad day, a bad moment, and a good investment on his part to understand that. And now, instead of developing his exit plan, we're developing his promotional plan and the business case that he's going to take to his leadership to get those responsibilities that he candidly hadn't talked to his boss about. So I think being able to take a step back and looking at something objectively, which is very hard for an individual to do in a moment, is to look
especially
at
in an emotionally charged moment. Absolutely. And I'm gonna make again, this came up earlier, but like, in a way, it's my own shameless plug. I believe it's our responsibility as a coach to explore the motivation and the response behind it versus taking that person's intuition and stated goal or stated motivation as face value. Because if you had just said, if he had come to you and been like, I'm out, you would have been job searching instead of on a promotional path and realizing it's a bad day.
Mhm.
And that at the end of the day helps a client become much more aware of what triggers and what doesn't trigger and the severity of a situation, regardless of kind of where they work. And so I think that's also an important thing to think about for us as coaches. I find that in the career space, we can go to problem solving before we linger and make sure we're solving the right problem. And that's a great example of where that comes in. Something came up a second ago, and Katie B, I want to ask you this question. Something somebody mentioned that I hadn't planned on asking, but I think it's good, is talk to me about your thoughts on proactively departing a job, i.e. leaving a job without another one lined up.
Ooh. That goes back to the same risk stuff that we talk about with entrepreneurship, right? Right. I mean, in this market, there's very protracted searches. There's some that go quickly, but the ones that go quickly are perfectly aligned. I listened to you this morning. You gave your Apple metaphors, but I've had a couple recently where it was like for like, sales to sales. Those quick ones are fewer and further between. So I think if somebody wants to leave without having another job, you should still be planning a month or two of work to get yourself organized. Again, shameless plug for us, because we'll get you through that process. We'll see what you have. We'll see what you need. You need your stories. You need your clarity. Like, how am I going to sell myself? What's my career story? What's the pitch? Career documents, all of the things. So quitting without a job can work, but everything's a plan, right? Everything has to be done with intention. You can't have a bad day and go in and give your 2 weeks notice and start the whole process, because I know for my clients that come to me and want the whole kitchen sink can take 2 to 3 months to get.
And then there's a potentially 6 months, maybe longer, depending on the situation, job search tacked onto the end of the 2 to 3 months. So are you prepared to be without a salary for 9 months to a year? Is pretty much the reality check that I think has to come to that conversation, because it used to be 3 to 6 months. Now it's like potentially a year. So I totally agree with you. and Kristen is the one who said it. And Kristen, I'd love your perspective, anything you want to add here, because you mentioned that idea of like, one thing I'll add before, and then you take it away, is that from an optics perspective, if a job is derailing your mental health and you do have a year in the bank, then it is better to leave a job than keep a job that is continuing to burn you out or to continue to slide you off the mental health deep end, because that's precluding you from getting another job pretty much. And so there is a question there of like non-financial trade-offs you can't get back. And Kristen, you said that about like the mental health impacts, and it's what made me think of this. So I'd love your perspective on like more like the mental component of that conversation and what it can look like and what we should be considering to protect that asset that is this.
I mean, I think there's just certain situations that people get in that they just can no longer, it can start affecting the way they perform at work. It can start affecting their home life and just everything. And at some point, there's a time where the benefits of leaving the job are going to outweigh staying there. In that, maybe it's time to, maybe it would help if they met with a mental health professional. Maybe that would help with them with staying at work, but there are going to be situations where it's going to be better that they leave, and that's a decision that they have to make, usually with their medical or mental health provider. But there's so many things to consider: the financial risk, the benefits risk. Do you have a bonus coming up that it's worth staying for before you leave? Do you have a project that you complete that would help build your resume? I mean, there's so many factors to think about when you're thinking about a transition.
And that is where, again, as Franklin said, bring somebody into that conversation before you make the decision. One, to help unbiasedly and objectively weigh those risk factors, while two, creating a plan. So if you are in the I should go stage, before you pull the ripcord, these are things that were just mentioned right now. This was a great way to bring this into like a whole little nut, right? If you're on the I should go path, talk to somebody unbiased and who can give you an objective thought on what the whole picture looks like, and get a plan in place. And if you can, without substantial toll to mental health or relationships, get the plan in place before you actually leave, so that the time factor is shrunken as much as possible. But ultimately, your mental health and well-being is more important than any paycheck. And so if a job is taking a toll on the things Kristen managed and or precluding you from getting another job, you really have to sit and think about I think it's time to go. Do it thoughtfully and not reactionarily, as long as your like overall well-being can kind of handle it. And so if you find yourself in that situation, that's really where one of us can help streamline the exit and help make decisions, mitigate risk, and all that kind of thing. So we ended on a shameless plug for us, which is not what I intended, but it is true. And that's one of the reasons, that's where I think we really become important to helping the human, find a new sustainability, because then you also want to make sure you're making good decisions, right? And not just going from the frying pan into the fire, because if you don't have a job, your decision-making quality can be a little So it's a big old ball of wax. And so all of these people are really, really equipped to help you with that. And if you're really thinking about the entrepreneurship conversation, there's a couple people here who can help you explore that as well. And so as we close things out, I've been having fun with these like round robin statements at the end of everything. And so, Chris, you inspired this one. And so I'm going to let you kick it off. When we think about should I stay or should I go, and making intentional human career decisions, here's your statement. I give you, which is Chris giving everyone out there, I give you permission to blank in your career.
I give you permission to never do the things you don't want to do ever again.
Franklin, what would you like to give everyone permission to do or not do?
I would like to give you permission to own your career.
Yeah. Kristen?
I give you permission to explore the opportunities that are out there for you.
Yeah, I love it. All right, Miss Lindsay, you give permission for everyone to do what in their career?
Oh gosh. Two things. I give you permission to have joy in your career. But more aligned is, well, that is aligned with me, but it's, I give you permission to have a career that is values aligned for you.
Mm-hmm. I give you all permission to put your life first and then find or create the career that supports it instead of taking the mediocrity as the only way to live. And if you need some inspiration, shameless plug, I have a book about it. It might be $1.99 on Kindle right now, just saying. But, I didn't expect for that to be how this ended, but I love it. And so thank you all for being wonderful humans, supporting wonderful humans, and giving everybody out there permission to be intentional, permission to take agency and ownership, and do what you want to do. Do more of what you want to do and less of what you don't want to do, because we live longer now. We're going to work longer. Don't wait to 62 and a half to do the thing you want to do, right? Start doing it now. Take some agency. And so as you consider the should I stay or should I go, if you need help, you know how to find all of us. We are right here on LinkedIn, and you have permission. So how's that to round out the should I go or should I stay? I told you, I thought this was going to be fun because I didn't know where it was going to go. And I love where it did. So Franklin, Chris, Kristen, and Lindsay, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and your humanness with everyone. And we're going to make a quick transition because we got 2 more things left of the day. So here we go. Who do I want to not kick out? Because I did that once. Oh, Chris. Okay, good. Kristen, I won't kick you out. I did that earlier. And we got Renee and Mark Messiano. Okay, I've got a quick housekeeping item for everybody out there, and I apologize in advance for the clunkiness of the following. I believe we're going to get kicked from this live stream at around between 4 and 4:10 again, because LinkedIn times out live streams at 4 hours. And so if this times out for you, I don't want to mess it up. And so it's almost easier for me to wait and restart it once it times out. And so if you get disconnected from this, go to the original event and go to the comments, and I'll put the new one in. And we've got some people out there helping. So like Diana, Denise, I know you helped last time, Lily, help us get everybody kind of back. Full disclosure, I totally forgot about this one really weird thing that LinkedIn does when I made this the main feed to it. And so thank you all for bearing with us, because this was just, an ad hoc thing that we all did. And so, that's what I got to offer, and wanted to say it preemptively because I forgot about it until it happened earlier. And then I was like, crap. So the worst case scenario, you can just go to my profile and it will be in the current activity. That's like the fail safe worst. And exactly. Curses on the 4 hour. Thanks, LinkedIn. And now we need to debunk some more myths. So we have talked about networking myths that need to die. We have talked about resume myths that need to die, and that could have been a 5-hour conversation. And now we're going to talk about career myths that need to die, which I think is perfect coming off of the conversation about should I stay or should I go, and the fact that we all agree we've got more agency and more permission and more choice to make that decision. And so now let's debunk some more myth and empower some more people to not fall into the same trap. So 2 of our 3 guests you have heard from today. Kristen was just on the should I stay or should I go? And she is the owner of KD Vocational Services and has been an entrepreneur for like close to 20 years, which now I know, instead of, being a moron and shoving my foot in my mouth. And she's helped people navigate career transitions, return to work, and overcome the many employment challenges that we unfortunately face. And she is here on a mission to help people embrace change and build meaningful careers with confidence, because guess what? Myth debunked number 1, we get to do that now. Mm-hmm. Second, we saw him earlier this morning. Mark Messiano is a career coach and who works with senior leaders. My notes are completely wrong and say you're a recruiter, so I copied and pasted the wrong thing, but he's a guy and yeah, there you go. He's around town. Renee Marshak, on the other hand, is our new face, and she is a career coach and seasoned HR professionals who helps individuals and teams gain confidence, clearance, and momentum, and focuses very heavily on values and people aligned work and cultures. I love her perspective on culture building and being human at work. And so let's kick this off. Renee, since you are new, we're going to get to new to the crowd today. I want you to kick things off. What is just you just get to have fun. What is one career myth you wish people would stop believing?
That you need to ask permission to grow. And what I mean by that is, while I do believe you should have a very open dialogue with your manager can either be your promoter or your blocker. And if you are finding that you are in a relationship with your manager where you're not going to get any farther in an organization, especially if it's an organization where you want to stay, you can, and I love the word ownership, you can take ownership of your career and start building with those relationships with people within the organization with whom you want to demonstrate your value.
I don't know if you might have been in the green room when Franklin said at the end, he gives you permission to take ownership. Renee just put a giant exclamation point at the beginning of that. And that is a career myth that we really need to release from the generations that have passed down this idea that we don't have control. We have to accept whatever job we're given and do it forever. No more. We have agency and we have ownership. Okay. We're going to probably get into that a little bit more. Kristen, true or false? And then you get to expound on the true or false. It can be too late to reinvent your career.
It's not false. It's never too late to reinvent your career. And changing careers doesn't always mean starting over from scratch either. We've heard kind of all day the themes about transferable skills and moving within industry. So change doesn't always mean starting over. And sometimes maybe starting over is the right thing, but it's never too late to change. You can always learn.
It isn't. Yay. You know what I just realized about today versus like the January event? For those of you out there and those of you here, because we've all been doing these together. Today feels a little bit more aspirational and human and like soft skill like versus January, especially because of the breakouts. It's a lot more tactical, and I'm kind of loving this. And I also think it's very aligned with what people need because anyway, Mark, what is a piece of career advice that you feel has become outdated based on today's market?
Ooh, that's interesting. We should have given these to me in advance. Okay. Something that's
what fun is there in that?
I know, right? Then it's not spontaneous. Okay. Outdated career advice. I think that one thing that folks say kind of a lot is like the progression of your career rather than like that intentionality of like planning it out yourself, right? So like the people that I work with who have taken that age-old career advice of like say yes to the opportunity and like work hard and wait for the good things will come, like that doesn't happen as much anymore. And who I deal with this with a lot are the introverts who are like, I want to be head down. I want to be like quiet at my desk doing the work. And if I do the work, someone will notice and give me leadership opportunity. And that just doesn't happen anymore, right? Like this sounds so weird, but like good work isn't rewarded, right? Because what happens is your boss will be like, well, I don't want to lose you in that position, so I'm not going to promote you because then I lose you there. So a lot of these people will be like, just work hard, keep your head. Your work will speak for itself, and it kind of doesn't.
And I actually think that's fantastic and goes right back to what Renee said, because you can either have a boss, whether it's good intentioned or malintentioned, who becomes a blocker because they don't want to lose them, but that's selfish. And you are the only advocate you will ever have in your career. You just need to operate on that assumption. And the work speaks for itself, I think, is at the end of the day, the myth that becomes kind of debunked, and you've got to advocate and own the trajectory that you want to be on. Love it. Okay. We're just going to go to a fun one right off the bat. I'm trying to think who I want to give this to first. Renee, I think I'm going to come at you. Myth number 1, follow your passion. So is that actually good career advice? Why or why not? This is
Ooh,
loaded.
This is loaded, and I'm thinking this is more of a gray area. I think you need to look at yourself as a human being holistically and really be able to make some sound judgment there. Now, if you have a ton of money and and finances are great, then I say, yeah.
Heck yeah.
But and go for broke. I also think that if money is a factor and your passion isn't going to necessarily get you the kind of money that you need to live, that's something to look at. Now, here's that happy medium. Do work that you truly love, okay? Do work that fulfills you, but keep that passion project on the side.
Yeah.
I tell my clients this all the time. Find a creative outlet, something that you love to do. And when you're ready, that can turn into something more sustainable. But do what you're passionate about. I mean, I think over my 30 years, my passions have changed, and I've been able to integrate that in the work that I do.
Angie, you know what this reminds me of? Angie and I have a friend named Garrett Lowe who has this amazing framework called Top Calling. TOP is an acronym for talent, opportunity, and passion. Your sweet spot is where the three of those circles overlap. So if you have passion but no talent, go develop the talent. If you have passion and talent but there's no opportunity out there, you're chasing something that doesn't exist, right? Or if you have talent and opportunity but no passion, you will be unfulfilled at work. So you have to have those three things in alignment in order for it to actually jive in a way where you feel like you're fulfilling your passion.
And in some quantity. It doesn't mean they're all three equal.
Right.
And I think that's important. Also, this is where like the Ikigai is an even more complex version of that is like aspirational, that becomes so hard to put all those things together. But at the very fundamental, I feel like find something you are passionate about and a way to make money on it. And guess what? Most of the things we're real passionate about don't make any money. I love mountain biking, but I am the world's most averagest mountain biker. I ain't never making money on that shit, right? But I can have a job that allows me time to do it. And earlier today, we talked about that idea of lowering the expectation that your work is going to fulfill all of the buckets that we have as complex humans. And like Renee said, do work that you don't hate so that you have energy, time, and money to support the creative or the passionate outlet. And so, okay, myth debunked. Okay, now, Kristen, we're going to come back to this myth of it's too late to change careers, which you already affirmed is false. But I want to know from your perspective, why do so many people believe that it's true or believe that they've missed the window?
I think ageism can creep in there, that fear that fear of starting over and how they're going to be perceived. Both with age, both with starting over from the bottom. I mean, that's scary. I mean, there's a lot of unknown there, and that can be anxiety producing. So I think when you're starting over, it's important to know what's that change going to require. And doing that research and putting those pieces together and then making the decision based on that, is that something that I want to do at this point in my life? But you need to make an informed choice and instead of just automatically saying it's too late. Find out what it takes.
Fear and fail are 4-letter words that are uglier than the actual 4-letter word. And most of the time we jump to a conclusion that it's too late without ever reverse engineering and looking at the reality of the situation or the possible worst case scenarios that really are unlikely to exist. So there's more often than not a valid pathway to doing a thing you want to do or to making a change. You just convince yourself it can't be done. So
can I contribute a great definition for the acronym? If you think of acronym as the acronym fear is an acronym, is false evidence appearing real.
Yes, that is so true. I think the word fear should be stricken from the English language, or fail should be, oh wait, you said fear. I think fail should be stricken from the English language, because guess what? You don't fail, you learn. And then you don't regret, which means mediocrity didn't have that expense, which is my whole soapbox. Okay, Mark. Myth number 3, more money means the job is better.
Oh, no.
Exactly. Here we all know that is not the case. Singularly financial driven decisions, I have found, I would just say never end up being the right. So I'm curious, where have you seen somebody regret taking a higher paying job?
Well, in the negotiation to be kept, right? So if you don't leave, we'll give you a raise. If you don't leave, we'll give you the better title and the more money. And it never alleviates the underlying problems that made you want to look in the first place. So that's number one. That is
so true.
That is like the biggest one that I see all the time. I'm like, wait, I always do this with people. I'm like, okay, they want to give you how much? $5,000? How much is that per paycheck? Like, how much are you? Oh, so for whatever it ends up being, like $240 or something. It's like for $240 a paycheck, you're willing to put up with this still? So that one's crazy to me. But I find actually that, and I don't know if this is like generations like aging into more senior level positions, but the folks that I'm seeing who are younger, like maybe 40s, entering more senior level positions, is they look at the money and they're like, do I want this for that amount of money though? Like at a certain point, we need to know, like, what is our minimum to live so that we can have that number kind of in mind at all times. Anything above that, we go, okay, great, but what are the trade-offs here? Right.
Bingo.
And so this is where like the network and all the things that we've talked about today come into play. Is you go, well, okay, when you're networking, are you learning about the company culture? Because if you're not doing that, then you're not hearing from the people who are like, it sucks here, don't come here, right? Like, and you have no way of interviews are not like a great way to learn culture. So you need to learn it by networking and like meeting people who are in those organizations. So like then you can determine if the money is worth it. Because I know people who go, look, I'm going to chase the money for the next 5 years. I'm like, great, then go take the job that's going to burn you out. But if you know going into it, then great.
That's a trade-off you've chosen to make. Yeah. And you know the purpose. But we've all seen the other story go sideways. Like how many people, especially because I work a lot in tech, they're like, I want to work for Google because I'll get $1 million a year. Okay, you're going to give them $1 million worth of your time.
Nope.
So if you do not want to see your children grow up from ages 3 to 7, go work for Google and make $1 million a year, right? But I've seen this go sideways. A couple of years ago, I had a client who actually is now a coach, who during the post-pandemic hiring frenzy got a job making $100,000 more than her previous job, which was like an 80% pay raise. And guess what? It was worth exactly negative $100,000 in mental health and sustainability. And so singularly financially motivated decision making is rarely, if ever, / just call it never the way to go. So Renee, you get to debunk myth number 4, which is we need to be certain something is going to work out before we make the move. And here's how I want you to talk about that. Because I feel like that is the thing.
You broke up
right?
there. Can you?
Yes.
You broke up.
Myth
If
number
you could
4
just repeat that.
is you need to be certain before making a move.
You need to be certain about moving before making a move?
So people want certainty. They want to know a job is going to have longevity. They want to know they're going to get promoted. So a better way to ask that is we know that's a myth. So in your opinion, what's enough information for somebody to make a good career decision? And I'm going to let you talk, and then I'm going to leave for a second because Steve is banging away at the door of the bell on the back door wanting to go outside. Or it might be Taco Cat, who knows, but I need to go let some furry beast outside while you talk about uncertainty and what level is acceptable and not.
Yeah. Okay. So I look at making decisions about your careers or going into a new role as this big this big circle, and there's one half, a line right down the middle. And you look at, obviously, one side is you have to look at compensation, benefits, the very, what do you call it? The nuts and bolts of what you need to live, right? But that's only one half of the equation. The other is, what are those hidden motivators that allow you to do your best work? Okay, and being able to come, and Angie knows I speak about this at nauseum, but being able to understand what those hidden motivators are, what your engagement drivers are, to be that need to be present in your role in order for you to do your best work. I have this shameless plug here. I have 11 of them that
I was going to bring it up
I
if you
coach
didn't.
my clients on. So I will tell you, like, my top drivers: the ability to have autonomy to make decisions in my work, and be and be able to innovate and be creative in my work. Also, meaningful work is another engagement driver. That is, I need to be able to see how the work that I do in my role contributes to the overall success of the company. And another one could be psychological work environment. Is this a place where making a mistake is not going to, I'm not going to be punished for making a mistake. Like, I can say I was wrong or I don't know, and it will be looked more as, like, you know, an innovative thing where I learn a lesson and I could do something better. Anyway, they're different for everyone. For you to know it, it's so important for you to know what you need to be in a culture for you to do your best work. That way, when you go into an interview, you can ask the questions that will get those answers for you. So is there ever 100% certainty? No. Could they be embellishing in the interview when they're talking about the company? Sure. But I wouldn't settle for, we have such a great culture, and not have it expanded. Like,
that is a red flag.
What makes it a great culture?
We have a great culture with no supporting information is a giant red flag. But what I like about Renee's thoughts on the certainty versus uncertainty piece is it isn't necessarily an amount of information, it's the type of information. And if you know yourself and your drivers, you can align those and get the right due diligence to fill in the deal breaker, or as Mark calls them, the hell no boxes, and understand the hell no's versus hell yeses, so you know where things are most likely certain versus what, you know, potential uncertainties you're taking on. So you're going in eyes wide open, because again, nothing is certain if that isn't true in the year of our Lord 2026, right? So, Kristen, let's go back. We talked about should I stay or should I go in the last session, and so this is kind of sort of related, but what do you see is a mindset? Because I love how you think about brains. What is a mindset that you see becoming more important in the current career landscape?
Mindset being more important. I think being open to change. I think change is a constant. It's the only thing that's constant. And you can't, there very rarely is certainty that comes with change. What you need with change is enough information to make decisions. So I think having the mindset to be open to change and knowing that that's part of everything, it's part of our life now, not just our career life, but everything. And being open to change and willing to gather information to make informed decisions. It's probably where things are going.
I think adaptability is both a mindset and a skill that is becoming increasingly more important as careers become less linear, and also in this snapshot in time, AI comes and starts to kind of shake things up. Mark, if somebody feels, so these aren't so much myths, but things that I think help people work through myths, right? If somebody's feeling really stuck today, what's one thing you'd encourage them to do to feel like they can move forward?
Oh gosh. So I talk about this with clients all the time. This is not a thing that your brain can logic through internally when you're considering like what's next, right? So in any sort of career path transition at all ever, clarity is key, and you need to get really, really clear on what's next for you. So get things out of your brain and down on paper. When they're down on paper, you can be objective about them. When they're stuck in your brain, they will run around in circles in your brain. It's the thing that keeps you up until 2 o'clock in the morning. So if you can become the type of person who and I make my clients do this all the time, even for those who are not black and white thinkers. I say, and you talked about the hell no's earlier, I force them into a hell yes, hell no, right? Things you will absolutely not tolerate, things that you absolutely require in your next role. And then when you start to get clear on those things, then there are gray areas where you go, okay, well, I might compromise one for the other, more money for, more vacation, whatever. But getting clear first is going to be the only way that you can actually make the change that Kristen and Renee are talking about. Like, otherwise you get stuck because your brain goes, well, just think about it. And then if you're not working with somebody, if you're not getting those thoughts out, you end up just running in circles for absolutely no reason.
Analysis paralysis. And if there's this is a theme of all career related events, everything points back to clarity. As Diana knows, who I'm about to name drop, as our friend Steve Woodruff says, clarity wins. And actually, he has a really great book titled that. And also The Point, which is, and he also posts hilarious social media about the most unclear things, and it'll just say clarity, right? So many things point back to being clear on what you want, what you don't want, what your goals are, as much as you can, right? It's not like you have to be tunnel visioned, and I don't recommend that, because you can then miss an opportunity that opens up along the sides. But you need to have a general compass direction, so that you know when those opportunities come at you, whether or not they're viable and kind of entertainable, and how aligned they are. But it all points back to clarity.
Yeah, we're narrowing from here down to here, right? Like, you don't have
but
to
not
go
here. Yes,
right. You can bring it in.
Yes.
I would also add, and I do this with my clients when we're doing clarity work, is to get rid of the, well, I should feel this way, or I shouldn't feel this way. And because they're thinking about their friends and what they're doing and how they're growing. And you've got to get rid of the should haves. You got to, this has to be very unique to who you are.
Lindsay said that in the last session, or maybe it was earlier this morning. She was like, we should all over ourselves. And it's totally true. And a lot of those shoulds aren't from us, right? They're due to others' expectations, the handed down beliefs. You've heard a lot about this today. And that's why today was a little bit more kind of aspirational, even maybe close to woo as Angie gets. But this is that real human stuff that if we're not connected to, can lead to lesser decision making. I'm not going to say poor decision making, but lesser decision making. And what all of us want is for you all out there not to just be successful in a job search, but in the career direction that you're on and that you land, right? So don't just go find a job, find a career that supports the life that you want to have. And that's really what kind of all of this is about. And that was a good moment to kind of bring a couple of those pieces together. Okay, we're going to do two little round robin things. These sound offs are fun, but they're too short, but that's the point, right? It's just keep things moving. Each of you are going to get two questions. The first one is, this I think is funny. What is one career belief that you think we will all laugh at 10 years from now?
Ooh.
Renee, I'm going to let you go first.
I'm hoping I don't regret saying this.
It's recorded. There's evidence.
Going to come back. That AI is going to replace the human workforce. I just think if there's one thing we've learned over time through all of the generations of this workforce, and my parents are baby boomers and they've lived through it all, is that work will always need humans. To what degree that may change over time, I think what people need to do is get on board with something like AI and learn how they can make it work for them and how they can demonstrate their value, maybe in the intersection between AI and what they do. But I don't believe for a minute that the whole world is going to be run by robots.
I can't wait for us to be sitting in a bar somewhere and looking at some news headline and go, hey, Renee, remember when you said that was exactly what's going to happen? I'm going to put a note in my calendar for July 23rd, 2036, so I make sure I call you. All right, Mark, what are we going to laugh at 10 years from now?
Okay, so I wanted to go first for the AI one. But, I'm thinking and this has already kind of started happening, because anytime I get a client who's been with an organization for a very long time, I'm always like, what are you doing? Like, I think that the thing we'll laugh at is people who stay in one place for a really long time, right? Like, even post-COVID, this is a thing. People are more likely to jump ship 2 years in, and it's very normalized and it's more okay. But I think that we're gonna kind of look back and be like, people did the same thing for like.
Can you believe they worked for one company for their whole career?
And like, not that that's a bad thing. I just think it's becoming so much less prevalent. And like, I work with like a lot of more senior leaders, and loyalty is a huge driver. And I think that we're going to see a decrease in loyalty. I don't even know that that's a good thing, but I do think that that will be the case 10 years from now. Because you're getting Gen Z and Gen Alpha who are like, if I don't love it, I'm going to leave.
Right. And that's why I think we will laugh at it, because if you think about how wild this is, in not just my lifetime, but in my professional lifetime, we are likely to see the complete 180 from the expectation that you have one job and work with one employer to that being downright hilarious. And I think we're somewhere in the middle where it's no longer an expectation. The expectation is you will have many jobs. I don't think we've gotten all the way to the point where it's funny, because there's still people who are doing it and there's still a level of normalization. I don't think that that's going to fall off until the baby boomers who created that expectation are completely out of the workforce. But it's so bizarre to me that in like a 30-year span, we will see that. I think that you're right. We will see that complete arc. It's kind of funny to think about. All right, Kristen, what are we going to sit around and have drinks and laugh about in 10 years?
This is tough. Tough question. I think we're going to see more individuals later in life having more career changes. I think we're going to see it later. Because I think
so are we going to laugh about ageism in 10 years? Because that would be great.
I think that once people start changing careers and seeing they can do it, they're going to be more willing to explore other opportunities and want to do that and get that in.
Yeah, which ties straight into what Mark said, is that it's almost going to become the norm or even an expectation, more so than an anomaly now. I'm just going to will into existence that we're going to laugh that resumes were ever a thing in 10 years. Can I do that for all of us who write them? It doesn't mean that the writers are going to go away, because there's still going to be the need for career narratives. I think the form in which they are conveyed is likely going to be different in 10 years. One can hope. Somehow business cards are still a thing, so I'm probably wrong. But this isn't a recorded line, so we will find out if we are correct or not in the year 2036.
We're putting this into a time vault.
I'm going to put this into a time capsule. I'll have Steve dig a hole and I'll put it in a time capsule. All right. Final question, and this is a shorty. Finish this sentence. Mark, you get to go first since Renee stole your AI. It's kind of hard, so you might not be glad.
Great.
The best career advice I ever ignored was blank.
AI. No. The best career advice I ignored. Ooh, this is interesting. All right. I worked for this guy named Scott Wiebe, who was the best boss I ever had. He was the coolest. Hello, Scott. He shaped a lot of the way that I view the workplace. And it was really interesting because we hear this all the time, like, be yourself. And I am up here all the time, like super high energy most of the time. Like for me, I come in hot, right? Like if I'm upset, I'm upset. If I'm happy, I'm happy. If I'm sad, I'm sad. Like I have like one level for every emotion. And he told me that when interacting with other people, I don't need to go from here all the way to the floor, right? But if I'm operating with somebody down here and I'm way up here, if I just come down a little, right? I don't have to meet them exactly where they are, but like allowing myself to kind of fluctuate in a space rather than like all the time constantly way up here. And it cost me like 2 promotions because I just like it was a human thing. I wasn't interacting with people well because of that inability to temper a little bit, right? Not be myself. That was not the goal. It was be the version of you that needs to show up for that other person.
Yeah.
And
so the best advice you ignored was just be yourself, because it needs to be yourself with context.
Yeah. And I like fought against it for so long.
Yeah. 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 Because and well, people that are too much tend to fight against that. I'm allowed to say that because maybe I'm one too, but also okay. Kristen, what is the best career advice you ever ignored?
You know what? I was going to answer it one way and realized I had the question wrong. Because I was told in college when I was doing my undergrad that I shouldn't finish my teaching degree. Like my advisor told me that. And I was thinking, fortunately, I ignored that. So that was bad career advice that I ignored. But the best career advice that I had ignored, I honestly, I cannot think of. It's hard to say because I've had advice that I've ignored, but I don't know like where that would have led had I followed it.
Oh, that's a good point.
Because I had one role that I was in, was told about some supervisory positions in like another area of the state that they thought I would be good for. And, I didn't want to move at the time. I would have had to move. So had I moved, I mean, maybe that would have been a good career move, but then I wouldn't be where I am today. So I can't really think. There's been advice I've ignored, but I don't know that. I couldn't say if it was good or bad advice at the time.
But still, you've ignored it.
Mhm.
I feel like tomorrow you're going to have an answer for that, and I want to know what it is.
Probably.
All right, Renee. Best career advice you ignored was?
Pace yourself. When and this was several jobs, each time I went to a new company, I wanted to just wow them. So I stayed up till 10 o'clock at night working. I said yes to everything. And it wasn't, let me see where I have time for this. It was, when do you need it by? I'll get it done. And what I did was I set the bar so high for myself that when I started to crash, they already had this expectation of me. And so now now the only way for me to live up to it was to work till 10 o'clock at night and to say yes to everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Pace yourself.
And that's just a great piece of actual advice out there is be careful of the expectations you set, because once they're set, it's very hard to unset them.
Mm-hmm.
Best advice you ever ignored was pace yourself. That's good. Best
Several
advice
times I ignored it. I ignored it
Yeah.
several times.
Best advice I ever ignored was, Angie, you went to Carnegie Mellon to be an engineer, so that's what you have to do forever. Well, wouldn't be here if that was the case. So how's that? This is a fun little career myth debunking. Renee, I dropped you a note in the chat if you want to check it out as we go transition to our last just ask me anything. So this is like total sound off. I would love questions in chat. I've of course got stuff lined up for everybody if we want, but let me get everything rearranged. Mark, Kristen, Renee, thank you for debunking career myths and encouraging everybody out there to own their career. That's a big message of today. And I hope that we're not only empowering you to do it and inspiring you to do it, but giving you tools to do it, which is the goal. So thank you for another sound off. And we're going to go round out this day with an Ask Me Anything. So let me get transitioned and I'll see you in a sec. We're still magically live. It's amazing. Diana, your hair looks great. Things I can see behind the scenes that you can't. All right, so she's not on here, but we're going to keep Renee here. And oh, good, Dustin, there is you. Everybody's been introduced. So what do you say we just forego that whole little me rattling off more bios and we go to our first rounds of questions? How do y'all feel about that?
Let's do it.
I brought back. I thought Shelly was going to be here, but Renee can just pinch hit, and if Shelly shows up, we'll have an extra. I originally I selected some of the mainstays of Job Seeker Summit to come in for this Ask Me Anything with a range of experience and different specialties to just kind of run the gambit here. So if there is something you want us, all of you out there, if there's something you want us to dive deeper into, a question we didn't get to, please put it in chat and we will queue it up and answer it. And I've, of course, got a little something to start us off. So let me that's not what I want. That's what I want. Denise, speaking of questions, What is a question you wish more job seekers would ask?
Is the company the right fit for me? You know, we teach them that they need to sell themselves to the company. You need to fix their problems. You need to, you know, position yourself to be something that they need. And we forget to tell people that just because you've been offered a job doesn't mean it's the right job. It doesn't mean it's the right thing for you. So you need, you know, in the last session you were talking about those red flags, you know, that oh, we're one family, we're, you know,
oh yeah,
listen to the things that make the hair stick up on the back of your neck or whatever. Because once you make a commitment, it's harder to get out of. So just, you know, make sure they're the right fit for you, not just that you're the right fit for them.
The feed just went down, so let me go grab the other link. And while we do that, Dustin, I'm coming to you with what's a piece of advice you find yourself giving pretty much every client?
Oh, that's a good one. I honestly think it's going to go back to the topic that everybody kind of cringes at, but we've talked about at length today, and that's networking and building relationships. You know, I've said this many times as an introvert. It is scary. It is uncomfortable. It is all of those things, but it is necessary and critical as well. And the more that I can really, I actually just had this conversation, I kid you not, 10 minutes ago with someone who was like, I'm an introvert. I can't network. That's not something that I can do. And I'm like, yes, you can. You just have to think about it a little bit differently.
All right. And sorry if I'm not chiming in back. I'm getting the feedback up for everybody. Karen's next. What is something that, oh wait, is Karen here? Where is she? Hold on. I'm confused. All right. Oh, there she is. She is. I was like, wait, I know she's here. Karen. Sorry, you were right on time. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Bring it.
Speaking of introverts, people who are not introverts, Karen's like, sure, I got you. What is something that you think job seekers consistently underestimate themselves on?
Oh gosh, I think what they have to offer. That's what I've seen a lot of. Really, it's let's see, how would I say? I guess they undervalue what they have to offer. Because a lot of times when I'm talking with clients, the question is have I done the right things that'll get me the next job, to get me to that next position? So there's a lot of that. I think it goes back to imposter syndrome. And that's the nice thing that we as coaches can validate, like, not only are you absolutely right for the role that you're pursuing, but everything you've done has led up to this point, up to this moment.
Wait a minute. Now I'm trying to multitask and it's bad because, well, it's the end of the day. Hold on. I lost you. Oh, wait, I'm clicking on LinkedIn instead of StreamYard. I think it is, and this is where, by the way, I think it's really, if you are, what Karen just said, I want to pause on for a second, because if you are changing careers or even leveling up, an unbiased, neutral perspective can be really important, because those are transition points where what you have done needs to be reframed into what you can do, and underestimating that undervalues what you can do, right? So you reach these points where it's not about your chronology, it's about the culmination of what that chronology enables you to do. And that's an important thing to be able to tease out. Diana.
Hi.
You're going to love this question, because I must preempt it by saying, yes, there is a sash hanging behind her that says Miss Overthinker. And so, Diana, I would like to know from you, what is one career decision that you think people overcomplicate?
Man, I think it's probably what to do when they get 2 offers.
Ooh.
Or like if they think, if they already took something and then another one comes in, because guys, I've had more 2 offer clients in the last 6 months than I had in a couple of years.
Yeah.
Because the market is better. And the thing is, everybody worries about what are they going to think, and am I burning a bridge and all of that. And the way to cut through all of that is which is best for you and your family. You behave with as much notice, respect, and integrity to take the thing that is best for you and your family.
Yeah.
And when I frame it like that, 80% of people know what to do. 20% of people need help weighing the two things against each other. But well, that's, that right there.
And this goes back to something we talked about in the last session, which is the career myths and the financial thing. I think the reason they overcomplicate it is because often the option that is best for them and their family may not be the one that offers the most money. And that's a hard decision. Like, that's a hard thing to like,
that's why
decide
there's
away
a
from.
lot of people that say always take the more money.
Oh yeah, we just talked about that.
Because I've heard that. I had to call a client in the middle of the last one, so I had to step away and didn't hear it all. But that's a piece of advice, and I say what's best for you and your family because every family is different. So.
Yes, and in some situations, the financial decision actually does outweigh the not, but in many it won't, and so it tends to be less complicated than it is once you look at your priorities, and that's that can be hard because it's nice to be wanted by two people. Let's see. I had these questions all queued up for you guys, so I need to make sure I give everyone the love. Renee, what is a mindset shift? What's one mindset shift that you think changes the outcome of a job search?
I think it's the way you view career growth. When you're looking for a new job, a lot of clients will say, I want to grow. I want to get to a higher position. I want to accept more responsibility. I want to be whatever it is, but they have a very defined, narrow view of what growth looks like. And they don't realize that not all career growth is linear. And sometimes when we're going through those clarity exercises, understanding what their drainers are, what their energizers are, when they think about career growth and gaining more responsibility, they also notice that a lot of the stuff that drains them comes along with that. And the stuff that they really love to do and focus on is not really about going up, but it's kind of going out. And I think about people in the technical space who love innovating and love getting their hands in the work and really enjoy the problem solving and the collaboration. But they think the only way for them to grow is to grow up and become far more removed from the actual work that's going on. And talk about feeling stuck. And it's about getting them to understand that career growth for them does not have to look linear. And where can you go to be that architect, that subject matter expert, that person that they're sending out to speak on different platforms because you are the go-to person for this. And that excites them, but they don't think in that way.
Years and years ago. So I would say in a nutshell, how I would just distill that down is that, and I think everybody should think this way, not even just in a job search, but that the mindset shift is that the only way to grow is to move up the ladder, make more money, and take on responsibility. Years and years ago, like when I was a newbie coach, I wrote I got mad about this because something was going on. And I fired off an article on the website, and it is still the number one way people find me through SEO, because I wrote a whole article about the different ways there are to grow in your career and what is the definition of career growth, and having clarity on the way you want to grow and the ways you don't want to grow going into interviews can be a complete game changer to making sure you're speaking the same language. Because you sit down in an interview with people from corporate and say, how am I going to grow? They're going to assume it's up the ladder, more money, more responsibility, versus asking the right questions and seeing if there's a way to align that. So I love that, because I think that comes back to a big central theme that we've talked about throughout the day, which is that ownership piece, and owning and advocating for growth the way that you want it to be versus accepting the way you think it has to be. Ooh, good start off round. Okay. There is a question or two in chat. So let's go to them. One of which is interesting. And Dustin, I'm actually going to come to you first because you've spoken to people about this, but somebody wants to know how we would restart our careers as coaches. So may or may not be relevant. We did talk about entrepreneurship in the Stay or Go conversation. And so I think it's kind of neat to ask a room of coaches, if somebody out there is thinking of getting into our space, what recommendations or advice would you give them? Go ahead, Dustin, start us off.
My favorite subject. I love chatting with people about their coaching careers. So fantastic. I've actually thought quite a bit about this. And the first thing that I would do is I would not spend so much time in the imposter syndrome mode and more time in the activity mode, because where I saw the most growth in my business was just getting out and doing it great, maybe doing it okay, or doing it poorly and learning from those mistakes and growing from them. I spend a lot of time going, I haven't done that work. I can't coach someone in doing that, or my resumes aren't blah, blah, blah. So much time was wasted there. And I think that it didn't necessarily, hurt my coaching career, but if I was to do it over differently, I would just say, own your skill set, good, bad, and ugly, go in with confidence, add the action to it, and then learn as you go. That's what I've shared with a lot of the coaches that I've mentored. And I should share, like, if there's one misstep that I would give, it is not believing in yourself. Don't do that, because we are our own worst enemy. And, now I'm constantly telling myself how awesome I am. And I'm teaching other people to do that too.
Yeah. Ownership came up again. But I think it's owning what you have to offer and that it is different, because I love the designing a coaching business, whether it's in the career space or outside, because it is such a creative way to use your unique combination of skills, experience, knowledge, and perspective in the world. My number one piece of advice is to help people the way you want to help people. So when somebody comes to me and they say, Angie, I want to be a coach, the first thing I say is, who do you want to help and how do you want to help them? And we build around that conviction, whether it's in a career, I want to help people with their health or whatever it is. It's really rooted in that drive to serve. And because I have long said, and somebody actually said this the other day, a coach friend of mine, that your experience in life, work, and the way and the where you want to help people is more valuable to your ability to serve than anything else. All you have to do is be a half step ahead of someone that you want to help and how you want to help them, and to have that little bit of hindsight in order to be effective. And having that closeness to the experience oftentimes helps you be relatable, because they feel like you have empathy and understanding for where they have been. And so you have more value to add there if you know who you want to help, how you want to help them, and you attach your kind of personal experience to it. Anyone else want to chime in on the coaching? Oh, you all do. Okay, we're going to go. Here's the order. Denise, Karen, Diana, go.
Okay, so don't do it alone. Join a professional organization. I'm part of a number of them. Some are better than others, but find your people. I tried to do a lot when I first started on my own. Probably reinvented the wheel a few times unnecessarily. Now I'm very active. I tell anybody who's thinking about it, join one of the groups. Get to know people. Learn from other people's mistakes, and find that tribe. There's people that are going to tell you when you're wrong, but boo you up when you're down or whatever. I mean, I met Dustin 5 years ago on a beach in Florida at one of the conferences at one of these places. So don't do it alone. Definitely check out and join, not just join, but be actively involved in one of
I think it's great advice. I, like you, did this alone for a little longer than I really should have, because I shouldn't have done that at all. And in hindsight, I wish I had not done that. What was the order? Karen's next, then Diana.
Yeah, it's funny because when I initially thought of Resume and Coffee, it was kind of like, in my mind, it was just get the next yes. If it wasn't a no, it was a yes. And so each time I put in for my DBA and I put out some feelers for who my clients could be, I saw that there was a real need for it. And so that yes became such a catalyst for this business, Resume and Coffee. And it was just the idea of meeting with people over a cup of coffee and having conversations about their careers, but then adding in that deaf space, because I'm fluent in sign language. I I've been a sign language interpreter for like 20 years now. And there was a huge gap in this space in the deaf community. And it's really just been a phenomenal experience being able to be an asset, to be a resource in that community, as well as the larger picture as well. So yeah, I think just like in my own journey, it was leading with curiosity, which I've spoken about before.
Yeah.
Just kind of seeing what could grow from this, and it's still growing and it's still developing. But absolutely, don't do it alone, because this went from just an idea and writing and drawings on paper to joining PARC, to joining some of those other organizations, and being connected with Angie and all of these awesome cohorts. It's just been a phenomenal experience.
Yeah. This is the best thing I've ever done. And I have some of the best people in my life because of it too, which is a pretty incredible thing to say. I mean, most of the people that you've seen on this screen today aren't just like colleagues or peers. They're actually friends. Like some of these people are the people that I call first when shit goes down. And I wouldn't have them if I didn't have this. So it's pretty amazing. All right, Diana, continue the love. And then we've got another question to shift gears.
All right. I have 1.5. So I want to camp onto what Denise said. While you're finding your people, do not just restrict yourself to the professional associations of what you're doing. I have PARC that I'm in, and like, the Angie fan club or whatever the hell this is.
I like this.
And I also have some entrepreneurial communities that I've been a part of, where most of the people in them think that their idea of horror is having a corporate job. So they don't know what I do, but I get some of the best ideas from them. The second thing is, I would have asked myself, a lot of times when we're starting something, we ask, why would anybody listen to me? Like, what do I have? I would have asked myself, why not me? A hell of a lot more.
Oh,
why not me? Why wouldn't an executive listen to me? Why wouldn't someone pay this much money for an hour of my time or 6-month program or whatever? Why not? And not in a to try to talk yourself down, but in a pump you up kind of way.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I've been doing this a minute.
Yeah. I think, I'm gonna wrap that up in a very similar, and then Renee just has FOMO and has to chime in. Diana, I think about that in the similar thing of like, instead of going, what if, it's like, what if? Right? What if this works out? What if life can happen for me if I let it? Okay, Renee, chime in.
Find a space or a place to demonstrate your value, even if it's for free. Getting on something like a speaking engagement. You will not believe the number of people you can connect with. Again, it doesn't have to start off as, we all want to make money as soon as possible, but I did a lot of free shit. Sorry, I did a lot of free things in the beginning to demonstrate my value and gain exposure, and it helped.
And even refine your who you want to help, how you want to help them, and your value proposition, right? It's a lot like getting out for informational interviews in a job search. It just helps you refine how to talk about and how to have people, like how to help people help you, which I think is brilliant. Okay. And Renee, I'm actually going to have you start off the answer to this next question. Lori wants to know, she's thinking about how to apply a lot of the ideas we brought today to a work-based learning model at a community college where she works. And so her question is, what career readiness advice would you offer that would resonate across a really diverse student population? Because she's got traditional age students, first generation students, adult learners, and career changers. Let's give her 3. What are, let's say, the 3 principles that you would pull from today that would apply to anybody and everybody in their career readiness?
I would say start from a place of clarity. Really understand what your drainers are, what your energizers are, what you love to do, what you just don't want to do. But there is also, be clear that there are things that you may want to do that you don't know how to do, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't pursue them and learn how to fill in those skill gaps. So that's one. I think use every resource possible, whether it's, if this is for a school, it's either use the career services, I would say find a mentor, either someone who's graduated So through your alumni network, there are other mentoring platforms. There's a free one called UpNotch that you can join. So a mentor is really great. Someone who won't just help guide you, but will also not be afraid to share the truth with you. And the third one, I guess maybe I could speak for all of us on this, don't be afraid to invest in a professional.
Yeah.
Who can
or don't wait too long to invest in a professional is maybe a good way to think about it.
Who can guide you, who can not everything has to be a DIY.
Oh, good point. And not everything everything should be. Dustin, I'm going to come to you from like a job search perspective. I love the Renee spoke to kind of, I think, a mindset piece that we really and proactively want all professionals to have, even from the beginning of their career. Maybe from a practical perspective, what career readiness advice or tactics would you tell Lori to integrate because they apply to anyone and everyone at any career stage?
Oh, that's a loaded question. So, whenever it comes to the tactics, and just so I'm clear, because for some reason I can't see the chat. So
Here you go.
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Start with her. What career readiness advice? Look at that tool I didn't whip out until the very end.
That was smooth.
Yeah.
So career readiness advice resonates across diverse student population, traditional age. Okay. So I actually just talked about this. I had a conversation at a local university, and it was, job search tactics. So, what Renee talked about, the clarity, the mentorship, that was definitely going through my mind. Whenever I think about the tactical approach, just kind of going to that next is the research side of things. I think whether you're a new student, whether you're a returning student, whether you're somewhere in between, researching what that next step looks like and then applying those informational interviews, I think is a really, really valuable tool to be able to say, is this the direction that I want to take? Because again, it's going to circle back. Clarity is the most important thing, no matter what. Before you take any sort of action, you really want to know, kind of what you're doing. And it's hard to do that without knowing the path that you're taking.
Yeah. I want to add networking. To me, the networking conversation we had earlier is applicable to anyone, everyone, all the time. And one of the things I wish we were doing better at a career development level from college advising was encouraging students to do things like get on LinkedIn, build a network, learn the networking skill, and understand how to continue engaging that network even when you're not actively job searching. And I don't care if you're a plumber or a product manager, networking is something that will benefit you. And that does really become an asset that you can build to the point that you never have to job search. And to me, networking as a nutshell is career readiness. Is career readiness. Mark said this in a session a couple months ago. Networking is job searching. And so to me, that's like the number one thing you can do for career development and career readiness, because in a way you never actually have to job search, or it makes it much more streamlined if you can. So I think networking is a big, big piece, and it's not taught anywhere, Lori. So it's a differentiator for you guys.
Can I camp onto that real quick?
Yeah.
So one of the tendencies when networking does get trained is that it is so laser focused on an agenda. And usually when taught in career services, it's taught either in terms of I need a job or I need an informational interview, which is the thing that I've actually grown to hate. There are different types of conversations. There are conversations where you make an ask. You have a relationship with someone, you can make an ask. Hey, do you know anyone that's hiring? There's conversations where you signal what you're about. Hey, I'm graduating next semester. I studied finance. I'm exploring the types of roles in finance for when I am looking. But there's also just exploratory conversations and play. I call it play, where you're just connecting with people with no agenda other than understanding a human.
Just to be connected.
And the opportunities, you earn the right to signal and ask when you have done the work to just connect with no agenda.
Yeah.
we want to jump straight to asks. This is a
Yeah.
whole networking framework that I'm working on right now. But I would teach all of those kinds of things.
Yeah, love it. Okay, next question is from Michelle. And Karen, I'm going to come to you first because you work with a population that has a disability. And so I want to understand your philosophy. And then Denise, I'm going to come to you next because I know you have thoughts on this as well. And so Michelle wants to know the disclosure, the disability disclosure when applying online. What are your thoughts on it? I have what I think could be unpopular but truthful thoughts on it. And so Karen, what do you advise here?
So typically, I do again work with deaf and hard of hearing professionals, mid to executive level. A lot of them are looking at transitioning into, different roles. And so when that question comes up, I start looking at all of like the LinkedIn assets, the resume assets. How do they present themselves online if there's visibility there? If they have, experience in public spaces, is that information available? Because you don't necessarily need to disclose that on a resume per se, but it's not going to be a secret because everything is out there. I would
But what
say
about
no.
on the, I'm going to jump in for a second because I want to make sure we answer the specific question, which is the job application has the accessibility question on it.
Oh,
and I
yeah.
think that's tricky because like in your case, you have clients who would need accessibility in the interview process. But we also, and my perspective is that I think it can open people up to discrimination, even though that is like ironic and illegal. So what do you do on the application?
So focus just on the application alone. Know who you're applying for. That's where knowing those values, the ethics that they follow, the guidelines. Look at what they're really about. And if they're against accessibilities and accommodations, it's probably not worth pursuing. And however, if they're a company that does welcome a diverse range of kind of employees, and absolutely like try to find somebody that you can connect with and, from the inside and maybe kind of pursue that route before you put in an application. Because at that point, the application should be just a logistical part of it, right? Like that's
Right.
the goal,
Such a
make
different
it logistical.
I'm so glad you're all like, this is a huge, it depends, and it should not have the gray area that it does in all honesty, but Michelle's spot on when it creates a bias. I'm sorry. We would all be faking ourselves into a different reality if that wasn't the case. And so, I think here's what and then Denise, you're up. I think in Karen's case, I agree that like do some research and ultimately if you're not selected and you were discriminated against because of an anti-discrimination checkbox, then that isn't a company you want to work for. But I think about where in the stage does it need to come up? Like Karen, if she's working with a deaf or hard of hearing, they need accessibility during the interview process. Either you have to check the box and disclose it, or else you're throwing them a curveball that makes you look disingenuous. If it's something that doesn't disrupt your ability to do the job, then like, I don't know. It's just such a gray area, and
I have such a take on this.
Wait, Diana, Denise was next. Thank you.
So I think it whenever possible, and again, with Karen's clients, it's not possible. But I personally, 30 years in HR, whether people admit it or not, there's bias. So the company may not be biased, but the recruiter who's looking at what you just filled out might be biased, unconsciously or consciously. If you do not need an accommodation to start the process, to have a conversation, to have the interview, my recommendation is wait. Get a feel for the people that you're interviewing with, because a lot of times you may not be able to figure out what is this company's philosophy? How do they treat people just from what you're seeing on Glassdoor and different things like that? So I always say, if you can, wait, feel it out, because there's times where you may not need you may have a disability, but not need an accommodation, but you may find out as you get into the process that you may need some assistance actually doing certain parts of the job. So again, my thing is, if you can, wait, feel it out, see what's happening, just because unfortunately it's human nature.
I know. And I think that's a good tactful in a conversation that's hard to not sound bad in. Good way to say it is introduce it at the point at which it becomes relevant to the interview process and or the mechanics and logistics of it. Diana.
I agree with Denise. And yes, and you do the hiring team a solid when you do not give them information that could be construed as something they discriminate on.
Yes.
When you give them the opportunity to make a clean decision without a factor like that, you are giving them a gift. So
I think that's true, because in most of these cases, it is not something that changes your ability to do the job. It is something that they need to adjust in the way that you do the job.
Yes.
Sorry, I have to jump in here. Sorry. A lot of companies now have firewalls built. So your disability answer cannot be seen by the recruiter or the hiring manager. Anything that could be considered something that they could be accused of discrimination on if they do not hire you or do not bring you in. A lot of companies are very smart and they're building firewalls, and only certain people can see that information. So even if you do fill it out, if the company is running appropriately, the people that could be discriminating against you shouldn't see it.
I went a little farther. Yeah.
A lot more companies do it to protect themselves.
That's a great point. I went a little farther with that because I've seen a lot of people, well, they figure I put it on that form on the application, so I should talk about it in the interview. So my response was more about that. So I do think the question itself is good, but you don't need to discuss accommodations and disability until you have an offer and you actually know that you need an accommodation. Which
I think that's
you
very
might
good
not
point.
find out 2 weeks into the job. You could be on the job for 3 months and then realize you need an accommodation.
But what's
And
also really
realize
important
you
as
don't.
well.
Yeah.
What's important too is no matter what your needs are, whether there is a disability to disclose or not, there needs to be a strategy. Like, how is it that you want to communicate your value? Are you leaning into the disability that you have? Or are we just going to acknowledge that and then focus on, what you feel is important? But strategy is a must in that process.
Yeah. And it's one of those things that, and it's interesting that somebody mentioned that I don't know that that's true, but I'm going to go research it, that there's a lawsuit against Workday because of this kind of stuff. And we all hate Workday. So good. I hope there is. Because the EEO questions are a little bit intense, and hey, I'm all for fairness, but it's like, come on. And Karen brings up a good point that in any strategy, and let's wheel this back a minute, whether it's a disability or it's just your positioning strategy, your talk track, a gap in your resume, anything that's uncomfortable, we tend to internalize it as it being a critical component that has to come out into discussion because it is important and to us. But it may be, no offense to anybody's experience or disabilities, it actually may be completely benign and moot to the hiring process. And so that's where we come back to what Diana said, is that like, it gets discussed at the point it needs to be discussed. It doesn't necessarily have to be an integral part of your strategic discussion, because while it feels very personal to us, it's a lot like getting laid off, right? We're like, I got laid off and I have to tell them I got laid off. You don't actually have to tell them that. That has no bearing on your value to them. And so whatever, I think this is a good point to like bring this back, is that like, whatever the sticky wicket is, you strategize how and when to speak to it and how to navigate it. And I think the consensus here is that with a disability, it's introduced at the point it needs to be introduced. If you need accommodations during the interview process, then it's going to have to be brought up at the beginning. But here's the thing, that's not going to be just checking a box. If you're deaf or hard of hearing, you're going to have to communicate that directly to the recruiter to make sure it's managed well, right? So that obviously is going to come up there. Whereas I'll tell you point blank, I have a client who has an autoimmune disease, and if she goes into an office, she's basically going to be sick 4 days a week and useless. And so we went all the way to the end of an interview process, and at the offer, she told him, hey, this is what's going on with me. Can we negotiate and have a remote role? And they were like, sure. And I don't think that was disingenuous, because that's more of the logistics of how we help you work, not are you the right candidate from the job. And that's the core thing here also in what constitutes a disability is a huge, people that take Adderall because they have ADHD are like, should I check this box? And I'm like, no, right? So knowing how to define it, how it fits into your strategy is a great way to put it. And then introducing it at the point of relevance or coordination is the key. So Michelle, you sent us down a giant can of worms that I think was really good to talk about, because we're all on the same page, but I think we found a way to talk about it in a communal way. And so very helpful. And yes, here we even have the Workday lawsuit is right up front. Okay. I think I went through the questions in chat. So let me see what I have, what I've got queued up for you guys. Somebody's blowing me up on text too. Holy cow. Actually, wait, before I go to what I have, I want to ask the 5 of you, what are things that were not talked about today, or things that you think we should have talked about today, or things you want people out there to know? I'll let you drive the agenda, or things that you want to talk about with each other.
Can I go?
I was trusting that you would fill that silence. So
yeah,
well done.
Of course.
Expectation met.
So AI Queen, one of the prompts that I have built in the guide that you're sharing with everybody that I created is future focusing your roles or what your what opportunities are. So many people, drives me nuts. AI took my job. No, AI may have repositioned your job, but it's also opening up other ancillary jobs. My brain is not working here. I can't think of the right word now. But you've got supporting roles, you've got ancillary roles, you may not be an AI coder of biomedical, whatever, but they need people that are going to sell it. They need people who are going to maintain it. Stop thinking about the roles of today, the direct roles of today, and start thinking about the other roles, other avenues that open up because of those roles. And the prompt is really long and really crazy, but it helps you figure out with your current skills and current roles, what areas are you interested in? What supporting roles might there be for that? How do you get into those and things like that? Just, you can't have this linear thinking anymore.
Yes.
AI is just changing the opportunity landscape.
Everybody should be thinking about now and next when it comes to a job search, when it comes to their career. What am I doing now? Am I job searching? Am I staying or am I going? How's that to bring relevance to our session earlier? And whatever the answer is, what do I do about that now? And then what am I anticipating I'm going to do or I'm going to need to do next? So that we're always looking at a 3 to 5 year outlook. And I think that we should have been doing that anyway, so that we weren't making job search decisions in a vacuum, but having them integral to a little bit of a bigger picture or a couple steps down the road. I think that's even more important now because of what Denise said, and doing what we can to quote unquote future proof or continue to adapt. Go ahead, Dustin.
I just want to expand on that point because there is an exercise that I've been doing with clients lately that has been really impactful, and it kind of falls along these same lines. I work with a lot of people that are around my age, so elder millennials, 40, 45, and the thought of working for another 20 and 25 years for some folks is just like, oh my gosh, I can't.
Death, yeah.
And the exercise that I have done is basically a timeline of every job that they've held from 16, starting at 16, but going all the way out till retirement. So basically like a timeline and working backwards. So if they're at 40 right now, they've got 25 working years left. That's essentially 5 more career changes between now and retirement. Planning out what that looks like. So the next 3 to 5 years is important, but being kind of intentional about what does that future look like, and then revisiting that on a regular basis, just like we're doing, with brag sheets or whatever, and taking that information and using it to plan out and be intentional about your networking strategy, about your relationship building, about your company research, even about like relocations or certifications and continuing education. And I did it for myself because I started working at 14 and I was like, you know what, I'm just really interested what this timeline looks like. And it was really insightful for me too, where I'm like, am I going to be a career coach for the next 20 years? I don't know, but I'm going to put it on this line and we're going to see.
Side note, because then I saw Diana chirp and I saw Renee chirp. So we'll go Diana, then Renee. Side note, that's a great group program or mastermind, Dustin.
For sure.
Check.
Yeah.
Diana.
One thing I haven't heard talked about, I had to step away for about an hour and a half of this, but I haven't heard anybody talk about, a lot of people they do have a business alongside full-time employment. They're doing it as a hedge. And we have not talked much about how to talk about that on a resume, on LinkedIn, out of their mouth, whatever. And I think it's really important because my take, I have a take and I'm interested in other people's take.
Hey, Diana, hang on one second. Hang on. That's going to open up a whole channel conversation that I want us to go down. Before we do, Renee, are you introducing new thought or is your thought tied to the conversation we were just finishing?
I think it's a new thought.
Okay, then hold it. Diana, go.
Okay.
I want to know your take because we did talk in the should I stay or should I go session about like side hustles, for lack of a better term, part-time gig economy, second job type stuff, because it is becoming really prevalent, but we did not talk about how to speak to it. So give me your thoughts.
So my take, and the scenario I'm talking about isn't somebody that was doing like a bridge job or a thing just to eat during a job search. I'm talking about someone that purposely wants to own a business and right now it's on the side. My take is this, let's talk especially on LinkedIn, because that you only get one LinkedIn. We can have multiple resumes. Yeah. My take is whatever your primary focus for drawing people to you right now is what your LinkedIn should emphasize. Yes. So if you have a business, it should be there, especially if your business is consulting related to the area of expertise that you have for your W-2. Yes. If you're in a search, you're going to talk in a way that the companies that would hire want to see things. But if you're happily in your job, you can talk more about what's on the side. That's my take. What do you guys think?
I think I agree with you because there's a couple, I think, back up a step thoughts. One, if keeping that, we'll just call it business for simplicity. If keeping the doors open, if you're actively job searching and keeping the doors to your business open once you get a new job is a must have, then having that on your profile scares somebody away or they don't like it or it's a conflict, then that's a deal breaker role anyway. Yeah. I think about it as kind of the same thing of like, what's the priority right now? If I'm actively job searching, I'm going to hang that shingle and probably move my last role to the first and then move my business second temporarily. Mm-hmm. Versus once I land a role, I can reprioritize and just make sure you're conducting business respectfully. So I'm pretty sure I'm on the same page with you, but you have to take a step back and think about like, what's my priority in this moment and how does LinkedIn serve that end? Yes. Knowing you can make some changes there as you need to and as things land.
The other thing you can do is create a logo and do a LinkedIn business page and tie it to your personal page and have that business page be where you really sell your value for the business. And the personal page, I'm sorry?
I wouldn't do that because business pages are useless.
No, but I'm saying for where to really dig deeper into the business part of, that secondary business. If you're trying to cram if
you're trying to serve two masters, you may have to do that, even though it's less than desirable.
Exactly. Because if you try and serve both of them equally on the personal page, neither of them is necessarily effective because you're trying to slam two different messages.
Looting.
So pick the one that's a priority. And then if the active job is the priority, then take advantage of the business page to really share your value for that business or the
and I think there's two different conditions that make you both right, because in Diana's condition, the business is related to the W-2 job. Mm-hmm. If you have something that is wildly different, now
then I
that is
agree
going to
with
be
Denise.
hard to mesh together.
But
And
that's not
that's
how
where
most people enter entrepreneurship that are listening here.
very true.
So
Although you'd be surprised. I mean, I've got people that are like data analysis by day and nutrition coaches by night. And so you never kind of know, but I think it's like, how do you leverage the assets while mitigating the risks and or conflicts? And sometimes that might mean taking the trade-off of leveraging your personal profile, even though that's the better avenue, just because you can't, or it would confuse people. But I think philosophically, the two of you in a nutshell kind of said how I think most of us would approach it. Okay, Renee, introduce our new topic.
Okay. I think I work with clients that think that they need to leave their job to be happy or find opportunities, because they're saying, I'm applying for opportunities. I'm not getting within my company, and I'm just, nothing's landing, or I'm not finding anything that I want to apply for. And I've been working with clients on what I call the legacy lens. And basically it's envisioning your growth through the lens of your choices, how you show up, and the value that you create over time. So it shifts your thinking from your focus from chasing opportunities to creating the conditions that make opportunities possible. And how you do that is, obviously, you know what your strengths are, but you know what you enjoy doing, you know what your drainers are. But then it's, where are you noticing opportunities in the organization that aren't necessarily, considered job openings, but where are you seeing some pain points that you have either that you have the desire and the skill set to help solve? Then align yourself with the people who are overseeing those pain points. And this is what I was going back to before. Demonstrate your value to them. Ask if you can meet with them. Hey, I notice you're going through this. I have an idea to make this maybe work a little bit better for you, or to streamline this for you, and apply your skill set to it. Then you're going to become someone who they are going to be talking about in rooms where you aren't. And that's how you build and demonstrate your value within the company. So you're not just sitting back and waiting for an opportunity to show up. When you follow this sort of framework, you're able to actually, opportunities will appear that you didn't even know you wanted, or that you didn't even know had the potential to exist.
Amazing what can find you if you're just visible enough. Okay, so what Renee just did inspired kind of our last act, because we are somehow at the end of this day. And I could stay here and talk for a while, but I've been talking for a while. So here's what I want to do. We have a housekeeping item, but before we do, I want Renee to inspire us, and you'll get to do another one. And just, I want you to give everybody your number one piece of career advice. It doesn't even have to be job search specific, but short soundbite, really memorable, one sentence, best piece of career advice. Diana, you get to kick us off.
What you want matters. It's really easy to feel like it doesn't whenever it's like an employer driven market instead of a candidate driven market, but what you want matters.
Yeah, that goes back to the agency ownership thing you said today, and we carried through.
I think that's been my answer to that question on every summit I've ever done.
Yeah, that's one of my, like, you have more control in agency than you think, and certainly than you exercise, and that's kind of a really good way to look at it. Okay, Karen, what's your takeaway, your last soundbite for everyone out there?
My last soundbite for everybody is kind of similar. It is know your worth, and if you have any issues understanding what that is, connect with somebody. Know your worth, and do know that there's a place for you out there. And while the job search is really brutal right now, it's still absolutely possible, because I have clients getting hired. I see other people getting hired. So it's not impossible. It just requires work.
As Scott Gardner so eloquently and succinctly puts it, the market is competitive. It is not closed.
Love that.
All right, Renee, you inspired the round robin, so you get another little last soundbite to take everyone away.
Okay. There is a phrase that I live by in both my professional world and my personal world, and that is, we can't keep the gifts and the talent and all the other great stuff that we have if we're not willing to share it with others. So my advice is, no matter what stage you're at in your life, in your career, in job search, find a way to give back every time you get something.
Be a useful human.
Banger.
Yeah.
So good.
All right, Denise, you get to follow that up.
Well, it's funny because it kind of falls right in line. Karma.
Yeah.
And that's the thing earlier. For every one ask, have 3 gives. You know, karma is a real thing. And if nothing else, it makes you feel better about yourself. It makes you feel like you have value, that you're worthy. So don't wait until you need an ask. Always be thinking about the give.
All right, Dustin, you get to come in with our zinger because you are so good at wrapping up and saying the best thing at the end. No pressure.
I think my advice would be curious, be confident. Remember that careers are not a straight line, so you can bounce around. You can figure out where your skills apply best, and know that your career does not need to be 40 years in the same position. You can reinvent yourself every single time, and your career does not start over because of that. You're just moving forward, into something that's a better fit in alignment with what you're doing.
Yeah. And if we were right in our career myths that need to die in 10 years, we'll be laughing about the fact that we ever thought you needed to have the same career for 40 years. So good way to take us home. I have one to end us on, but before we do, we have one small housekeeping because we have one last giveaway. And each of you are going to select a number. And I'll tell you what they're all winning after you pick a number. So Renee, you get to go first. Where's my thing? I need you to pick a number between 2 and 279.
5.
All right. Diana, pick a number between 2 and 279. It cannot be 5.
It's almost football season, so I'm going to pick 87 for Mr. Kelsey on the Chiefs.
Okay.
Do it.
Denise.
I'm going to be cantankerous and pick 279.
I love you, Denise. Oh, so good.
Dustin.
123.
Also, can we note that Denise just used the word cantankerous in a sentence today? Did you say 123? Dustin, did you say 123?
Yeah, 123.
Yeah. Angie, I showed my age.
It's a good word. All right, Karen, what's our last number?
I'm going to go with a whopping 200.
Ooh, bringing it in even today. All right. So, Enkaksha, Emily, Zach, Jessica, and Pamela. You don't know last names, but I'm going to email you all. Have just won a 1-month subscription to a very brand new platform that I haven't even rolled out yet. It's called Searchwell. It is a human first AI powered job search platform that is basically Angie's brain in generative AI. And so it is in the process of being rolled out. And the 5 of you get to be the first 5 beta users. So how's that? Thank you all for picking them. And I will email you all and be in touch. How's that for a teaser and accountability to actually launch this beast? But it is coming out. My plan was to have it fully ready today. But, well, I went to Pennsylvania for 5 weeks and that derailed things. But as we bring this to a close, thanks to all of you who have been here, giving your time, your value, your wisdom, and even extra time for those of you giving things and sessions away. And just being willing to go in on this with me. We helped a lot of people today, and some messages reinforce that. And thank you all out there for leaning into this and hanging out online with us all day, because believe it or not, this is really fun. Don't get me wrong. I am going to go sit on the couch and stare at a wall for the next 2 hours and then probably go ride my bike. But it's really fun. And this is why we do the work we do. And so as I get to add my little one piece of advice to everything these guys said, and it was all amazing advice, is don't forget to be a human. And humans still matter. And that starts with you. Your desires matter. You deserve a fulfilling career. You deserve a fulfilling and satisfying life even more. And so no matter what complexities come your way, the challenges of the job search, don't forget the fact that you are a human and you still matter and you have value to give to this world, just like everybody said. And so as you go out with the rest of your days, as you go out with your job search and your career development, know we are all here as humans serving humans. Reach out to us if we can help. And in the meantime, I wish you the best of luck developing your career and job searching as we move into the second half of the year. And thanks to all of you for giving your time and being here and leaning in today. So thanks to everybody out there. I'm actually going to end the stream, and that always feels a little sad at the end of the day. But thank you. This human is fulfilled. Bye, everybody. Thanks for a great summer summit.
Bye, everybody.